Oh my God, you guys. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I don't know if I've ever been attacked so badly by the negative before a show. I think this might be the worst one that's ever happened. If you guys are hanging out in the chat, then you know what the deal is. I got hit by a yellow jacket. I didn't actually get stung, but it was dive bombing me. It was literally dive bombing me while I'm trying to do my show. This yellow jacket got into the house. And this, I mean, I want to swear because I'm so pissed off. I was yelling and screaming. I was so mad, you guys. Let's just take a breath because I'm so angry. I'm so pissed off right now. Okay, hold on. We'll smash any moths that we see. Guys, I've never had this much, I mean, something demonic is going on. So obviously, this is a very, very important show. Because I mean, literally, just like all I'm doing is trying to get my show off the ground here and speak to you guys, and this yellow jacket gets into my house. And it's massive. It's you know, as large as they get, much bigger than the usual one. And it's dive bombing my head while I'm trying to build your slides. And so there was several things that I wanted to put into the show at the last minute, and I could not do that. So because I was being attacked literally by a demon-possessed gigantic yellow jacket that is like swooping at my head. It's this very loud. It was just absolute insanity. I'm so pissed off. I was yelling and I guess it helped me get in touch with my anger. You know, I'm yelling and screaming like a rock star, you know, screaming in a song. Alive and thriving, you got to let it out sometimes. Thank you for the donation. And then we also had Cosmin. Hello, good to see you, David. Wish you much love. So yes, it was, I think it was probably, could it have been a drone bee? A murder hornet. It wasn't quite as big as a murder hornet, but yeah, I'm very, very pissed off. I'm actually very angry. You guys are getting me very pissed off. I was yelling. I'm not happy. I'm very pissed off. Because then, you know, the yellow jacket stole all my time, stole all the time that we had to do this. It was unkillable. It never got close enough to me that I could hit it with the wand. Then I came down here to fire up the studio, and the very first thing that I do is some crazy thing that widens the screen so that I can't see your live chat at the same time that I see everything else that I'm supposed to see. The whole thing got widened to like the idea that I have some utterly massive monitor, and I had to start Googling, like, what do I do to shorten the size of the window? And it said something about Alt-S. Well, I don't even have an Alt button because I'm using a Mac. So finally, after, you know, like messing around with it, and then I closed the window, which I wasn't even sure if I'd lose the show. I reopened the window, and then thank God the YouTube algorithm was able to sense what had happened to my screen and resize itself so that it was actually done properly. But that pissed me off really badly too. So Richard Whitney just donated, thank you, $200. Wow, I mean, right off the bat, we are making money. Thanks as always, David, for all you do. Your bravery and wisdom, peace, love, and light unto you and everyone. Namaste. Well, Richard, you're one of my best supporters. We're definitely going to get you on the front line for a hover car. Greg Anzalotti, God bless you, David, all that you do. May God have mercy upon us all. Let his will be done. Amen. Watching Hawk says, big solar activity right now. It's okay, David, says Shelley Watt. You did the exact slides you needed to, all as well. Take a deep breath, says Michael Stutler, and chalk it up to SHIT happens. What else did we have here? Your audio is cutting out. Nobody else is saying that, so that's probably your problem. No offense. But don't make me feel like anything else is going on. Angry Daddy, man, I could do the whole show as Angry Daddy. I'm so pissed off. I'm so pissed off about this yellow jacket because it really lasted a long time. And I lost we're probably looking at 20 slides that I could have done that would have really helped the show that I wasn't able to do because I'm just trying to eat my breakfast And this thing is dive bombing me. It's coming right at my face. It kept swooping down and then going back up and swooping down. I mean, it was insane. I've never had that happen before. Yeah, you're right. Raven Wings 33, we're witnessing the death of the beast. While the beast is gasping its dying breath, it still fights. Yes. Did I miss Angry Daddy, Wesley Hawes? No. You got the real Angry David. I mean, I don't even need to go into character. I'm sorry, you guys, because then, as I said, I came downstairs and my window resized itself and all your comments are way off to the side. And then I was able to fix that. And then I had yet another problem, which was the same thing we had last week, which is that my preview window got screwed up. And so I now have it working, thank God. But this is about as bad as a problem as I've ever had getting the show started. Thankfully, I was on time. Did you see the executive order Rama donated? Thank you. About flying cars just last week. Yes, that's in the show. I really need to calm down. I'm very, very upset, you guys. This was the worst attack I've ever had, and we're already 6 minutes in. It destabilized me emotionally. It did, man. I got really, really mad. I was yelling because, like, the only thing I could figure to do to try to stop this thing from dive bombing me quite as often was to scream at it. And maybe it, you know, I would imagine insects have ears, right? They probably hear, because hearing seems to be a basic biological function. So if you want to donate, I think that dollar thing at the bottom, you just click on that next to chat, you can donate. Somebody just asked that. You know, I do Angry Daddy when I'm not actually mad. It's like it's a comedy thing. But when I'm really mad, I just, you know, wow. Yellow Jackets are notoriously aggressive. Yes, this was a full-blown, negative, demonic, possessed Yellow Jacket. There was some entity that was in the Yellow Jacket that was attacking me, and I've never had anything like that happen before a show. And it got into the house right before the show when I'm in the final stage of making slides. There was no time to try to capture it ethically. If they land on the window, you can capture them in a glass with a piece of paper under it and get them outside. It was really bad, you guys. It was really, really, really bad. Did you ask the bee to buzz off? Is it dead? No, but I think it might have. I think it might have flown back outside because I don't see it anymore. Maybe it was jealous of your gold shirt. Well, you know, when I used to eat at the Inn of the Seventh Ray in Topanga, and on the Sunday brunch, if you ordered crab or certain other aromatic items off the buffet, man. You could order crab if you want to. You might think that crab is delicious, but the minute that you go and sit down, because this is an outdoor, beautiful restaurant, the minute you go and sit down, you are being swarmed by Yellow Jackets. And they tried to put, I don't know what the hell it was, like nutmeg or coriander or something in a little thing on your table to try to make the Yellow Jackets not come near. It kind of worked a little bit, but, or clove. It might have been clove. Not really. You just can't order the crab, dude. You might like the taste, but you're not going to like the Yellow Jackets. And this was the worst thing I've ever been through. Aren't bee stings healthy? Well, yeah, Flying Sparrow. I'm not interested in getting stung right before a show. Sorry to disappoint you. Astral Fugitive donated $50. Enjoyed the show last week. What if those entities took up inside a moose? Thankfully, I've got a really good relationship with Monica. That doesn't seem to happen. Judy Booth, have you heard of the telepathy tapes? No. So, you know, yeah, I think that we're at the end of the game here. Let's try to get into content because it looks like I'm on the air and everything's okay. But holy crap, I mean, no sooner am I like dodging this horrible Yellow Jacket attack and it's swooping at me and dive bombing me, and it went on for like 15 minutes and I couldn't make it stop. And I was more busy fighting off the Yellow Jacket than I was doing slides. And I'm trying to eat my breakfast because I have to have enough food to do the show. I mean, it was really bad. Really bad. Like a demon-possessed murder Yellow Jacket. Not a murder hornet, but it was a murder Yellow Jacket, folks. I'm so sorry that I'm wasting all this time on this. But my God, was that bad. And then I come down here and my window got resized. And I had to fix that. And I blew 5 minutes on that I didn't have. And then, what was the other thing that happened? I don't know. It'll come back to me. But Oh yeah, that the window goes into this preview mode where I can't see myself. But now I've figured out how to fix it. I think YouTube has changed something. They changed, you know, it defaults now to this preview screen and not the actual, like, where I can see myself before I go live. I need to be able to see the video in here and make sure that I'm going to go live, and that wasn't working. And that's the second time that has happened to me 2 weeks in a row. I think they've changed it. Bite it back. Yeah, good luck with that. Nathan Cooper figured it out. Thank you for all your amazing work. There's nothing that compares. I appreciate that. So yeah, I mean, I just have to emotionally reconstitute myself because I've never been attacked by a living being that badly before a show before. I mean, maybe years ago when I had, we won't go into all the details, but, you know, toxic people around me. I've had cases where I've done paid events and people attacked me before I went on stage. But other than that, I've never had anything. And that was actually when I got so fearless that I did that joke about Shiva being a woman. That's actually a pretty hot-looking babe. You know, that was because somebody had attacked me right before the show, and I'm at a point where I just don't give an F about anything. And I'll do the craziest comedy because I just don't even care. It's like, whatever, let's just go. All right, I need to listen to my own advice about meditation, solitude, and peace. We're doing really well on viewers. We're up to 2,700 viewers. I had rockets flying at my family for 2 days, says Jason Baker. Okay, you still win. It could have been worse, okay, but this actually didn't make me start that late. I was only like 1 or 2 minutes late, so somehow, even though I lost a whole bunch of slides that we could have put in, because I like to do text at the end, and you know, we lost that, but whatever. So here's the title slate of the show, and you know, why would I say that? Well, you all know the answer. We appear to have entered into the final phase of the plan. Valerie donated $50 and says, sending you light and love. So thank you, Valerie. That's this one right here. And we really, really appreciate all you guys' support. So yes, we appear to have entered into the final phase of the plan because, again, last week, the main attraction was this very bizarre 47 versus Elon battle that I correctly called as WrestleMania. And it quickly dissipated within a couple of days, and then he apologized, and the people on the left figured it out pretty fast. They were only hoodwinked by it up until my show came out, I guess, but it still had some very desirable effects, because remember, they're now calling for, let's bring out the files, let's bring out the videos, bring out the list. If this guy who the television tells us to hate is actually evil, and he's on the list, and I want to see it because I want to nail him. That was the reverse psychology, and it worked brilliantly up until I did the WrestleMania show, and now we got to, you know, think of something else. So then all of a sudden, right at the same time that this WrestleMania thing is going on, we have mass arrests actually started down in Los Angeles and elsewhere around the country. And of course, as you are probably well aware, this constitutes a massive fraud because of how it affects the outcomes of certain events that might happen in November. I got to be very, very careful. But hey, you know what? I was just dive bombed by a yellow jacket, so there's no demonic, horrible creature trying to swoop at my head and face right now, so I feel better about this. This thing was massive, dude. I mean, holy crap, man. Why do I have to go through so much crap to bring this show to you? Your dear old daddy is dealing with one piece of bullshit after another, and I have had it! Woo! Man, I mean, I'm never going to be the same, you know? I've been so traumatized doing this work for you guys. I've had so many attacks. I've had so much negativity, lawsuits, subpoenas. I mean, $1.2 million bill that I got from the IRS on, what was it, Tuesday or Wednesday. And we're finally getting funded. The money is there in the budget to pay this off, so it's going to be fine. But right as I'm about to actually be able to pay it, I get this bill from the IRS for $1.2 Well, $1 million. Thankfully, it's only million, not billion. I mean, it's been a very, very intense, stressful ordeal. You know, I show up on this show for you guys. I come here every week, but it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible for me to keep doing this work for you. And I go through incredible stress that just drives me to the brink of my sanity. But somehow I just keep on doing it. Somehow I keep on showing up. And I do believe that what's happening is all for a higher good. So when we look at these three events, of course, you know, we also had, as we talked about last week, this massive military parade that happened yesterday involving 150 military vehicles, Chinook helicopters, all kinds of stuff. And this was really, really amazing because, hey, isn't it weird that they got all this military stuff positioned in Washington, D.C. right now? I wonder if there's another reason for why it's there. Well, it kind of teased out the DS because they're terrified and they're like, hey, maybe it is going to be, you know, that this weekend is where they're going to do their big thing. The Alliance is going to try to arrest everybody. We need to get ahead of that crap. That's their attitude. We got to get ahead of the problem. We have to do something so distracting, so destabilizing, that the Alliance isn't going to want to arrest anybody this weekend because they're too busy dealing with this other thing. So as soon as we talked about the kayfabe and you know, Elon is saying, I demand that the list comes out, how convenient is that? Right? And then they start arresting everybody, and you got all these riots and military presence, National Guard troops, Marines. This is everything we've been talking about that was going to happen at the end. Since 2009, when I first got briefed on this, people watching TV, people who haven't migrated to the internet or just don't understand the game that really is being played here, you know, they're trying to look at this as if the television is going to tell you the truth. You got to just get rid of that completely. You just completely get rid of that idea that anything that they're telling you is the truth. That's kind of how this game starts. You have to disbelieve everything that you hear. You have to become a total skeptic to every single thing that is fed to you, that you're told. And you just say, that's bull, that's bull, that's bull, that's bull. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Then the problem is that a few people try to say, oh, well, David is like that too. I don't believe anything he said. Okay. But you know what? I'm a real person. I was attacked by a yellow jacket, like some demonic possessed insect from hell was swarming at me, and it just kept swooping at my head over and over again. Do you think that's an accident? No. We live in a spiritual reality. There's positive entities and negative entities, and they both exist. And when the negative entities come after you, you darn well better pay attention to it because it's not fun. And it will disrupt your life in very, very intense ways. And this was just an example. Most of the demonic attack that you get comes through humans, and it comes through the weakening of their normal compassion and their normal respect. And then you'll also get complex attacks of demonically influenced humans where multiple individuals will attack you at the same time, not realizing that there's a hidden coordination between these events. And I've had that too. I had a very, very sad betrayal this week. Very sad betrayal. Something that'll never be able to be changed. And that's another thing that just occurred. So, you know, it's coming at me from all sides. We got donations coming in. Look at this. Wesley Hawes, thank you for doing the show despite all the hardships. It's greatly appreciated. I really like hearing that. Thank you. I look forward to joining every Sunday into Stavati. Peace profound. Veronique Muermont, hi David. Much appreciation for everything you do for us. Could you please mention your postal address once again? Look forward to the rest of the show. So yes, the postal address is P.O. Box 3700, Nederland, Nederland, Colorado 80466. And you can rewind and listen to that again. But yeah, I've been getting mail from you guys. I keep getting stuff. This was a gift from the audience. I'm actually going to look up this manufacturer. I got to get this in other colors, man. I love this shirt. And we also had a really, really spectacular breakthrough with Stavati. We already have one deal. We have another deal that seems to be coming in that if we get that deal, we're never going to need to raise money and we can do everything that we want to do all at once. It's much, much more significant than the first deal in size. And, you know, I'll keep you posted how it goes. But the point is, yes, we are definitely looking like we're going to be able to fast track all of our different inventions and products into production much more quickly than we thought. And I consider that if I win on this, that you win, because humanity as a whole, we need this suppressed technology. We need the power plants, we need the hover cars, we need anti-gravity, we need med beds, we need all these cool things. And all of that kind of stuff becomes way more possible when you have these very large budgets, which is still incredibly small compared to a typical defense company. But for us, it's like, whoa, all right. So again, was it a fake out? Was it? I'm wondering now if the whole 150 military vehicles in DC thing was just intended to scare them into doing something. And that maybe that's not the plan. Maybe they didn't intend to do that, to use those particular vehicles in DC for any military operation. But we did see some very compelling stuff that they wrote that suggested that that's what it was for. They meaning the Alliance. So all of a sudden, you know, here it was, Friday the 13th, which is a satanic holiday par excellence. I mean, if they're ever going to do something weird, they like to do it on these ritually significant days. And then we have this thing that starts happening that just pops out of nowhere. I went back to the TG, you know, the software, and I'm looking at all the posts, and I'm like, what the hell? There's like hundreds of new posts since the last time I checked it. And, oh yeah, well, that's because there's this big frickin' war going on, and they just did this decapitation strike on Iran. We'll go through all the details on that. So yes, did they get triggered into taking immediate action because, oh my God, we need a distraction. We can't have people being arrested. Yeah, that's what I think it is, dude. And I was going to have more slides for you on this, but we blew it because of the frickin' play some guitar. Just focus on the content, please. I'm not in a good mood today. But I will get over it. I will get over it. But no, I'm not playing guitar. Although, now that you mentioned it, I am starting to practice every day again. I'm getting my calluses back. And by the time I was practicing last night, it was sounding really, really good. So I might be able to do something for you guys. Hopefully, some of the songs that I work on, if I just do them instrumentally, it won't be copyright infringement. I think it wouldn't turn into that unless I actually sang. Because technically, the chords and everything, it's my own arrangement as long as I change it up a little bit. So we might be able to do some guitar for you guys, but definitely not this week. I don't even have it set up or anything. I'd have to do a special type of setup and have everything wired up, and we don't have that. So you don't need to ask me for the guitar. It's not going to happen. But I'm getting there. So yes, how weird, right? How weird that right in the middle of when we're anticipating that maybe it is about to happen, that was last week's show, is it about to happen? Right in the middle of while we're anticipating that it might happen, and there's all this buildup, and it's everything that we've been told to expect by the Alliance, which again is the U.S. military, and it's the intelligence community. You're never going to get this on TV. I heard about it in 2009. They want to bring to an end all of the real source of corruption on this planet, the evil, the terror. There's a true hidden variable here, and you're never going to get it on television. There is something very evil going on. It actually involves aliens. It involves those aliens contacting and manipulating certain people on Earth who then become exceedingly wealthy. And we're changing all that. The wealth is going to be redistributed. The meek shall inherit the earth. Everybody's going to have more prosperity once you're not getting ripped off anymore. But you don't even... The scope of the rip-off is so vast that it's hard to even quantify it into anything we can see. You know, this is not something you're going to get from watching regular media. This is something you have to earn yourself. And I give you facts, not opinions. I'm giving you facts that you can go back and look at, and then you make up your own mind about what is true. And it's very, very interesting. So yes, right as we're expecting that the arrests might happen, they create a huge distraction, which is exactly what we expect. And now everybody's like, oh my God, World War III, World War III. Well, I do think this kind of caught the Alliance by surprise a little bit. This is not a kayfabe. This, obviously, there's real missiles and bombs being fired. People are dying. This does not entertain me in the least bit. I don't want anybody saying that I enjoy this, because I don't. War terrifies me just like it terrifies everyone. But at the same time, we don't want this to turn into World War III. We don't want this to escalate into a situation where we're all being threatened with planetary annihilation. But wouldn't you know that the Archangel Michael time loop this week totally anticipated this whole thing. He's talking about the war, and he's talking about how they're not going to let it go into nuclear war or anything really serious. So, again, you got to remember that I think it's post number 104, and they bring that one up again this week, which is really cool. Wow, we're at 4,000 already. That's awesome. Now I feel better. You guys showed up for me, so thank you. 4,000 was about as high as we could get before. Now we're cracking that number just in 25 minutes, so that's awesome. Anyway, thank you for being here. And what I'm saying is that, you know, they might have wanted the DS to think that it's the end when they actually might even have a few weeks or months left. But it's all about triggering useful behavior. And so that's one of the things that we keep seeing is this combination of the WrestleMania between 47 and Elon, and then you got the military parade, and there's 150 vehicles in D.C., you got arrests going on. You got everything we were told. I was told in 2009 that there'd be riots at the end and military would be involved. So I've been waiting for this for 16 years, you guys. And I've been prepping, and I've got all my stuff ready. I've got, you know, survival supplies out the wazoo. I've got enough steak to eat just out of my freezers for like 2 or 3 months. Never have to worry about where I'm going to get my food from. Don't need to worry about power. I've got double protection on that with solar power generators that hook up to little batteries that are good enough to run my refrigerator. David, I hope you're doing well, says Adrian Stover. Well, if you heard the beginning, I was very upset because I was maniacally attacked by a yellow jacket, a very large yellow jacket in the house. Anyway, so don't despair. So the first thing we're going to do here is establish a baseline of peace, because Archangel Michael has been speaking through me. We use remote viewing protocols to get that in. They're supposedly 99% accurate, and a miracle has been happening week by week through my life, starting in September, and I have been unbelievably attacked throughout this whole process. As I said, just the fact that I can show up here every week, basically it's like a fight to the death with demonic energy. And it really does want to kill me. You know, that's a very big part of what this is. It's trying to completely drive me over the edge, but I won't go. I'm not interested in anything, you know, negative. We're just going to walk away from it. We just keep on going and do what we're doing. There's very positive things. Michael continues to advise us to focus on the positive. So what was up with this whole no kings thing, right? What was all that about? Well, it didn't really work out. It was their last stand. That's one of the Alliance briefings that we get this week that I think is very hopeful, that I want to highlight right at the beginning. Probably the most actionable, significant new intel that we got from the Alliance this week is that this protest was the last stand. And now you're already seeing that they're calling for investigations into who paid for it, and they've actually subpoenaed GS. You know who that is. Good old Georgie. They've actually subpoenaed him into Congress about who paid for these people to have professional riot gear, face shields, pallets of, you know, cinder blocks and all this kind of stuff. What the heck is going on here? Well, they're getting dragged into Congress, you guys, and that's tantamount to an arrest. So we never really knew how this thing was going to end up at the end. How was it going to turn out? They want that type of protest on a nationwide basis to turn into some type of violent event that they can then blame on their enemy, so they can say, you see, it proves what we said. He's a dictator. He's evil. But because only a few grandmas actually came out, the turnout was much less than expected, and there were no serious violent events. So they, again, just like with J6, where they're like hoping that they were going to get some really bad atrocities, didn't happen. Everybody stayed cool, you know, and whatever bad stuff they wanted to do, they want to put somebody with a red cap on. He's actually a paid agent provocateur. He's supposed to do something to somebody else. It's violent. It's a murder. And then you blame it on the same guy they try to blame everything on. We had another donation come in, $20, Spectrum Now. David, I met you years ago at Conscious Life Expo at the end of the night. We chatted with you and Beth and gave you an orgone generator. I feel you should know us. We followed for a long time. Love to you, John and Candace. Well, yeah. Thank you guys for being here. Who's Georgie? Again, Project Skyfalls. You got to read between the lines. I said GS. Just figure it out. I'm not going to tell you any more than that because I can't. So the No Kings demonstrations were in the millions. Well, okay, but fine. Why did you call your viewers trolls for calling Christ Yeshua? I never called anybody a troll for calling Christ Yeshua. So, yes. Gerald Cummins says, caution, David Wilcock is spotted in the area. Truth, respect, and commescence could break out at any moment. Happy Father's Day to Angry Daddy. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I mean, it never ceases to amaze me how much attack I get for doing this, how horrible my life has been, being this broke for so long, getting imagine getting a $1.2 million bill from the IRS, and you can't pay it, and you're just totally unable to pay it unless, again, we have one deal that already went through, another deal's coming through. We're going to do it. It'll probably be before the end of the month. Something breaks, but still, just the crushing, horrible pressure that I've had to go through week after week after week. And again, maybe there were millions of people that turned out for this thing, but here's the important part, folks. Thanks to our great military, thanks to the Alliance, there were no violent events. That's the key. The number of people doesn't really matter. What they want is anarchy. They want rioting. They want to create a spark where they've got many, 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 many millions of people pouring into the streets and engaging in anarchy, and it simply did not work. They did not get the views, and I like to think of it as karma for them blocking all of our views. So I believe that this whole outcome was predicted in our latest real crop formation, which again appeared at Avebury on June 8th, 2025. The one that came out since then is not real, and we'll talk about that a little later. This was Faulkner's Circle, June 8th. It didn't even appear until I was on the air, and I saw it in the comments. People are like, oh, the new crop circle, the new crop circle. I'm like, what new crop circle? I just looked at it before I went on the air, and there was no new crop circle. So what are you guys even talking about? Well, sure enough, this is it. And this, again, very nicely calls back to the wicker basket formation, which was a huge part of the Michael Prophecies. So again, what is the Michael Prophecies? These tapes that I've got in this box right here, as I have to say every week, there was 21 tapes that I dictated in the remote viewing protocol system where you bypass the influence of the conscious mind. It's all been codified by the military. 21 tapes that I dictated in trance where it was Archangel Michael as the source that it identified as being. That's Jesus' #1 angel, personally tasked with destroying evil. And so we had just been talking about Avebury on the show the week before, and then all of a sudden they printed this thing on Avebury, and it looks like the wicker basket formation. So when I was first doing these Michael Prophecies, this is 1999, why am I talking about this? Because stuff that my voice dictated in trance in 1999, starting on January 1st and extending through this week, I believe the last one that we end on is April 11th, 1999. But shortly thereafter, we had JFK Jr. die in a plane crash. And this apparently was a sacrifice that he made on a higher level to usher in a non-catastrophic ascension. Now, the beings, these Archangel Michael, the Law of One, I've been an esoteric scholar for a long time, and one of my main topics of interest and focal points has been, what about this idea of ascension, which is a very common thing throughout all 35 of the top ancient prophecies, mythologies, mystery school teachings. It goes through Mithraism, it goes through everything, Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, Celtic mythology, Native American mythology, all over the world, according to the work of de Santillana and Van de Shen, two top historians, all over the world. These ancient mythologies predict that there's going to be some spectacular evolution of the human form. that we're going to go into some kind of a light body activation. Maybe not everybody does, but depending on how much spirituality you've had in your life, how much you've lived by those principles, you may actually have this ascension, but everybody gets some degree of activation. That's the message of the Michael prophecies. I thought that this was going to be catastrophic. I thought it was going to involve horrific earth changes and all these terrible problems, and it turns out Michael is saying, no, it's actually a really wonderful thing. And I am so pissed off about the trouble I had getting onto this show, you guys. I'm still mad. I'm actually not feeling very good because I got attacked so badly. But whatever, we're doing the show. I'm live with you. I'm being honest with you. I'm not in the greatest mood. But as I keep going, everything will be fine. We're at 4,300 people. That's great. Okay. So JFK Jr., when I was first bringing this stuff through in 1999, I didn't realize that we were going to have a non-catastrophic ascension. I believed that it was going to be earth changes, pole shift, super volcanoes, solar flash where the sun gives off this enormous flash of energy that cooks everything on the surface at 1,000 degrees Celsius. There is no way to survive this unless you get rescued by a cosmic, angelic Noah's Ark type of plan, which is what I thought was going to happen. If you watched my stuff prior to 2021, then you know that I was basically expecting that most people on Earth were going to die and that some people were going to get an ascension or rapture type of experience, a typical Christian viewpoint of a rapture, but that most of us were not going to get that. Most of us were actually going to die, and that it was going to be through these catastrophic earth changes or through other means. And so I really did believe that, and it wasn't until 2021 that I started to reread the stuff that Michael gave through me in 1999 and realized, oh my God, he knows about COVID, he knows about inoculations, he knows about what happened in 2020, that we thought this was going to go a certain way in November, and then it totally did not. It completely flipped on its end and went in the opposite direction. And it looks like there was a theft that took place. And it looks like we got stuck for 4 years with this crazy situation where anarchists are basically running everything and they're getting to try to force all these strange religious beliefs upon us. And yes, the truth is very painful. It's a great awakening. It's, can you see it? Can you see evil? Are you able to tolerate the vision of evil? Are you able to tolerate that this is what the world really is and that you're living with these people on the same planet? But we don't have to do this forever, because the Alliance is actually a secret group within the U.S. military intelligence community, and ever since the 1950s at least, they've been working to expose this and to defeat this. It is going to lead to something real. This is not going to go on forever. We're not going to be stuck always being attacked and always being poor. And so my life is just a symbol, I guess, of the way it is for everybody. You're under attack. You have no money. You're constantly stressed out. You got attacks coming in from every direction. The swooping yellow jacket is a very apt metaphor of what's really going on. Alan Hall says, the truth needs no alibi. Bella's Patio Garden, laugh as much as you can. Joy is powerful and it's an energetic vibration. Yeah, I probably also have to change my socks. I thought that I could get away with thinner socks. I'm actually wearing these kind of blue socks here. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, there they go. But they're not warm enough, dude. So like, once again, oh my God, why did I not wear my warm socks? What was I thinking? So when I take my bathroom break, I'm definitely changing my socks. I cannot work down here. Nate Pierce says, thank you for the content this week. I appreciate it, Nate. What an unbelievable ordeal I have been through. What an unbelievable ordeal that would have destroyed most people so many times over. They would have been destroyed. They would not have been able to continue doing this under any circumstances. And I even have people, when I open up to them privately about my problem, why don't you stop? Why don't you stop doing the Alliance and take a few weeks off and don't do the show? It's like, no, this is too important, man. I'm being used by the Alliance and by these angelic beings to give you a message that even if I don't want to do it, I have to do it. Even if I don't want to do the show, I have to do the show. That's the way I look at it. I have to be here. I have to keep giving you this message. Even if my feet are cold right now, even if I'm being attacked by insects and you know, all the other crazy stuff that's gone down, I'm going to keep doing this. So I brought through, again, starting in 1996, I brought through these readings, and it continued pretty reliably through 2000. And in October of 2021 is when I started to reread that stuff and realized, oh my God, this is really, really powerful information about the present. It's totally prophetic. It's better than Nostradamus. It's better than Edgar Cayce, who was supposedly my past life. There's never been anything like this. The only thing historically we could even try to compare it to was the Sibyl of Cumae, the Cumaean Sibylline mystery texts, which were considered to be the greatest treasure in Rome. They considered it more valuable than an entire basketball stadium filled with gold, the whole entire room. And they tried to recreate it by hiring other Sibyls to rechannel the same stuff, you know, because she originally did 9 books, but then burned 6 out of the 9 books before the king paid her 9 bags of gold for the remaining 3 books. 9 bags of gold are huge. They required whole teams of donkeys to carry them out to her place, and so she retired very wealthy. And it was considered the greatest treasure in the history of Rome. There's nothing else like Michael Prophecies has ever happened except for this. And I'm in the middle of it, and I don't even like it. I don't even like what I'm doing. A lot of the time I'm pissed off. I don't want to keep doing this every week, but I have to because it's just too important. And I want you to be feeling good. I want you to feel happy about what's going on. And I do admire you guys very much. Gaia's Public Health, da-da-da-da, thank you for persisting. And Janet Lee Warwisniak, better to have learned how to be alert. You can take a sock break. No, I'm not going to do that. Well, I'm going to stay cold until the break. But yeah, I thought I could ditch my base layer and my thicker socks, and I am totally screwed because of it. But we'll just wait until I have a break at the normal time, which is only, what, I got an hour and 15 minutes of freezing cold legs left to deal with. I mean, I've never have I been through anything like this in my life. I have not been very happy. I have been alone for 4 years. It really sucks. It's like being in solitary confinement in Siberia. This is the only time of the year that we have a little bit of summer. We've actually had sun since last Sunday. So this past week has been like the most idyllic, great week that I've had for God knows how long. But even still, it's freezing down here. It never gets warm. You don't even have air conditioning up here because you don't need it. The highest temperature you're ever going to get in the house is probably about 81, 82 degrees. And that's only in the strongest part of the middle of July. So yeah, I have been through so much hell. I have not really wanted to be doing this for a long time. I'll admit that to you now. It's like, I just hate this. I hate being on the air every week. I hate that there's so much death threat. I hate that there's so much danger and jeopardy, and that I'm always having to keep going, and I can't stop, and I can't get out, and I don't have any friends, and I don't have anybody to talk to. But you know what? It's all worth it. If what Michael says is true, then we're getting a non-catastrophic ascension, and the final stage before that happens is that the Alliance arrests the bad guys. And so somehow I always end up enjoying myself when I'm on the air. I'm not enjoying it so much now because my feet are cold. But, you know, we'll get that solved up pretty fast. Deborah Oulette says, brother, just think of the rewards coming your way for the hard and important work you're doing now. Sybil Haynes, I think you will find someone who understands you better and won't let you go. That's probably true. Music says, David, I broke my neck. Wow, that's worse than my stuff. I've been stranded in the house with only a visit from my mother once a week for 8 years. Take a break and come back to hit this content and get some socks. Well, again, thank you guys. We're going to take care of all this. I definitely am going to run upstairs. Go get your socks now. Well, maybe I should. I don't know. What the hell? Do you guys want me to take a break so I'm not uncomfortable and angry? Maybe we'll do that. Okay, why don't I take a sock break? I don't know. It is pretty bad. I'm actually in a lot of pain from the cold, and you guys are all saying yes, yes, yes. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that because this is actually a real thing that's very upsetting. And in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'll give you Colin McGeezer on the lizard people. This was a very, very funny... we finally had some sun outside, so I shot a video. And yeah, I mean, I am extremely, extremely uncomfortable and cold. And I'm not being as honest about it as I should. I mean, it's bad. Like, it's, you know, frostbite cut type of stuff could happen here. So, okay. I'm going to play this funny video for you guys. You'll laugh a little bit. And I filmed it outside because we finally have sun, which has like never been happening for the whole entire time. So here we go. I'm going to mute my microphone and give you guys Colin McGeezer and the Lizard People. All right, my microphone is off, and I will go upstairs and put socks on so that I'm not in agony while I'm talking to you, because it is really, really bad. Let's go with the video. Here we go, folks. All right, I have to say this is remarkable because the weather forecast said we were going to have scattered thunderstorms all evening until sunset. And then we just had a little bit of thunderstorms, and then it all went away. The weather was totally wrong. And I'm happy about that, obviously. Because this is about as good as it's ever going to get living here. It's the perfect temperature. It's about, on the skin, it feels like 73 degrees. That's about how warm it is. It's not too bad at all. It's like an air-conditioned summer view. Because you never get too hot out here. It's too high altitude for that. We're at 8,600 feet. This is the place to be if you want to get things done in the forest and feel the energy of, look at this guy. I mean, this is just, they're beautiful plants. This is all wild sage. See that? See, we have these beautiful white flowers as well. Look at how nice they are. These haven't bloomed yet. We'll have to do a separate film for that. We have a whole bunch of these guys around here. And they have a very pungent, maybe not even all that great of a smell, but they're beautiful flowers, and they all pop for like 1 or 2 days, and then they're just gone. It's starting to happen a little bit right there. But it hasn't actually happened yet. So these are mining holes that they dug for looking for tungsten, which is essentially the red rock that we see around here sometimes. And in World War I, they drilled all this out with bulldozers and cut all the trees down to dig tungsten out of the ground. The U.S. government paid you by the ton for these red rocks. No questions asked. It's just easy, quick money. And look at this boulder over here. This one is very special. I love that guy, as you can see. The view gets really spectacular up here, of course. You can see how amazing it is just to experience this. If this was your everyday life, mate.
Here it comes.
You're walking around in the bush and you got these dangerous wallabies, mate, with their swollen bellies and their sharp teeth, criminal intentions. Goanna lizards, mate. They're everywhere. You might even be hiding under this beautiful boulder right here. Mate, I've seen the bad things in the bush. Stories not capable of being repeated. Dangerous creatures from other worlds with long fangs and a penchant for misery of human life, seeking out that elusive long pig for their culinary delight, mate.
grotesque creatures that smell like excrement and waste. Living in a lie they tell themselves to keep their cover and remain clean from the influence of compassion or love or any other things that make us human, mate. All they care about is conquest, victory, and sublime inspiration of creating absolute destruction and misery in the lives of others. It's not right, mate.
It's not right.
It's not right at all. I told David, you got to be clear about this, mate. You can't overlook the creatures in the forest or pretend that they no longer exist and their names are hidden in old books of mythology. They're alive and well, me brother. And you better be listening when they talk to you, because they speak through the evil means that are all too easily acquired in today's world. Mate, I wouldn't be lying to you if I didn't say they were dangerous as all get out. These beings of impeccable taste who only seek humans as their main source of delight.
Long pig.
They've lived with us for eons and eons, mate, going back billions of years. And they exist as a predatory existence of life, unencumbered by any type of feelings of shame about what they do, mate. They're unencumbered. They're unburdened by their shame.
Unburdened by what?
But unencumbered by its existence, mate. Conscience-free. They roam about in the sewers and the sludge and such things. Going down, down, down into the abyss. Unpleasantly reminded of what's really right in life. And then having to face their own shadow, which they immediately darvo on, mate. Deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. That's how they cover up their sins, mate. They make it like it's your problem. But you knew it really wasn't, didn't you, mate? You had that insight a long time ago. You just didn't listen to your heart. And now it's shoved in your face, mate. You've got to deal with the fact that these ugly undesirables exist. What do, mate? You just go on, live your life, but make sure you know what's what, mate. This is not for the weak. This is your dear friend Colin McGeezer signing off, telling you, be strong, be light, and most of all, be brave, mate, because if you have to organise a piss-up in a brewery or some such, you better have the insight on how you're going to make that happen.
Piss up.
Toodles! All right. I'm happy about that.
All right. So the next one that we're going to run is the double rainbow, but I'm back. Didn't lose any of you guys. That's awesome. So yeah, I've got the right socks on now, and I've got a base layer on, and I'm feeling much, much better. It was way too cold. So thank you guys for getting me to love myself, because why should I be unhappy and uncomfortable in the middle of doing this great show? So yeah. Now, the physiologicals, I mean, like, I used to work with people who had developmental disabilities, and, you know, if you have a behavior, check physiologicals first. That was one of the things they taught us. What does that mean? That means if somebody's crying or angry or screaming or doing something wild, make sure that they're not hungry or thirsty, or that they have to go to the bathroom, or that they might have a physical injury. You know, you check physiologicals first when you're having a behavior. And in my case, I was unhappy because I was so cold. And now I feel a lot better. So thank you guys for getting me to love myself. So The point is that this crop formation was really, really exceptional because it tied back in the notion of the wicker basket formation that came through in 1999 while I was doing Michael Prophecies. JFK Jr. died in a plane crash, and this was apparently like a sacrifice that led to him helping us have this non-catastrophic ascension, because many people started to learn about the truth that there's this evil group. He apparently was going to run for president or Congress, depending on who you talk to. And, it would have stopped her from becoming the senator of New York before she starts to run for president. You know who I'm talking about. So instead of that happening, instead of him running for president and winning against George W., because apparently that was the other big rumor, was that he was going to do that, and he would have won. So he has this weird plane crash, and, I was one of the people who immediately figured it out. I was on a radio show the day it happened, and I was actually analyzing readings and dreams that I'd already had. I would have liked to have gotten some of those dreams into the show, but again, the dive-bombing Yellow Jacket pretty much stopped a whole bunch of stuff from happening. Then I come down here, and the browser window is completely collapsed, and I can't get it to work, and it's just an insane suffering that I went through today. So last week, we saw this, and this tied in with the wicker basket formation. Now, the wicker basket formation was one that showed up in 1999. You're going to see it in a minute. And it was highlighted last year in the crop formations of 2023, 2 years ago now, when I was doing my show, as I came back out there and began actually going public again after spending 21 and 22 in the woodshed just doing 7 Michael Prophecies books, and that nearly killed me as well. I mean, just my hands were dying. I had this carpal tunnel nodule that appeared on my thumb because I was just typing all day, every day, using my hands constantly. I had to stop playing guitar. I'm still kind of getting back into it tentatively because I used to play guitar 2 hours a day, and I was really good at it, and I just had to totally stop to write these Michael books. But at least I got warm legs and feet, and that really does make a huge difference. It's pretty much I have to wear the heaviest, thickest wool socks all through the entire year. I thought I could get away with it, but I could not. Wearing something thinner, it's not going to work. So anyway, when I saw this, I was very, very encouraged because you've got a stylized depiction of the sun, like a solar flash, associated with these balls. So let's just, I'm going to unfold the story as time goes on. Let's go back through the crop formations of 2023. And we had a donation come in, so I want to honor that. What if David is a clone? I wish. Get the clone to do the show a couple weeks and just, you might not be quite as good as me, but then I could actually take some time off. So Neela Zerker donated $10. Thank you very much. Let's see if I missed anything else. Vacapalo donated. Happy Father's Day, Angry Daddy. Antonia Callahan donated. Thank you very much. See if I missed anybody else. No, it looks like I got them all, except for the one that just happened. So let me scroll down to that. And that would be Scott Monson. It is happening. Giant healing hug. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm really excited about this because I don't want to see the BS continue. I've been just praying and praying and praying that the Alliance will finally arrest these people and that everything I'm telling you is true. And Michael has been very consistent week after week with his prophecies, but it's a very strange thing to have so much attack coming at me and so much negativity and so much violence and so much evil that I have to face off against all the time. I can't really say it's very fun. I can't really say I've enjoyed this all that much. It's been very, very difficult, and I went through a lot of PTSD medication usage to be able to handle this as well, and I'm happy to be clean, but it's very, very, very hard for me to do this. It's very, 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 very hard. And so I'm glad that I've kept going, and I'm glad that we're getting to the point where we're finally seeing all this come to a head. And, we expected war at the end. We expected a scare event at the end. And this is the kind of stuff that makes the people uneasy enough. They're worried about World War III. They're worried about the end of the world. It disrupts your continuity. It causes married couples and boyfriend-girlfriend couples to fight each other. A lot of times in relationships, this creates dysfunction. You know, people get upset, they get triggered, and they take it out on each other. So again, please be sure that you're not projecting your own fear of World War III into issues that your partner is doing and then becoming overreactive and hypersensitive. This is the most dangerous thing. It's not what's going to happen out in the world. It's actually what happens in your own life if you can't manage the stress that we're all going through together from this unrelenting attack that we're all suffering, which just superficially showed up, as does Yellow Jacket, and then my window resizing, and YouTube has changed the rules about my preview window and what I see, and that's terrifying because I don't want anything to change. I don't want anything to change when I'm doing the show because it can throw everything off. This looked like I wasn't even going to be able to broadcast again. I finally figured out, you know, there's no explanation. You just have to kind of figure out, okay, why is it doing this? How do I fix it? So again, the Wicker Man, let's talk about this first because this is really important. The Wicker Man, then we'll talk about the crop formations of 2023, which you can find at cropcircleconnector.com. We just did a show not too long ago on crop formations, showing that they've been going on since, I don't know, 700 AD or thereabouts, 800 AD, something like that. And so they've probably been here the whole time. It is not the result of two drunk guys named Doug and Dave. I actually am feeling a lot better now. I'm really glad that I got the base layer and the socks on because now my legs aren't freezing and I can be more comfortable doing the show. So what is the Wicker Man? As I said before, the Wicker Man is the idea of a movie in 1971. That's the title. And in the movie, there is a weird satanic island where everybody on the island is essentially a satanic pagan. And they're all doing like fertility ceremonies. They're having sex out in public in groups. They're dancing around the maypole. They believe in these weird, you know, evil religions that they're kind of integrating them together. And this somebody dies on the island. This cop goes out to investigate, and they end up framing the cop and leading him into a wicker man, which is a giant statue of a human being made out of wood. And they burn him alive inside the wicker man after tricking him into wearing a jester costume. So this is actually a very important thing. They show these cabal symbols at the beginning of the movie, the all-seeing eye, all this other stuff. It is a transparent releasing of their agenda. So yes, if you want to see a movie that'll really open your eyes, you got to watch Wicker Man 1971, the original one. It is a manifesto of who they really are when they came out of the closet and told you the truth with surprising accuracy. Michael Larson, hi David, could the crop circles represent plasma balls coming off of the sun? Dude, that's a brilliant idea. I gotta say, that is a brilliant idea. Yes, because look at what we got here. We have the sun, and then we have, yes, what looks like balls shooting off of the sun. And that was the whole idea that we talked about in other weeks, that, you know, there's portal effects going on at places like Avebury. That's where they printed this. So yes, Michael Larson for the win. Absolutely, dude. Wicker Man was an amazing movie. It does have sex in it. You got to be aware of that. It's probably not something you want to watch with your kids. But, you know, the point is that if anybody tries to investigate them, they will set you up and kill you because they're all in on it together. And they will all defend the interest of their cult, their organization. They don't care about your life. If you're going to go against them, they will just tear you down. So the Wicker Man is also now reversing back on them, where they are now the ones being walked into the Wicker Man by the Alliance. And in this case, we're dealing with a symbolic burning, not a literal death. And that relates to the book of Matthew 13, the metaphor of Jesus saying that the wicked will be plucked out from the just one by one, like weeds out of a field of wheat, and they will be gathered together in bundles and burned. And you know, that's looking pretty much like the way it's going. It's very fascinating that what the Alliance has been doing is systematically dismantling this organization, but man, they are tough and persistent, and they just keep on fighting, and it drags on and drags on. And I know you probably feel the same way that I have in the past, which is like, is this ever going to end? Are we ever going to get this to stop? Is it ever going to go away? Yes, it really is. So yes, Michael Larson, you're absolutely right. This is like portals coming off of the sun. And so the Wicker Man thing is what it all ties back to. So let's go to these crop formations of 2023, because I don't want to be talking all day. I only want this part of the show to last like 2 hours, and we're already over an hour in. So the first one that we got last year, Broadhinton, Wiltshire, had the swords of Archangel Michael, arguably like scimitars. And so, again, these crop circle formations seem to be saying that whoever is making these is very much in support of the work that I'm doing. I do believe this is not me. It's not my regular egoic David Wilcock consciousness. It's Archangel Michael. And it's been a very humbling thing to have my life essentially chained to this agenda of Michael and the Alliance for 4 years. No social interactions, living alone in this house. It's very unsuitable. Most of the year, it's extreme suffering to live here, 8 months of winter a year. It's extremely cold. It's extremely bleak. We almost always have clouds and rain or snow. It hardly ever is sunny. That's why actually just filming in the sun, that video that I just showed you about Colin McGeezer, it's rare. I mean, it's cloudy right now. We had sun earlier, now it's cloudy again. So like I don't ever want to live here again for any long period of time. I'm never going to live here again for any long period of time because it's just so bad so much of the year. I am so sun-starved. I so want to be in the sun. And I want to have the money that I can live somewhere else besides here. But I have been stuck here financially because I'm in debt. So I've just had to survive. And so much of my life has really been survival. And then in the midst of this, where like physically it's extremely depressing, I'm $1.2 million in debt. I'm totally alone. And I, don't really have any friends except for a few really close allies. And Stavati Aerospace, of course. But like, we're all busy in Stavati, so I don't really talk to anybody that much from the company either. But, so the crop formations have definitely been aligning with the message of Michael, which would suggest that Michael is the one making these crop formations. And remember, in the book of Matthew, it talks about the field of wheat. Well, the crop formations appear in the field of wheat. The wicked will be plucked out from the wheat one by one and burned. And that's the wicker man analogy, is that there is apparently going to be a final reckoning for the DS where they're arrested and the top people are all drawn in. And I think that the war that we're seeing right now and the riots that we just saw is all the final stage. They said it's the last stand. The Alliance made that post. So the crop circles definitely seem to be aligning with my message. And some people say, oh, David's an egomaniac. Well, no, I actually think that it's important enough to the beings that do the crop circles that they want to make analogies to me repeatedly, because the work that they're doing through me is going to become something that everybody knows about. I do believe that. David Coupland says, David, you have friends here to talk to. I'm trying to learn from the law of one. Anger is not the answer. These things are all sent to try us. David in the UK. Alive and Thriving says, prana, data packets, and photons. You're right. Why not move to El Salvador? Hey, that's a great idea. Let's just leave America completely. Get the hell out of here. Hi, Dave, you should get a dog. Well, I had the dog and she died. And the whole point is I don't want to have a dog now so I can actually travel and get this company funded. Anyway, here's the crop circle. It also, I think, looks like, as Chris said, it looks like a bladed fan turbine for vertical takeoff and landing. It's a beautiful formation. Again, Archangel Michael related. That was the first one of the year. And it also looks like the hats of the little Egyptian guy that we see at the last formation of the year, which I only noticed that right now. So in fact, what I'm going to do is let me capture this as a photograph, and then we'll go ahead and paste that back into the show later on at the right time. You'll see what I'm talking about. Then in Giulietta, Italy, or Giulietta, Italy, we had Capriano del Colle. This was a change around the October eclipse. And sure enough, right when this happened was the Israel war. It was fascinating that it broke out a week before on October the 7th. So this again shows that whoever's doing these crop formations seems to be aware of what's what in the world, and they're giving us various prophecies, which is why the latest one that we got is so exciting. So there you go with that. The annular solar eclipse on October 14th. And we had Pottern Hill, Wiltshire on June 7th. This was, again, the blossoming sun. It's like the sun, but it also looks like petals. And that, again, seems to indicate the same thing Michael was talking about. which is the sun transforming our DNA into a higher life form. And as we saw with Ighena, the Italian scientist, you don't need to be born to have this happen and be in an embryonic state. That he took an adult apricot tree and turned the apricots into apples in only 16 days. So these energy forms that are coming off of the sun, which again, the latest formation shows us the same thing. These energy forms transform our DNA, and apparently we get a non-catastrophic ascension. So then we had round way down, which was the radar crosshairs formation. This was very interesting because a year later we had the, right when 47 was shot at and got hit in the ear, we had another crosshairs that appeared. So this definitely seems to be about that the DS is the one in the crosshairs and that they're not going to be able to win. They're actually going to be defeated, which is part of our ascension. June 18th, Eastleigh Court, Wiltshire. We again had an image of fan blades and the idea of the tetrahedral geometry. These three fan blades show up, and it's right next to a barrow, or actually a mound. That's what you see on the left. This is a prehistoric Celtic mound that harnesses energy, pyramid power. So yeah, this is showing us how everything is transforming. And again, it looks like fan blades. It suggests free energy. Then we had June 26th, Aylesbury, Hampshire, the all-seeing eye, and again, coming in for a landing like a plane. This also, I want you to notice, you've got a series of round circles on sticks going into a central point. That is the basis of this wicker basket formation, which again, the Wicker Man movie is what's now happening to them. They are the ones being marched into a trap by the Alliance. It doesn't represent physical death. Most of them will just go to jail. There will be a few arrests that are actually going to lead to capital punishment based upon the discernment of the judge, but I don't really think it's going to be most of them, because the public just doesn't have the kind of stomach for that, no matter how traumatized they are by what they're going to hear. So this clearly looks like the eye. It clearly looks like landing lights, like a craft flying in, and you've got this Wicker Man, wicker basket formation of the circles on the sticks. And we had two images show up on July 4th at Chelandham Lane, Hampshire, indicative of sacred geometry and vibration. This was in 2023. That was the first one. And again, all this geometry is related to what we've been talking about over the last year. The ripples inside the square, that's again how geometry turns into, vibration turns into geometry. You see the ripples like sound waves, or it's very, very interesting. Then we had July 7th, Norton Plantation. We have the womb, the classic womb formation arranged into a vast circle. So if you look carefully, there's areas where three of these semicircles join together and they look like the human womb. And that has a lot of interesting application to the idea of the awakening of the goddess, the activation. It's also the flower of life. This is another, that we are being reborn through this cosmic solar womb. It also represents the sun, giving birth to a new humanity, transforming our DNA. July 9th, Lane End Down, Hampshire, was our main wicker basket formation of 2023, and now we just had another one. So here it is from the side. Lane End Down, again, is the name of this one. And if you look up really closely, you can see that they did a very interesting lay pattern. That's where the crop lays down, and it looks like there's a circle in the middle with then solar rays coming off of it. So that clearly does seem to indicate the sun. And yes, as Michael Larson was saying, it's like the portals coming off of the sun, these bubbles of energy coming off of the sun as well. So that's the new wicker basket formation. And again, let's compare it to the original so you can see what I'm talking about. Now, this is the new one, and then on the left here, you're going to see the original wicker basket formation. Now, this showed up on August 11, 1999, right at the time of the great alignment of August 11, 1999, that my Michael Prophecies said this was the Grand Cross. It was a very interesting alignment of planets. And it was only 1 month off from the Nostradamus prophecy that sounded like nuclear war. In the 7th month, from the sky will come the great king of terror. 7th month of the year 1999. That's what Nostradamus actually said. So that would have been, July 1999. Here it is only a month later, and from the sky will come the great King of Terror. A lot of people interpreted that as a nuclear war, the King of Terror being a missile. So this whole thing from the beginning was heavily tied in with the Nostradamus prophecy about a missile war. And now we have a missile war between Iran and Israel. And they're both pounding each other. And Israel keeps getting hit, and Iran has been hit. They had a decapitation strike. So again, 1 month after the Nostradamus prophecy expected us to have nuclear war, we had August 11th, 1999, that was a biblical conjunction of astrological alignments that were really quite terrifying. We had, for example, the Grand Cross, where all these planets in our solar system are in a cross. That suggests the Christian crucifix. And it happens on August 11, 1999, and the signs that they show up in represent the 4 beasts of the apocalypse. So it was, and I can't remember all of it exactly, but it was Taurus the bull, Leo the lion, Scorpio, which in this case represents the eagle, and then Aquarius represents the man. There's your 4 beasts of the apocalypse. I wrote 7 books about this, okay, and I really got into it back in the day, in 1999. So there were many crop circles that were getting us ready for August 11, 1999. We didn't really know what was going to happen. I was hoping it would turn into full ascension. And on the very day of August 11, 1999, that Michael has since said it was 11:11 a.m. was the alignment that we all knew to expect. It was solar eclipse correlated with this Grand Cross, the crucifixion of the planetary Christ. A planetary crucifixion on August 11, 1999. On that very day, we got this crop circle on the left. Solar spheres, emanation, effervescence is alive and thriving. And we're almost up to 5,000 viewers. So this one was very interesting because if you look at the areas in between the circles, the one on the left, you notice that it looks woven together like burlap or like wicker, like a wicker basket. And so this formation was very interesting because we'd never seen so much texturing in a crop circle before, where it actually looks like wicker. And at the same time that this crop formation came through, I was getting dreams about the Wicker Man, which I didn't even understand back then, and that JFK Jr. was the Wicker Man, that he was marched into his death when he was going to run for president and destroy George W. in one theory, or the other theory was he'd run for New York Senate, and then she wouldn't have gotten it, which would have destroyed their plan. Jim Garrigus, your work is important. Keep up the good work. It must be important if they are trying to stop you. I agree, man. Now that my feet are warm, it feels better and I'm happier. So, but again, I know you guys support me, and I do enjoy doing the show while I'm live. It's all the stuff in between that really sucks. And, so yeah, he was Arkansas-sided. That's absolutely right. JFK Jr. definitely, something bad happened to him. And also, this is the August 11th, almost to the day, is when Putin started to run Russia. And you can look at that however you want. We talk about that in the book, what's really going on there. So this, again, the wicker basket formation, when you tie it in with the Wicker Man analogy and what my dreams were saying, which I would have had time to put them in if I hadn't been dive bombed by the Yellow Jacket. So clearly they don't want me to talk about this because this demonic attack stopped me from getting that dream into this show. But we will have it next week. I'm going to keep on talking about this. The point was that this is your wicker basket formation, and then the one on the right has the textured sun in the middle. The sun is given off portals. And so it was very, very high for me, very high experience to see this happen. And now, again, here's the one that we just got. Avebury, June the 8th. And I had just been talking about Avebury in the last 2 weeks. This, again, looks like the sun. It looks like a solar flash prophecy. Michael Larson was right about the portals, and so we can now put it side by side with the original wicker basket formation. Notice also the new one, the Avebury one, has the pentagonal geometry. The larger circles are in a pentagon. The smaller circles, I didn't even have time to make an illustration of that again because I was attacked. But look at the comparison, and this is very thematic. So the August 11th, 1999 JFK Jr. Death Crop Circle The 1111 portal, the activation of humanity into a higher vibration. This does appear to represent the solar flash. Wicker basket and the latest one are perfectly correlated. There it is now on the left with the one that we had in 2023 on the right. So it's highly exciting to me to see this. Then on July 9th, we had the Shield of Archangel Michael crop formation. It turns out that the exact number of squares and lines inside this adds up to Michael, which is Archangel Michael. So this actually does have an alphanumeric code for Archangel Michael in it. And I did that video in October 2023 under extreme bad conditions. But we'll have to go back and revisit that as well. So Archangel Michael is being highly flagged in these formations. Then July 25th, we had the bat signal. And again, they did the wicker basket formation. We'll come back to that bat signal for a second. This is one of the ones the Alliance responded to. But again, we have the circles on the outside on sticks coming out of what probably represents the sun. So this again represents the sun releasing portals, transforming our DNA. This is a consistent motif. These beings don't just spoon feed you anything. You have to solve puzzles. And this was another puzzle to solve that is totally in alignment with the other wicker basket formations. Then we had Kit's Lane, the eye in the telescope, again showing, and it's got the wicker basket thing, the check marks, the squares look like wicker. So the eye, the all-seeing eye, this negative cult is under attack. We are all seeing them now. That's what that's about. Combe Hill, July 30th, had the fivefold geometry with the DNA crescent. Again, I believe this is talking about DNA evolution. I'm not going to go into all that again, but you know the DNA is pentagonal. We just talked about that a few weeks ago. August 2nd, Preston Grange was the NATO symbol. This is very weird because, NATO is in the crosshairs, and it's similar to the crosshairs formation. And yes, NATO was not necessarily all our friends. We have to reform our institutions. Notice that they created this pentagon. You could see that as satanic if you wanted to. Hey, maybe that's what it is, just think about it. And then we had Wayland's Smithy in Oxfordshire, August 4th, the callback to one of the original crop circle designs that started all this, which was the tetrahedron in the sphere. You got the clear illustration of tetrahedrons and spheres. If you make it three-dimensional, that's what it would be. So I loved that one. And then August 10th, one of the grand finales, the Solar Logos formation that calls back images from 2012. Same kind of thing, which was the 2012 alignment. And remember, this is what the planets would be like on December 21st, 2012. And then they came back and did it again. And the sun widened out to Venus, as you now see on the left, suggesting a major solar event. And then on the right, you have the cell wall with all the little organelles outside, suggesting the transformation of our biology into a light body, because all of those cell organelles are now outside the cell, and the cell is completely clean inside, suggesting that it's no longer biological. We had the stunning King David Kabbalah formation, also appeared in the same year that I was doing the Michael Prophecies, that are now time looped into the present. In fact, this formation shows up only about a month or so. It was in May, so it shows up only about a month or so after the end of our time loop that we're in week after week right now. So we hadn't covered the grand finale of the 2023 season, which happened right as I was about to go to Las Vegas to try to close a deal for Stavati. Roundway Hill. And so Vegas is about dice. And this one again has what looks like dice in the middle. And it's got the wicker basket formation again, which is that you've got little circles on lines that go out from a center. So, and there's also a wicker implied in the pattern of the geometry around this thing. So yeah, this was very interesting. It was the grand finale of the year, and it suggests that we're rolling the dice, that we've taken the right steps, and that we're going to have this very positive ascension experience. So again, let's go back to July 25th, Hatherton Lane. This was the bat signal. And when you zoom in on it, yeah, it's got the wicker basket stuff. It's the same thing they just showed us again. But it does look like the image of Batman sort of in the middle at that low sun angle as the sun is setting. And they aligned it with the sunset. They did that on purpose, most likely. Then the Alliance actually posted this on November 3rd, shortly thereafter, a bat signal communication. Dan Scavino posted this video, exactly 60 seconds. Oh my God. So you guys, what's happening right now is that YouTube is demanding that I verify that it's me. An extra layer of security needs to keep your account safe. What that means is they're going to hit me with a two-factor identification, and you would not believe this. It's actually heckling me and demanding that I verify my identity during the show. I'm going to have to go get my phone, so I'm going to have to mute again. So let me just do that really quick. Sorry, everybody, but this is so crazy. I am so sick of this. If you don't think I'm being attacked, this should completely ease your mind. I'm actually being asked during a live stream, while I'm on the air, that I have to verify my identity to prove that it's me. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm nervous. Let's do this. Here we go. Click next. Oh my God. Text message has been sent. Let's see if we can get it. Okay, I got my two-factor. It came in. I can barely even... Let's bring on the glasses. So, Colin Magaza, mate. Okay, so... Okay, well, I'm allowed back into my own show. Apparently, I'm actually David Wilcock, and I actually am allowed to do my own... Trying not to curse. I'm pissed. I am pissed off. I have never had... I mean, obviously, something is going on because I have never had so much interference. Who the hell validates your ID in the middle of a show? I had to go get my phone. Anyway, thank you guys. Let's see what you have to say about all this. You're over the target. Cheers. It never ends. LOL. I get it. Relax and breathe. You've got this. Prayers. Why are they so weird? I would be pissed off too. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. You shouldn't have to do it. They suck. It's crazy. You're over the target. Just relax. You need a drink. Yeah, it's hard to be sober. I mean, honestly, like, in some ways, the medication made this much, much easier. I would just... deal with the fact that I'm $1.2 million in debt. Deal with the fact that several people want to kill me. They're trying really hard to do it. They're trying to drive me crazy. Deal with the fact that we got this horrible stalker, troll, terrorist, domestic violence terrorist person that's constantly coming after me. Totally insane and unfair. Yeah, you're right. Somebody might be trying to hack your account right now, says Vacapalo. Live and thriving like you haven't been live streaming for years. LOL. Yes, I did. The unmitigated gall. I mean, have you ever heard of anybody being asked to have to validate their own identity on their own live stream while they got 5,000 people watching live? It's infuriating. Okay, I did it, and I'm on the air, and everything worked, and I got my phone, and you guys didn't have to wait. Yeah, the medication did make it a lot easier. I have to say, I don't want to diss the value of that because it is really the only medical treatment for PTSD that anybody's ever found that really works. And so if you've been going through just absolute hell, it can help you. And anyway, so the bat signal formation, let's just try to get back to where we were. This again was Hatherden Lane, Hampshire, July 25th. Since I'm being attacked so badly, this must be a really important show, right? We must be really close to the end now. So again, it's gorgeous. And then there's this bat signal in the middle. And again, it symbolizes the sun giving off all these portals, as we've been talking about. It represents the transfiguration of our DNA. The bat signal represents the alliance. That it's like when Gotham City's really in trouble, they put the bat signal on the sky, and then that's when Batman shows up. Charlie Winter. Hello, David. Just breathe, brother. You have them scared. We are with you. Sending love. Don't let them bait you. I mean, I've never even heard of that. I've never even heard of somebody having to validate their identity in the middle of a show with 5,000 people watching. Give me a freaking break. Got to be careful what I say. So yes, sobriety is really hard because one of the ways that I got through this without totally destroying myself was PTSD medication. It was extremely helpful. I don't want to denigrate its importance, and I don't think there should be shame around it. And if you have to use it and you can do it legally in your state, then by all means, you know, that's my attitude. It's not a bad thing. It really isn't. So then we had this bat signal communication, as you can see right here. Shortly thereafter, Tucker comes out and really hits the nail on the head to my whole perspective, what we've been doing with this Michael stuff, that yes, the UFOs have a really dark component. Spiritual component I don't fully understand. Well, yeah, the whole point is, what we're trying to tell you is that the UFO stuff is the same thing that was in the Bible, same craft they were flying around. Alive and Thriving says the ghost in the machine, thus the need for a flash. Absolutely. So we're all going to get this dumped on us. Tucker was probably briefed, and that's why he was pre-framing the narrative. And it was the top thing on Gateway at the time. So the latest formation, the one that we just had before the one that we got, shows the end of the Mayan calendar. That was Gallup on the top left. And again, the Aztec sunstone has a similar type of thing inside of it. There were 2 rings around it suggesting ETs coming in, as we talked about that. And I said the layout resembles the original structure of Avebury, which is this serpent-like stone ring. The ring in the middle at the top is still there. A lot of the other stones were destroyed, but some of them are still around. And so, sure enough, the next crop formation that we got that again did the wicker basket was printed at Avebury, which is really, really interesting. It also resembled the 2015 Santa Catarina symbol in Ipuachu. As you can see right here, St. Catherine also looks like the all-seeing eye again. So these guys are in the crosshairs once more. And here's some other crop formations, as we discussed, that all kind of link it together. So St. Catherine is the divine feminine, another symbol of how we will become like saints. We will be ascending. Dorset, England, again, you've got those leaves. You've got the eclipse. It's the pregnant mother goddess, and it's the solar rays coming off of her. The sun transforms our DNA. They only speak in symbol, but again, this is curiously similar to the one from 2020 in Brazil. And as I said, I believe that a massive portal event is going to occur. Apparently, when we grow up as a planet and we finally arrest our oppressors and we expose the truth to the people, there's so many people that don't know what's going on. It's really sad. As you know, it's like a bifurcated world. Misha 777 sending protection your way. There's an Avebury formation in the U.S. as Rio Dragon. I hadn't heard that one. So yeah, there's definitely a limit to the value of using PTSD medication. If you do it every day consistently, you are going to get cannabis use disorder, which will lead to a lot of anxiety that you really don't want to have. So the best thing you can do is not to have to use it, obviously. But if you do, then, you know, just do it sparingly. But, I mean, it can help people in many, many ways, and it should not be ridiculed or laughed at or said that it's just a drug or it's something evil or bad or that you're a drug addict if you do it. No. It can be life and death for people. There are some soldiers with PTSD who can't even function or leave the house, and this totally changes them and gets them out back in society. And I had so much PTSD, it was like that for me. After my divorce, for months, I just couldn't even leave the house. I was totally traumatized very, very significantly. It lasted almost a year. And that was when I was working on Michael Prophecies. And then I eventually got back on video in 2023. So again, Avebury, June the 8th, 2025, does totally now show up consistently with all of these other wicker basket formations that in my book, I already equated this with the downfall of the DS, the final stand. And so to me, this shows us that they are not winning. They are not going to get World War III. They're not going to get their agenda met. And everything they try to get this to happen makes it worse. So now what I want to do next, and again, I didn't have time because of the dive-bombing Yellow Jacket attack that I suffered. I was going to build in a whole bunch of text at this point. I didn't get a chance to do that. Symbol is worth 1,000 words, says Alive and Thriving. You're absolutely right. So let's now go through the events of the last week, and I think you'll start to see how all this adds up. So Monday, June the 9th, we had the military being used against rioters in Los Angeles, something that we were told all along would be the final stage of the plan. When we're right at the end and it's almost getting ready to happen, you know, and they're going to grab the top people, the way it would start is that public riots will be organized in large numbers to stop them from being arrested. And, you know, that at that point, they're going to use the military to quell the riots. And so that's exactly what we're now seeing. I mean, this whole week has been crazy. Full Marine battalion of 500 deploying to L.A. Newsom is suing over the National Guard. That got quashed by the judge, thank God. Now it became a full battalion of 700 soldiers. That's very significant. In addition to 2,000 National Guard, you got 700 Marines. And it's turned into anarchy over there. And again, thank God I don't live in L.A. anymore. I'm so glad to have gotten out of there before this happened. Tuesday, June the 10th, the military got beefed up even more to another 2,000 National Guard on top of the ones that were already there. So now we're up to 4,700 soldiers of different kinds. And this is probably why we didn't have any epic violence, why these pallets of cinder blocks didn't lead to any epic death, which again, they would have blamed it on us. They would have said that it was our side that was going against the protest. And that didn't happen, nor did this Israel to Iran thing lead to any type of World War III. I don't think it will, because honestly, after this week, my time loop messages don't even have anything like that in again. There's no war next week, but there is this week in the time loop. So then the CNN is being triggered by the description of the rioters. Oh, this is a very serious word. And then, again, little noticed in the hubbub of everything else is that strikes on the capital of Ukraine, 500 drones and missiles were launched, so it's bringing it to an end. They're on their very last legs. You're just never going to hear about it till it's really over. And they're not going to surrender. We already figured that out. So emergency restraining order, because now we're up to 4,000, so 4,700 troops of different kinds. And then they wanted this nationwide color revolution. There was this really scary map that made it look like just everybody is going to be out on the streets. It's going to be the whole country. And it really wasn't that bad, and nobody did anything violent. And we skated right through no kings like no big deal, which is awesome. And then this was really cool. 47 saying that the total of tariffs that we're now going to agree to is 55%, where they get 10%, which means that if you knock off 10% from 55%, you get to 45%. And that's very ironic because our own Stavati Aerospace deals, our ideal percentage was 45%. And so this is almost exactly, it is exactly the same percentage that we were trying to negotiate in our own deals. And that was really cool, you know. So the tariff war was really scary, and that whole thing is basically ended now. It's kind of quiet. Nobody talks about it because they're focused on the negative. But yeah, this is a very, very good thing. And then, ironically, with all the stuff they're trying to do to troll me, I mean, who the hell gets ID verified during your live stream? How rude. But I didn't lose audio. I just went and got my phone and we verified it. He actually did. So, like, the same kind of stuff they try to do to me happens to them. It's reverse karma. And he looks terrified. His eyes, I mean, I don't know if he was crying or drinking or snorting something or what, but he just looks awful. He really does. Like, Gavin, I'll give you a hint, buddy. Visine before you do a taping. Drop Visine in your eyes. It'll help a lot, okay? Just a free tip from David Wilcock. So then I start to say, you know, this probably is going to lead into something. Wednesday is when we started to get tip-offs that there was going to be a war and that it might be, again, really scary and biblical. Thankfully, it hasn't been, but it is scary. It's just not World War III. So then again, the WrestleMania thing kind of sputtered out, and he apologized, though he used the word regret. He didn't say sorry, but still, it counts as an apology. Said he went too far. So the U.S. prepared all non-essential staff to depart from Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain embassies. This was looking really scary, and I'm like, uh-oh, something's going to happen. Sure enough, it did. So that's why I took pictures of all this. When he was asked why U.S. personnel are being moved out, he said, you'll have to see. 2 days later, we did. Now, he didn't want this to happen, but they did apparently tell him they were going to do it, and the Alliance allowed them to do it. Now, there was a precision decapitation strike against hardliners. We'll get into that in a minute. So, they informed U.S. officials, so we were told on Wednesday, fully ready to launch an operation into Iran, but they're still trying to meet with Iran for the 6th round of talks. So we did get to hear about this in advance. We were being warned. If you paid attention, okay, that was good on you. So we were on high alert, a potential Israeli strike on Iran, watching and worried, more serious than any other time in the past. I said, yeah, something's going to happen. So that's why I took all these pictures. Now, this was really cool. I mean, he signed a new executive order to make flying cars a reality and slash flight times. So this was very, very exciting. This is the main text of the thing on the website. And if you zoom in, what does it say? He signed 3 executive orders to accelerate domestic drone production, secure our airspace, and position us to once again lead the world in supersonic technology. Well, we just came out with an airliner that if we just nudged it a little bit faster, it goes above the speed of sound, and that would break certain laws right now. So this looks, because, you know, we can cruise at Mach 0.095. Mach 0.95, which is just 0.05 below Mach 1, at which point you break the sound barrier, at which point you hear a noise. Now, supersonic aircraft, which again, once we have the UFO type stuff, the hover car stuff, yeah, you're going to be traveling faster than the speed of sound. You're going to travel faster than Mach 1. And there were laws in the way that would have made it hard for us to have hover cars that go faster than the speed of sound. 3 executive orders just wiped that away. I mean, right as our company's getting funded, this was totally awesome, and it's great for you and for me. Decades of regulatory gridlock grounded advancements in drones, flying cars, and supersonic flight. With today's executive orders, we are giving America's innovators greater abilities to test, develop, and commercialize cutting-edge aircraft to reshape aviation, according to the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy Director Michael Kratsios. These actions will unleash a new era of American aviation dominance. We just went to the Air Dominance Summit, spoke there, fostering innovation, driving economic growth, and protecting our national security. I mean, it's basically like the Stavati executive order. There are other people doing this kind of stuff, but this very specifically targets all the things we're working on, including the supersonic airliner. So way to go, administration. Thank you guys so much for this. And then it says, today's executive orders accelerate drone innovation, secure supply chains, reduce reliance on adversarial nations, repeal regulations that stalled supersonic flight, and assert our leadership in emerging aviation sectors, creating a pilot program to test flying cars, electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. That's what we're doing. That's what my company's doing, you guys. Also, the orders address growing threats of criminal, terrorist, and foreign misuse of drones inside our airspace. All that drone scare that we had, oh, they're dealing with that too. So, again, this was so awesome. I'm like, man, like right when we need all the regulations to be fixed so that we can actually develop this technology, boom, there it was. Now, on Thursday, we got a briefing from the Alliance that this was her last stand, that the No Kings was her last stand. Well, that definitely implies that they're getting ready to finish the job and actually do the arrests, right? If it's the last stand, that means it's not like there's several other moves you can make. This is the last big move they could make. And again, even if the turnout was decent, nobody did anything bad. So they didn't get any of their useful catastrophe where they have the, if it bleeds, it leads, a single drop of blood is 1,000 bumps. Nothing like that happened. They didn't get any useful crisis that they could then declare an emergency and say that this president is a dictator and da-da-da-da-da. None of that stuff happened. And it was the last stand. So this came out, and I was really super excited. They're still declassifying stuff. 54 new documents related to RFK, delivering the commitments to maximum transparency, shining light on info in our public interest. And once again, on Thursday, they're considering taking military action in the coming days, according to 3 sources familiar with the situation. So we were being warned. And then Trump himself actually said that the strike could very well happen. So they definitely told him something was going on. So then here she was saying the right to peacefully protest is fundamental. It is in the Constitution. No president can nullify it because in the U.S. we have no kings. Join the indivisible team and more this weekend to make your voice heard. So here she is, essentially the main figurehead of the opposition, the biggest celebrity name. And then they did this. And what was so fascinating about this is what he says right here. This is our alliance source. This is Ezra, right? And he actually said her last stand. Well, there's really no ambiguity on what that means. It doesn't mean that she's got 5 more moves or 3 more moves or even 2 more moves. Last stand means this is your last move. You can't do anything else. If this doesn't work, if you don't get the objectives met that you want to have, you're done. So that was one thing that I thought was really interesting about this. Another thing is, look at the hat specifically. Doesn't that look exactly like a jester's hat? Oh, Charlie Winner, you said something interesting here. BN, we'll just go with that, the head of the small country. That's the initials of his name. He just told Fox that Iran was behind the assassination attempts against the president, and they are still trying. That's what they were talking about today, because we got something about how they're trying to create new strategies, new FFs, all that kind of stuff. Very, very interesting. Let's hope they don't validate my identity again, but I do have my phone right here. I'll just keep it there, even though it's giving off EMFs or whatever. So again, her last stand, that's very fascinating, but notice the hat, that this actually looks like the jester's hat. Very specifically, it's got all the stuff hanging off of it, and then with the red X, it's got dangling bits coming off of it. And don't you know, this is a diss against your dear old daddy. Because my past life supposedly is King David. If you believe that I was Edgar Casey before, we pioneered in that lifetime, with my help with Michael, I guess, the use of I was a comic, and that was one of the things that I was known for. And so they're saying no kings, and then they use the jester's hat. Well, that shows how much they hate me. Because I was King David, I pioneered the jester's hat, and that's the name that they give it, no kings, and then they create the jester's hat. And they're saying it's her last stand. So I think they're really pissed off about this. Let's go back to Lionsgate, the big grand finale of last year, 2024, on 8/8, the Lionsgate date. We got Lionsgate at Etchelhampton Hill, and it does look like 6 King David jester's hats. So again, they knew what they were doing. This had all these different layers of meaning. It's like the pushing of the cosmic button, which would represent the threat of nuclear war, which we're now in. So let's actually go through all the different layers of meaning that this has. First of all, we have, I'm not sure what Dan's style is, but anyway, it made sense when I wrote it. 6 of these type of leaves or iodes, which again represents the advancement of human DNA, as we saw in this original formation that again looks like the Milky Way with DNA coming off of it, and the yod in the middle, indicating divine energy manifesting, like we see in the Tower of Destruction. Those yellow pieces of shell pasta are called yods, and that's what we see in this DNA. Each of the pieces of DNA has the yod in the middle. So this is quite directly a prophecy about the evil kings and queens being dethroned, the Tower of Destruction, the final downfall of the negative. That's all implied in here. We also get the idea that there's going to be a Black Swan event, which now we're seeing what that is. The Israel attack definitely qualifies as a Black Swan event. Notice the shape of the swan's head, and you'll notice that it's like the thumb of the hand. It's like the swan's head is pointing to the left on the crop circle here, and in the right on the other one. But yeah, these represent black swans, black swan events. And again, it looks like a finger pushing, looks like a finger pushing a nuclear button, as you can see right here. So the black swan event, and again, I might have missed a couple slides here. So again, the Hebrew, we got the 6 leaves or yods. I just want to make sure I got these slides in because I might have been off camera. And so that's part of the symbolism from the DNA crop circle that we talked about. The divine energy manifesting is the Tower of Destruction card, and those shell pastas that you see, the downfall of negative kings and queens. And then it also has little black swan heads in it. As you can see right here, the head is just below in the crop circle. It's just below the height of the head on the other side. But it also looks like a hand. Actually, let's do it this way. It looks like a hand pushing a nuclear button, like he's pushing the button to start World War III. This was the grand finale crop circle of last year. And so the black swan event could be a financial collapse. It could represent pushing the nuclear button, as I just said. And it has other meanings as well because it looks like a can opener. So as they do this war, it's like they're opening a can of worms. Plus, it looks like 2 iterations of 666, which ties in with how evil they are. You can see the 6s in there. There's a spiral symbol that is similar to other things we saw in the FBI database. And the previous formation had this as well. The one that you see on the right was the formation that actually appeared. And then Sheila Jackson here has her ring, which has that same shape coming out of the FBI database. You know what that's about. She was the congresswoman who wore a ring with the FBI recognized symbol for BL. And then shamelessly defended GS, saying he's a contributing American, jeopardizing his life. He doesn't deserve that. He's a patriot. Well, now we're seeing he's about to be dragged into Congress. That's coming up. Why does she wear this symbol as her ring? So yes, the crop formations were definitely showing this to us in what they drew in the crops. It's all very much interrelated. So one layer of meaning about this King David symbol from last year was the alliance defeating the DS. Also, it represents our light body in its prenatal state because it does look like a fetus there. You can see that symbolism very clearly. And now the black swan head is upside down and it's not in the foreground. Again, it really does seem to be the hand of God trying to push the cosmic trigger, not for World War III, but for Ascension. So we're going to take a different tour of these different images of this formation from last year. I'm just going to go through these pretty fast so you can get a sense of, yes, this really did appear in wheat. It was quite stunning. And there was 2 mounds nearby, which again, the harnessing of natural earth energy. And lots of beautiful stuff here. And it also suggests the court jester. This is King David. He pioneered that, and now they just did no kings, and they use a very similar styled icon for their graphic there. So even in the write-up on Crop Circle Connector, they said it's made from 6 jester's hats, which is, again, the symbol of King David. A legendary court jester may be returning soon. Well, he already did. That would be me. Will the jester be putting down his landing wheels soon? Well, yeah, that's what we're doing with Stavati. And I talked about Wind Cries Merry at the time, that the jacks are put in little boxes. That's the first line of the song. And it's a court jester that also looks like the headdress of Horus. So that's the headdress right there. And now let me go ahead and stick in for you guys the image of the other circle that we had. Because I want you to see this. So hold on one second. Let's do that. We're going to delete all this, and then we're going to paste that image. And then we're going to put that next to the image of this. So hold on, let me make this look good. Sorry, everybody. Let's just get you on a wider shot here so we can... All right. Okay, so back to the slide. We have the jester's headdress that also looks like Horus, which again, that's the name that Michael originally took So you see there's a symbolism with the Horus thing. And then the first formation we had in 2023 also has that interesting connection to Horus's headdress. I just built that right in front of you right now while we're doing it. That was one of the things I wanted you to see. The symbolic Archangel Michael is Ra. They're the same. That's what they say in the Michael prophecies. So again, very, very interesting, deep levels of symbology. And is this implying that the DS is a court jester, that they're about to be made fun of? Are they going to push the button of world destruction? That's what they're trying to do. But in the process, do they activate our cosmic trigger of ascension? Well, what was so weird about this is it appeared on 8/8, August 8th, which is Lion's Gate, at a place that's actually called Lion's Gate in England. Very, very interesting. So sure enough, here was some things I wrote about the Lion's Gate portal. This was a photograph that we showed from the Crop Circle website of all the people acknowledging that 8/8 represents the lion, which is Christ. Jesus and David, both of them represent in various ways the Lion of Judah, because David is the one who actually killed the lion. So Lion's Gate is therefore a symbol of Christ activation and return, and the Crop Circle researcher from Brazil, J.P. Passos, had a prophetic insight on this. He said, tomorrow is 888, we may have a notable crop circle over the Lion's Gate, and he was totally right, because it did appear. And then he deciphered this and said, because 8 is divine justice, 3 times the justice of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit will sound upon a condemned world. Because 888 is the number of the Logos Christ, and the Son is its greatest expression, being that the sign of Leo and the solar regency was placed on the shoulders of the Archangel Michael. Archangel Michael, the great prince of the army of God, who will sound the trumpet of the great gathering of 144,000 to be gathered by the loving hands of the Son Father. It's not just 144,000 people. That symbolizes the speed of light. If you do it in nautical miles per grid second, that gets into all the, what's his name? The guy from New Zealand, Bruce Cathey, he was into all that. So 144,000 is light speed in nautical miles per grid second. And I could explain all that, but I just don't feel like it. So anyway, August 29th, they came back and they added these extra dots onto the formation, which was really cool. They hardly ever come back and do anything like this. This was the grand finale, and again, further underlined how important this is. And again, the fingers are pushing on the cosmic buttons, and they're releasing these portals. Spherical portals are being shown coming off of that button. So again, it's very interesting that they did this no king's shape, that they're basically like dissing me as King David and the jester's hat in the actual graphic, and the protest didn't get what they wanted. Then they further tried to denigrate me by creating a fake crop circle. I don't even know if this is real, but supposedly this did happen. I got to get more confirmation. But it's like the jester, but it's also the devil because it's devil horns, and it looks like a clown. Now, you got to remember, this is not real. This is not done by the beings. If you look at the image for a while, you can see it has actually very bad symmetry. So, for example, look at the smile of the clown, the demon clown, because that's what they want you to see me as. This is the negative, that they do have the ability to make fake crop circles. They've certainly proven that in the past. So the smile is too high on one side versus the other, which the real crop formations don't do. You look at the left, it's higher up than the one on the right. And then I also want you to notice, too, that the eyes are not really circles. The circles are not pure and clean. Especially, I want you to look on the right-hand side, which would be his left eye, this demon clown. And notice that the demon clown's left eye is decidedly asymmetrical. The circle, it doesn't even look like a circle. It's not round. It's all kind of lopsided. And, you know, there's lines that they use to walk through this thing. This is a fake crop circle made by humans desperately trying to throw you off. So again, and they want me to be equated with the devil. But we're not going to fall for it. You know, this was not a real one. First crop circles ever made me feel dread. Yeah, but that's, they want you to feel scared. They want you to be afraid. It's not real. Okay? So now we're going to get back to our weekly news. They had a full internet blackout in Gaza, paralyzing the aid operation. This was right before the attack occurred, so they wanted to make sure nobody could do anything to them locally, I guess. So the blackout helped with that. There is a risk of a massive conflict. Well, that's exactly the type of exit pressure we need to get through this and get to the arrests. DOJ has launched an investigation into who's funding whatever is going on in LA. And then the IRS has been tasked. So DOJ and IRS tasked with investigating the sources of funding behind the riots. Well, this is a checkmate move. Once they reveal who was paying for this and they're subpoenaing him, you're going to see that in a second, it's game over. That's why they said last stand. All of these things we're seeing represent the final stages of the plan before they do the arrest, and the crop circles are totally validating. So you shouldn't be afraid. You should be ecstatic because we're almost done. And then they issue a security warning for the entire Middle East and Northern Africa. That was really cool. Much of the internet has broken. Google services, Snapchat, Cloudflare, Spotify, all down. That is true. It hit us during our board meeting. We could not call in for our board meeting. We had to use an alternative means of getting in. It took a half an hour. So I was directly hit by this. Dude, there it is. Massive blackouts and the internet shutdown is what we were expecting to happen right at the end of the plan. And you had one in Gaza, and then you just so happen to have one over here at the same time. Yeah, the DS is panicking. They know they're at the end. And look at all the crazy stuff that's happened to me. The yellow jacket attacking me. I have to ID verify myself in my own show. But we got 5,000 people watching. I mean, we're over the target. Something's getting ready to happen. It is happening. So then they're going to ban these ads as the TV networks will stand to get wrecked from it because that's their main source of funds. It makes up 24.4% of all the advertising minutes on evening news. Literally, quarter of all of the money they get is from something that should be regulated just like cigarette ads, which they can't run on TV at all. So that is another major, major kill shot that probably a lot of people overlooked, but it's you can't have the media lose 25% of their revenue. It's gonna wipe them out, and they know it. So they are looking at this like a fight to the death. Thus, they triggered this big war, the scare event, as we were warned would happen. Friday, June 13th, this war starts. 200 warplanes used against Iran, and even more brutal attacks will occur without the nuclear deal. I was looking at my TG, and like 132 posts on insider paper. What the hell could have happened? And then I figured out, oh, it's because there's this attack going on, and so there's just tons and tons of posts, but wow. So, you know, I decided not to jump the gun, not to do a show early. Let's just wait until Sunday. Let's see how bad this gets. Let's not project anything. Let's just give it a few days. We'll do the normal show on Sunday, and we'll just figure out where we are then. So they shut down their global embassies, fearing a backlash after they did this, and once again setting up the big arrests that the anti-propaganda against what they're trying to do to regulate law and order being spread by coordinated influencers, some claiming they were paid to produce propaganda. Very interesting. Friday the 13th ushers in a new war. It's causing oil prices to go up and futures to tumble. And then we have images of the destruction. It was really scary to watch this. It feels like the end of the world. Please don't freak out. Michael told us this was all going to be okay. And the official warned a strike could come as soon as Sunday unless they agreed to halt their production. So this is just a list of all the people that were actually wiped out. The Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, Commander of the Revolutionary Guard Corps, Commander of their headquarters at Khatem, Commander of the Revolutionary Guard Ground Forces, Commander of the Navy, Commander of the Space Force, Commander of the Quds Force of Revolutionary Guard, Commander of the Basij, Commander of the Army, Commander of the Army's Navy, Commander of the Army's Ground Forces, Commander of the Army's Ground Forces, Commander of the Air Force. That's what you call a decapitation, dude. That's like everybody important in the entire command structure of the entire country all taken out at the same time. And that's not all. There were other people, everybody that was associated with the nuclear program taken out. You can't really recover from that. And these were all the hardliners. These were the people that were very evil, and they want Sharia law, and they want to torture women and make them wear, you know, cloth over their face. You can't even see your face. Iran used to be the cosmopolitan country of the Middle East, the real, I heard this from multiple people familiar with the Middle East, that Iran was the most cosmopolitan, and in the late 70s you had this revolution, and it went back to Sharia law, and it went very backwards, and they've been this huge threat. And so yes, the alliance did not want those hardliners in position. So I believe that the small country was allowed to do this because the goal was ultimately reached of getting us towards world peace and not having these type of people in power anymore. So like, you just can't easily recover from a decapitation like this where all of the key people who make all the decisions are taken out simultaneously with very few casualties, I might add. So like, I'm not endorsing this by any means, but it's interesting as the fact that I'm now a political commentator commenting on something that already happened. We can't change the fact this happened, but it is, again, shocking that so many high-level, high-ranking officials in their military were all taken out at the same time. You cannot recover from that quickly or easily. These are jobs that take years to train people for. And then the alliance posts actually say that they have collapsed. Christina Kianka just donated, thank you very much, and we're at 5,300 people. So we're breaking through the 4,000 shield. That's so great. Thank you for being here. And they're fearing that the Iranian response could overwhelm the air defenses. Warnings of mass casualty event. That hasn't really happened, but they have gotten hit with some. So then here's BC. He's one of the most authentic commenters out there in my view. And he says his initial assessment of the situation is that BN is trying to drag us in and get us to fight their war for them, similar to the other guy. The DS are trying to derail him from accomplishing his mission and drag us into a direct war. Right, that's the last move they can make. It's their last stand. They needed something like this on the board. So check out what he says right at the beginning. This is on TG where he posts, again, the really, really hot stuff. He says, Iran has collapsed. That really shows you how heavy it is when you get that decapitation. The country no longer functions, which is interesting because now there's an opportunity for there to be a complete turnover of command away from hardliners, away from Sharia law, to free this country from something they didn't even want. You know, they were the most westernized, cosmopolitan state in the Middle East up until this takeover happened in the late 1970s, and then we had the Iranian hostage scandal right during the time that Carter and Reagan were running for president against each other, and Carter lost because he couldn't free the hostages. That was all part of this new regime that had gotten into power, and they become terrorists, and all this bad stuff. So we really don't want the hardliners in position anymore. Thus, this might have been why the alliance allowed this to happen. The other thing that I really thought was interesting, they say the next phase involves expanding their borders alongside efforts to eliminate that population. Well, that doesn't mean they're going to achieve this, okay? That's just what they're planning, apparently. Saudi Arabia, once seen as a rival, has been a covert ally throughout this process. Now, let's be clear. I don't think that represents the king, Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, because he's part of the alliance. But yes, that country obviously still has divided loyalties. Even though they did the mass arrest in November of 2017, it wasn't enough. And so there's still elements of this country that are loyal to them, and we're covertly working together on this. Isn't that weird and interesting? Something that you're probably not going to hear on most other people's shows, but I'm going to have it here for you. So the collapse of that country ultimately does fulfill the alliance's agenda, right as we see in the first sentence. So BC writes this, that the small country wanted to do this for months, and they were told to stand down, give a chance to negotiate, end this diplomatically, but they refused, so he stepped out of the way. He repeatedly warned them this would happen if they did not come to the negotiating table and get rid of their nuclear program. I don't agree with the strikes, and neither do I. I want to say the same thing as David. Iran were given more than enough warning, but they refused. Now that they're in a very weakened position, as again, the alliance just said they collapsed, their whole infrastructure of command is gone. He's now trying to step back into negotiations and give them an economic deal to resolve this, give them an off-ramp to end it before it gets worse. And I think that's what's going to happen. I really do. Do I agree with how this went down? Not really. I'd prefer never resulting to airstrikes. Perhaps the threat of not striking was greater. Maybe there's intelligence we don't know about. Maybe it's far more dire than we, the public, could have understood. Maybe they were going to use nuclear weapons. Michael talks about all this in the time loop, by the way. And I think he was right. I think that this would have been a lot worse, because that's what Michael just implies. On the bright side, the overall posture from the administration is they are not interested in engaging in the conflict directly. I don't see a scenario where U.S. troops are involved. I agree. Tensions are high. I don't think this is going to lead to WW3 or another drawn-out U.S. war in the Middle East. No. I don't even have war being mentioned next week in the time loop, so this is the last one. They launched hundreds of ballistic missiles. Not all of them were intercepted. They're still striking air bases, military installations. So yeah, it's scary as hell. I get that. But I'm telling you, don't freak out. So then Representative Anna is warning of a potential event at the upcoming protests, claiming provocateurs planning to wear gear to look like they're supporting the president. They want to stir up chaos during the weekend. So yes, they wanted this to happen. They set up multiple examples of this. The military caught them all. And they didn't get anything that they wanted out of this. So thank God. And the Alliance warned us this might happen right here. Then you see Missouri declared a state of emergency, activating National Guard in response to the riots. And again, nothing happened. Now this is really exciting, folks. GS and Neville have been summoned to testify before Congress over the claims that they funded the violence at these protests, according to Representative Anna. Dude, that's the first arrest that's the shot heard around the world that they talk about in the Post. And again, if I'd had the time, I'm not being attacked by demonic yellow jackets. I could have possibly gotten that in there. But the point is, the first arrest sets the stage for all the others. Imagine that it happens in Congress, that somebody's found guilty, and the whole thing starts to break open because that's what they were trying to do, is create this terror situation. So I cannot stress enough how significant this is. I cannot stress enough. This could be the big moment that breaks the watershed and brings the whole thing down. And they've already been subpoenaed. They're already going to have to go to Congress and be confronted by some very sassy people. And they're going to have, the Congress people are going to have evidence. They're going to be confronted with the actual evidence of people who were arrested, people who were captured. What did they say when they confessed? What did they say when they were being interrogated? It's going to be incontrovertible. They're going to have the receipts. They're going to have everything, and you are going to be blown away. 5,300 people watching now. So obviously I'm hitting the zeitgeist again. Thank you for being here. So then this said the U.S. is taking part in the fight against, well, this was a very limited thing. And again, remember, there's swamp elements still in the military. So just because swamp elements in the military were helping doesn't mean this was what 47 wanted. And that gets clarified a little bit later. And now they're saying they're going to use weapons to target civilians. Ooh, we don't like that at all. That's not good. So this next one says, the people I was dealing with, the hardliners, are dead. And then Dana Bash says, what you're saying is that they've now killed the people you were dealing with? He says, well, they didn't die of the flu or COVID. So the people I was dealing with, the hardliners, are all dead. Isn't that interesting? That means the country can now move forward without hardliners, which again, the Alliance probably allowed this to happen because it does meet an objective in the long term. So now we got the war buildup. This is the part that's meant to scare you. It's the, look at 736 people did the puke icon. You see that? They feel like it makes them want to puke. Alive and Thriving says, let the rivers flow. Pentagon orders destroyers, including the USS Thomas Hudner, toward the eastern Mediterranean. Yep. Very, very intense stuff is going on right now. Warships are being moved in. People are afraid of World War III. Look at all the areas of Israel that are under high alert, red alert. That's like their entire country, their entire population is in terror. So this is something they've never been through before. They've never been afraid of getting hit like this. It's a touch and go situation, but again, I think by next week, next Sunday, it'll all be over, I would imagine. I hope that's true. Let's pray for that. Now, the Kuril Islands 6.5 earthquake, that very well could be some type of military base that got taken out, maybe by the DS. Maybe they attacked one. I think that's probably what you're seeing there. Most people wouldn't have caught that, but I did. So then we're seeing the missile impacts having a major effect, radioactive contamination. I mean, this is very serious. It's the scare event we were told to expect, which again should relieve you because it means we're at the end. Hezbollah is so beat up, they don't want to be involved. They're not going to do anything. They're paralyzed. And at the same time that we just got that sun crop circle, the sun's activity is so extreme that we're back up to a G3 geomagnetic storm. That was just on Friday. So right in the middle of this war going on, we've got this massive geomagnetic energy. Well, when you get the geomagnetic activity, it's actually a good sign because it's the amplification of this Christ energy in the world. It's actually not bad. Frederick Carnot, he's donated 269 SEKs, or sex. But he says, thank you for everything you do, Frederick from Sweden. We thank you, Frederick. So again, all I'm doing is trying to analyze stuff that's already happened, and I'm trying to put a positive face on it. Did I want anybody to be blown up? Absolutely not. Do I want war to be going on? Absolutely not. But I'm not going to give in to fear, and I'm not going to say, oh my God, this is World War III, and oh my God, it's really serious and scary, and oh my God, this is the first domino before all the dominoes come down, and we're all going to collapse, and we're going to be having famine and starvation in a matter of weeks, and the riots are going to get much worse. And there's a lot of people that want to, every time something bad happens, they go there, and I'm not one of those commentators. I'm trying to get you to focus on the positive. Yes, the alliance might have allowed this very sad and violent event to occur, but the bright side is that, again, the hardliners are no longer in power. They all got decapitated. So that's interesting. I'm just commenting on it in an interesting way. Then by Saturday, we're not seeing any major escalations. So look at this. Not only did they get like the entire military complex, all of these nuclear scientists were also eliminated. Nuclear engineering expert, physics expert, chemical engineering, materials engineering, physics expert, nuclear physics expert, nuclear engineering expert, mechanics expert. I mean, probably that was the main focus of their whole program. And again, as BioClint said, there's probably, they were getting ready to do something really bad that we would have all suffered from, and this might have stopped it. And again, I'm just analyzing what already happened, but that is interesting that all these people got taken out. So again, we're seeing now, it's already coming out before the congressional hearings, before the subpoenas, that millions of dollars were funded into this nationwide operation that really didn't do anything. There was no agent provocateur that worked of any significance. So China and Russia are agreeing on this. You could try to look at that as World War III. Again, I don't. We're all working for the same goal, which is peace. I believe that's what they said in Post 104. We'll see that again. Big things happening in Spain. Revolution against far-left socialists. Why does the media not say anything? There you go. Another example of it. And we had the president's birthday, fearless patriot guiding our nation into the true golden age. That's my buzzword. That's the Michael buzzword of American prosperity and strength. Again, lots of tie-ins from the administration to me. Thank you guys very much for that. They wanted the hardliner negotiators dead, and they were killed off. They should listen to me. I gave them a 60-day warning, said Rubio. This is day 61. All of the hardliners I was dealing with are now gone. So that's interesting. MBS claims that Israel is doing everything in their power to try to provoke the U.S. into a confrontation from MBS, and he's got all kinds of intel that we don't have access to. So that's, again, a very highly fascinating plot twist in this story. You can't really take it any other way. You know, everybody is aligned. Everybody is on the same page. They know what's going on, and we're not going to let that happen. It's not going to turn into World War III. They're trying really hard because they know they're about to be arrested. But in trying to not be arrested, they actually create the stuff that gets them arrested. That's the irony, right? Isn't it? Edna Kurinsky says, continued appreciation for your educational workshops. I do appreciate you as well, Edna. Thank you. So then, this is what he wrote. Putin called this morning very nicely wishing me a happy birthday. More importantly, talking about Iran, a country he knows very well. We talked at length. Much less time was spent talking about the other conflict. He's going to do planned prisoner swaps. The call lasted 1 hour. He feels, as do I, that the war should end. To which I explained to him that his war also should end. That's great, you guys. If he didn't want the war to end, and if he was going to try to go after us, this could turn into World War III. So this letter right here is proof that nobody wants this to turn into World War III. We're now at 5,521 viewers, 2:22 p.m. local time as I saw that. So this is really fantastic because, again, it shows that everybody wants the same thing. On the bright side, they had a productive phone call. They seem to be on the same page regarding the situation. His stance is all the wars need to end. He has no desire for us to get entangled, and it won't be. So then they're saying that they want it to last several days. Again, who knows how long it's going to last. At the end of the operation, there will be no nuclear threat. Then we find out he didn't want them to strike, but they did it anyway. That makes total sense. He didn't really have control over it. He is not considering any direct involvement in the war. That's excellent. I guess I had 2 slides of the same thing because I liked it so much. And he says, people who don't want to do anything about them having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace. So apparently they were going to use it and they were going to do something bad, and this was stopped in the way. Right as the U.S.'s military parade kicked off, that they were afraid might lead to arrests, we had another internet blackout. Is that a coincidence? Nope. The DS is doing everything they can to try to stop this from happening, so let's turn off the internet. Just on schedule, just like we thought. Happened again. And now they're using the dispersal orders in downtown LA. Tear gas is being fired. These are all scary things. I get it, but don't be afraid. And here it is from Gateway Pundit. Same thing. They agree that the fighting should end. No World War III. Now, same time that all this is going on, we had these 2 Minnesota Democratic lawmakers who were shot by people posing as police officers last night. This was Representative Melissa Hortman and Senator John Hoffman, and both of them voted against the Ds. He supported the repeal of free health care, and she was joining them in the Senate to pass it. And they both got shot at, and he died, or no, she died, but he lived. And that, again, it's like, how many times can you guys do this, make it so obvious that you're working as a mafia, as a criminal cartel? It's not going to keep happening. These are endgame maneuvers. We're at the end, okay? So then, this was declared an unlawful assembly, which gives them all kinds of interesting extra things they can do. You see that slide right there. Again, this was the headlines on ZH, Zero Hedge, as you can see. And he rejected the request to join the war because he's not going to give them the bunker buster bombs they need to try to get rid of the last of the nuclear program. Apparently it won't matter. And then again, on the bottom, fake cop assassinates Minnesota Democrat who was blocking this. So that was as far as it ever went. But, you know, still very sad that that happened at all. X-users are slamming this major mainstream network for acting as a PR megaphone for these protests, and they filed a complaint with the FCC. Add that to the fact that the people who apparently paid for this are being subpoenaed to Congress. Dude, it's game over. Once they're found guilty, there's your domino effect. There's your wicker basket formation. There's the whole thing starting to unravel right in front of your eyes. The first arrest that sets the tone for the rest. It's really exciting. We're right at the end, and so I can't wait. An emergency meeting at the Pentagon is focused on their request for military intervention, and then we're into today. Steps towards peace and disclosure. This is one of the things he wrote. We had nothing to do with this attack. If we are attacked in any way, shape, or form, the full strength and might of the U.S. Armed Forces will come down on you at levels never seen before. And remember, we have much better weapons than everybody else that are all classified. However, we can easily get a deal done between the two and end this conflict. So he says they had nothing to do with the attack and threatens a response if we're attacked. Well, that's procedural. You have to do that. You can't let them feel confident that they can just do terror. So I understand this. And then, ooh, dude, this is another one that I got so excited about. Scientists detect mysterious radio waves coming from beneath Antarctica's ice. This is the radio waves that they're using in the secret bases down there, and this therefore sets up disclosure. because you're going to find out that those radio waves are built by humans who have bases down there. And so this is breaking it all out to the public. We're definitely set up for the big reveal. I could not be more excited, as you can imagine. And then probably the only time in any recent past I'm going to agree with Cruz on this, but I think he's totally right on this one. This was today. And he said before the revolution, they were a secular country. They were cosmopolitan. They were westernized. They were the richest and most fancy country in the Middle East. And they were our ally. And I think people want to go back to that. I think it is very much in our interests as Americans to see change happen there. Yes, okay, I agree. He's actually right. Alive and Thriving says projecting. Yes, that's what they're doing. They keep projecting onto us. Then he says it's possible we could get involved. Well, he has to say that because obviously if we get provoked, you know, they need to know that we're going to have a response. So that doesn't mean anything bad. But again, he wants Putin to help be a mediator. He's ready. He called me about it. We had a long talk. It's not going to lead to anything bad. So this is what he just wrote today. I'm getting you right up to the present. They should make a deal and will make a deal just like I got India and Pakistan to make it. In that case, using trade to bring reason, cohesion, and sanity into the talks. The two excellent leaders were able to quickly make a decision and stop. Also, during my first term, Serbia and Kosovo were going at it hot and heavy. They have many decades. This long-term conflict was ready to break into war. I stopped it. Parentheses, Biden hurt the longer-term prospects with very stupid decisions. I'll fix it again. Another case was Egypt and Ethiopia. Their fight over a massive dam having an effect on the Nile. There is peace, at least for now, because of my intervention. It will stay that way. Likewise, we will have peace soon between Israel and Iran. I believe that. And again, that's the same thing Russia wants, and so China is on board. Nobody wants World War III. They all know secretly that that's what this evil group is trying to do. Many calls and meetings are now taking place. I do a lot and never get credit for anything. Well, I do give them credit. That's okay. The people understand. That's right. Make the Middle East great again. And they should make a deal. There you go. And then he vetoed the plan. They wanted to kill the president. He said, that's going too far. Let's not do that. And then BN barks back and says, no, we're going to do what we need to do. Well, anyway, who knows where this is all going, but that is your news. That brings us up to the present. That's why I have a blank slide here. And so, wow, what an incredible week we have had. We're now at 5,600 viewers, fully vetted out with my two-factor ID. Got my phone, so we you know, I verified that, yes, I am the right person. Nobody else could have gotten 5,000 viewers on my show except for me, so you would think it would have to be me, not some other clone or robot of David Wilcock. But anyway, we got dive bombing Yellow Jackets. We got bills from the IRS for $1.2 million that I don't have yet. Just a typical week. Just a typical week of me trying to fight like hell to get you the truth. So now I want to take you right into the Michael time loops. And this is the week that ends our newly unsealed 2024 material where we had 21 cassette tapes, as I was telling you. What does that mean? That means that this is the end of our new time loop that wasn't stuff that was already in the 7 other books. That's very significant. We've been doing this every week since September. As you guys who've been loyal and you've been watching the show understand, every single week, starting with January 1st, 1999, we just read the latest stuff, and it's been highly prophetic. And this miracle has now gone on, let's see, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. So we're talking about 9 months, like a gestation period, like a pregnancy, 9 months, where every single week it's prophetic. And that's part of the reason why I just seem so, I'm so committed to making sure that I get these shows out and that everything runs the way it's supposed to. So this is a very, very exciting time because we're now at the end of, again, these 21 tapes that are mostly in this box. There's a few of them that are not. Most of them are in this box. These were the 21 tapes that were untranscribed until 2006, and I didn't realize this when I was putting the 7 books together, and we've been going through them since September. So now we've finished the newly untranscribed and unsealed stuff. We're back into the stuff that I did in 1999. Does that mean that the whole thing is about to be over? God, I hope so, man. And, you know, hopefully we're going to get a deal pretty soon so I don't have these unpaid debts, which it really sucks to owe that kind of money, millions of dollars to the government. Obviously that sucks. So anyway, I'm super excited to be here, super excited to be giving you this material. And we're at the end of the new unsealing from 2024. So that's really exciting. I have read ahead beyond this week. I wanted to see what does it look like. And yes, it still continues to be prophetic. So however long this continues to last, I'm going to keep reading through 1999, at least until we get to the big mass arrest thing. But that might not be very far away. So I'm thrilled. I can't wait for it to keep on happening. So we left off last week on April the 8th of 99. And then I actually found out that in my transcript I had said Easter Monday, but it was a machine transcript. And it should have said Easter Sunday. And because the machine got it wrong and said Monday, I thought that was true. And so I screwed up on the dates. So last week, if you watch the show from last week, I was 1 day off on the dates of these dreams, which is no big deal. But in case anybody wants to do a horary astrology or something, like, okay, it was off by 1 day. So it was actually April 7th, which is my brother's birthday. The machine transcript screwed me up, as I said. It said Easter Monday instead of Sunday. And I finally figured this out a couple days ago. On June 11th is when I finally deciphered this whole thing. So when I said 4-6, it was actually the 5th, the 7th was the 6th, the 8th was the 7th, etc. So I apologize, and I am sorry for misdating, but it shouldn't really matter. It was many years ago anyway, 26 years ago, so who cares? But anyway, the next day's dream on the correct date of August the 8th has more prophetic elements because we see this little girl in a skimpy outfit that's obviously inappropriate for her age, and this symbolizes the usual from these criminals, as you know what that means. So anyway, this is the way that all of us are feeling right now, being lost in a maze. So it starts out giving us a framing of where everybody is at and how they feel. I was lost in the maze of streets. I was not quite sure what to do. This is a town I grew up in. And I said it's symbolic of how so many of us are unclear about how we're ever going to get out of this mess. And now we're in this huge war. So that even more fits the labyrinth idea. Then there was a music class. Music is representing spirituality, the higher forces, how we get through this, how we learn to love and feel good. Many of the kids were from a grade above me, from Jude's level. He was my friend in class of 1990. I was 91. We were all trying to play music together. This is about us trying to get spiritually aligned as a planet together and have peace. I picked a frantic band that I wanted to emulate, but we listened and realized it was too complicated. We realized we had to try something simpler because the music was just too intricate. Well, so again, the plan has to be simple. It has to be something people can understand. And I think this is also just telling me to try to keep the show simpler. That's why I tried to keep it shorter this time. And we're actually into the time loop already. So I was listening to Brand X on this trip. And even though I liked the band, I realized most people, it was too complex for them to appreciate. So they were a commercial failure. This was Phil Collins' jazz band, even though I liked it and the musicianship was extraordinary. But again, the main thing is that this has to be made simple for the public. If it's too complex, most people are not going to understand it, and war and rioting is what makes it simple. So again, this is symbolic of how the plan is evolving on simple lines. We're seeing riots over the immigration arrests, and now we're seeing war, simplifying everything down so people can accept what they're about to hear, and they'll feel safe once it's over because now there's no more war. Someone outside was trying to sell me something having to do with carrots, these two women who looked like hicks. And I'm a hick too. I mean, I lived in the South for a long time, and I love making hick characters. I love any kind of trashy, hicky characters, whatever culture they're from. That's just one of my ground states of happiness. So then last night, when I unsealed this at the hotel that I was staying at in Canada, I had eaten carrot soup, so that freaked me out. And there were two girls on the staff who wanted to take pictures with me today at breakfast. That was the first time anybody acknowledged that I was a celebrity, and they want my picture. Okay, fine. So then our local health food store here in town right now has a huge carrot on the wall, and they want to raise $50,000. So that was another weird time loop. It's still there. I was just there yesterday, and it's still there. So selling something having to do with carrots. It has time loops in both places where I unsealed it, last September and the present. When I came back inside the house, we saw a little girl in there who was wearing a skimpy outfit. At least her legs were visible. This, again, is prophetic of their crimes. The world is not going to be happy when they learn the truth, and it will be simple, that this is some kind of sick thing that they're all being influenced to do. At the very end, the farmer who I was staying at his house at the time, the barn, his dog Tater was running outside and diving through the water, and she was following me. I didn't want to let her in the house because she was soaking wet. Water in dreams, anytime you get water in dreams, it represents sadness. So once the truth about the animal nature of what these crimes are against children that you just saw, once all that comes out, people are not going to want to let that truth into their homes and lives. So this is representative, again, of the idea of the labyrinth. It has to be made simple. And those kind of crimes will unite everybody because it's so obviously reprehensible. Nobody likes it. Nobody thought that this was any kind of big thing. I mean, yeah, there's a few people doing it here and there, but they're really sick. They're certainly not people who we respect and trust and look up to. And so once it gets down to those simple crimes and it all comes out of this haze and fear of World War III, people are going to be so happy that the main source of the war has been defeated. And it's coming, man. It's coming soon. So then, on April 9th, I have a dream again prophetic of arrests happening. Very exciting, because remember, this has been working for 9 months straight, every Sunday. I was in some sort of concert-like area. I had to go through a very small square hole to go into a secret area. And again, the square hole represents pyramid symbology. There's passageways in the pyramid. Specifically, the descending passage is the negativity of humanity, as we've talked about in pyramid shows. Go back and watch those if you haven't seen them. We talk about the symbolism that when you're going down, it represents lower vibration. When you're going up, it represents higher vibration. I had to go down through a tiny square hole. This represents seeing the underground system they've built, seeing the tunnels, seeing the darkness, seeing the truth. And this represents humanity having to look through that hole and see the ugliness. They were doing something with a computer that was illegal, obviously tying in with the girl we just saw in the preceding dream. This is clearly about the DS and what is happening right now, and it also represents, again, pyramid symbology. Very interesting. There was especially one guy who was guilty, but several people in general had caused great harm to others. You know who that's about. Same people that we're talking about. They were acting like drug dealers. Well, haven't they been pushing certain treatments on us that might not actually be healthy? Yes. So you see what I'm saying. I got to be circumspect. They are acting like drug dealers. Ah, right. And now all those ads are being banned from television. At the end, I was aware I had an opportunity to capture the guy who was causing the most trouble. There you go. Once again, clearly prophetic of the DS covertly financing themselves in part from drugs, and that they are going to be arrested. So this is very, very exciting because, again, Michael said this in 1999, and it's going to happen in our near future. I had a very tiny little piece of something in my hand. There was a nail coming off the end of it. That's a crucifixion, Jesus metaphor, the nails that were going through Jesus' hands and feet. In this case, it was a weapon. This guy, who again was responsible for the drugs and for the trafficking and the stuff on the computer, he came at me with several large weapons. He tried to throw a pair of scissors at me, for example. The same scissors motif appeared in the dream I had about 47 and their attempted assassination against him. I dodged everything and nothing worked. Well, this is talking about 47 and myself, that the online attacks have not been able to stop us from being on the air, though they've really tried, nor to stop our company from being financed. I got to hit him with the nail and scratched it over his face, but because he's like a supernatural villain, it didn't even hurt him, it didn't do anything. All it did is make his face a little more red, so he got angry. Well, this is symbolic of how we're all suffering. We seem like we're trying to defeat this evil, but no matter what we do, it just keeps on going. But it is going to work out in the long run. It's just that it's very frustrating. The nail is a crucifixion metaphor, and we're all going through this as a planet. Up until now, it seemed they could just keep on going, and nothing ever seems to stop them. That's going to change. I asked if I wanted to bring a little pain to someone who has caused pain to so many others, but instead of bringing him pain, I just wanted to deliver him into the hands of the authorities. I don't want to torture him. Scratching him with the nail didn't do any good. Let's just get him arrested. The authorities did come, and it was the FBI. Woo! That's exactly who is packaging the list that we're now expecting could drop at any time. And all the videos and all the files, this is all being set up. How do I have a dream in April 1999 when I'm living in the loft of a horse barn infested with 6 raccoons? How did I know all this stuff back then? I didn't, but some higher intelligence that's multidimensional and sees through time was telling us that everything in our future is going to be okay, and using this method to build confidence and trust in our own, the confidence that we have of a positive, favorable outcome. That's what this is really saying. I almost spilled water. I did actually spill some water on the floor. Let me just wipe that around a little bit so that it has a larger area to evaporate from. We don't want to get mold. The authorities did come to arrest this guy. Think about all the metaphors we saw, the little girl in the outfit, and it was the FBI. Somebody from this organization was outside, and the child motif shows up again. This represents all the children, all the victims who are going to be freed, both now and in the future. And then, at the same time, I started singing the Beatles song, It's Getting Better All the Time, as he was arrested. Now, why is that so significant? Well, Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys died this past week. And that's very sad. And I read Many Years From Now, which is Paul McCartney's own handwritten biography. I mean, he probably had a ghostwriter, but he put a lot of work into it. And he says Paul McCartney, the head of the Beatles, right, says in his book, Many Years From Now, that the single best rock and roll album ever made was Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys. Pet Sounds, if you don't know what that is, okay, well, the song Good Vibrations, I'm picking up good vibration, da-da-da, okay? It's a very interesting song too, because it kind of has like a minor theme. Da, 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 da. I mean, it's got a very interesting, like the verse is minor, the chorus is major. Paul McCartney said this album was the best rock album ever made. That's the big hit on the album. And so I didn't quite get all the pitches right because it's not a song I usually sing. But anyway, we just had Brian Wilson die. And so I've been thinking like crazy about Paul McCartney because he said this was the best musician, the best rock band. So then the Beatles showed up right after Brian Wilson's death. Again, very time looped. And the song is, it's getting better all the time. Better, better, right? So yeah, it's getting better all the time because, again, Michael is predicting that the FBI is about to arrest these people and free the children. This is a dazzling prophecy of the mass arrests. It happens every week for 9 months now. And the next day's dream also has an amazing reading in it. So this was Richard, the little 9-year-old child I had to live with in Virginia. He had a big gap taken out of his tooth. This represents humanity and how we have to drill and fill. The gap went clear through to the other side. The dentist showed it to me. It was pretty big. He was going to get it drilled and filled, and it was filled right then. There was a little bit of blood, but Richard never complained. And so this is prophetic of healing our smile as a planet. It was painful. So I think this is talking about the Iran-Israel war in part, and that's the drilling and the filling and the idea that all the hardliners were removed, and now the tooth can no longer have a gap and the smile can heal. Healing our smile as a planet. Very interesting. Then it immediately heads right into a reading. So now you're going to hear, again, this is not me, it's some higher consciousness, and if you have trouble believing in God, this might help you, because there are higher beings. I did not do this myself. How could I have written all this stuff in 1999 that's so accurate now? So I'm using remote viewing protocols. They have supposedly 99% accuracy. And now you're going to hear from Michael in this reading. So this is really, really brilliant. Oh, we had a donation come in. Biz Says, I'm so appreciating the good news, gratitude. Isn't Good Vibrations a Beach Boys song? Yes, that's the point. Good Vibrations is a Beach Boys song on the album Pet Sounds, which Paul McCartney said was the #1 rock album ever made. And Brian Wilson, the guy who wrote that album and that song, just died. Therefore, when the Beatles song shows up in my dream, it also refers back to Brian Wilson, Good Vibrations, and the Beach Boys. I'm sorry if you didn't get that. But man, I've got a nice shirt on, don't I? Yeah, so Pet Sounds, it's very interesting that Pet Sounds, there was a lot of weird stuff on that album. There's a lot of experimental things that Brian Wilson was doing. And this actually predicted what they were going to do in the Beatles with things like Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. That was considered their best album ever made. Some people consider it their best album ever made. Other people would disagree. I don't want to get into the Beatles stuff. I had a housemate who was way, way into the Beatles. But again, a lot of people, like the Rolling Stone magazine, put Sgt. Pepper's as their #1 album. And I certainly like that album the most out of the Beatles albums. It's just me. Midnight Mark says, I am here for you, Wilcock. Thank you, guys. Prince Royal says, thank you for the explanation. So yeah, Pet Sounds, go listen to it. It's interesting. And Good Vibrations was the big hit that came off of that album. So the drill and fill, again, is another symbol of the arrests. It's going to be painful. There's going to be some blood, but you're going to get it done. And again, in the last dream, the FBI was arresting this person and freeing these children. It's freaking amazing. So now we're going to get to hear from Archangel Michael directly. Remote viewing protocols, 99% accurate transmission of verbal data. Let's hit it. Here we go. You're going to get to hear from Michael. This is so, I mean, dude, what he says is so prophetic. It's like, what? Did he actually say that? Yes, it's freaking unbelievably amazing how prophetic what I'm about to read you is. The very first sentence, like, remember, drilling and filling was the theme. So wow, check it out. Here it comes. If you see the quarantines brought in after the war, they are sure going to be pretty fantastic in scope. What war? After what war? Oh, that's right, the war that's going on right now. If you see the quarantines brought in after the war, they are going to be fantastic in scope. Who is going to be quarantined after the war? The DS. And it's going to, we know where it is. It's going to happen in Cuba, right? They're all going to be brought down to Guantanamo. They're going to be quarantined. They're not going to be allowed to leave. That's the arrests. They just predicted the arrests. Now they say there's a war. Notice I put that in blue. After the war, that war is what's going on right now. And then they're saying the quarantines are going to be fantastic. The very first thing he says in the latest time loop is he mentions the war, and he mentions that these people are going to be quarantined, and it's fantastic in scope. That's one layer of meaning. Another layer of meaning is the lockdowns that we had after COVID, where, and COVID would be the war. So after the war started, after this whole thing got announced and everybody had to be on lockdown, and I certainly went through it myself, you know what? That's another layer of the prophecy. And then they even go further with that. He actually mentions the word lock for lockdown. So check this out. This is crazy. If you see the quarantines brought in after the war, they're going to be fantastic in scope. The COVID one was worldwide, right? Everybody had to stay inside. To address the officials with these concerns is to follow up on deaf ears. Why? Because they wanted this to happen. They wanted to destroy the world. It didn't work. Now check this out. Via lockdown, that's what that means. They have instigated a program of events known as lie and deny. So as I said right here in September of last year, September 2024, this is a very unambiguous prophecy of the lockdowns and the coming arrests after the war. So, and again, the war just happened. The war is happening now, and then there's going to be arrests after the war. I wrote that on September 24th of last year. Via lock, they instigated a program of events known as lie and deny. But then again, remember the first sentence is referencing the war happening right now, and that those who are going to be arrested, as he just said in the dream, by the FBI, will be quarantined after the war, and it will be pretty fantastic in scope. I mean, like, dude, drop the microphone. I just won. Like, how did I do this? I didn't do it, okay? But like, how did my body get used to instrument this information from Archangel Michael? This is one of the most dazzling prophecies he's ever given us. It's so like, whoa, what the hell? And this was also one of the, I transcribed this tape first when I went to Canada, and I could not believe it when I saw this. I'm like, wow, this is as prophetic as anything I've ever seen from any prophet that has ever existed. I'll just say that. It's like dazzlingly prophetic, dazzling. That's why I'm going to keep showing up no matter what happens to me. Dive bombing yellow jackets, who thankfully are not down here. Crazy problems with the browser, crazy problems with lawsuits, crazy problems with the IRS, the debt, 4 years of isolation, solitary confinement in a very unpleasant climate, getting on and off again of PTSD medication because it's just too hard to do it without it. I'm sorry if anybody doesn't like that. That's the way it is, man. That's what my life has been. The Canaanites says alive and thriving. Thank you. Creepy for sure. Never really questioned. You are a warrior. Keep going, bro, says PD. So thank you guys. I really appreciate that. Again, this is like obviously the most dazzling, basically the most dazzling prophecy we've ever had. And I had no idea what it meant when it first came in. I remember reading this because, again, I didn't even listen to the tape. I never even listened to the tape until 25 years later in Canada last year. So as soon as I read this, I'm like, via lock, it's talking about lockdowns, quarantines. Oh my God. I mean, I was blown away. I said, dang, this is really cool. Because I hadn't even found all the other 21 tapes yet. These were just the first 4. This was the first one that I transcribed. So very, very amazing. It's like the grand finale of Michael Prophecies. Since the priest was chastised for his own involvements, there's been more and more dark at the time of this most recent catastrophe. Well, okay, what's the most recent catastrophe? It's the war that's going on right now. Michael already knows. And what's the head of the DS? It's the Catholic Church. Who do they have? They have priests. The priests are being chastised for their involvements with the same type of criminal behavior that we've been talking about, that the dream just showed us, the little girl. Okay? That's one layer of the meaning. Another layer of the meaning was that Ra-Ta, which is apparently Casey's past life, who built the pyramid, his name was Ra-Ta, and that was supposedly my past life, was Edgar Casey. We have the same face, same astrology, as I've said. Claire just donated. Thank you very much. So I was chastised for my own involvements because I engaged in, multiple partners back in the day, and that created a whole negative view of religion and spirituality for the planet. I had a Clinton-esque scandal as Ra-Ta. That's what the Casey readings talk about. That he got together with another woman and had children with her, in addition to his first wife, and then that made everybody think it was okay, and ultimately set the path that turned into, many years later, the DS. So this, again, more and more dark at the time of this catastrophe. When cities are hit with missiles, they go dark. So this is really fascinating, and again, it ties in the Catholic Church and the head of the DS. Look to the mother, not the patriarchy, not the Catholic patriarchy, but the mother, the bringer of this truth. And so there's all these different layers of meaning, and one of them is that the trolls, like Stephen, people behind him, appear to be, according to Michael, reincarnations of the same individuals who conspired against me and got me banished in my life as Ra-Ta. He also apparently is connected to Goliath as well. That's just a lesser meaning. The main thing is the mother, the goddess archetype, is bringing back true spirituality and stopping the patriarchy. Last time, we had sent too much information. Go outside and bring it back. Bring back something that the others can see about you. And I said here, as I unsealed it 25 years later, I'd never seen this before. This appears to be talking about the Casey incarnation. Only a few of the Casey readings have ever been quoted with even moderate regularity, but now we've managed to get all of the stuff Michael said in this lifetime that was significant enough into these 7 books that everybody can read. So that's what he means when he says, bring back something others can see about you. And that's what we're doing here. This is me bringing back something from those years of 1999. Don't work up high on stilts, but come down to earth where everyone else is. If we were to design a prototype UFO craft for you, we want you to be able to fly it well. Oh my God. Didn't we just have, David, a new law that makes it easy to create flying UFOs that are supersonic? Didn't 47 just pass 3 executive orders this week? Yes, we covered that. Michael's got it in the time loop. The beings want to help us design these prototype UFO craft. That's what my company's about. So on September 24th, I wrote another astounding time loop to Stavati. Chris allegedly worked directly with human ETs, so he said privately, to be able to develop some of these designs. I'm constantly trying to get him to slow down the speed that he talks, so he's not up on stilts, but can come down to earth where everyone else is. And it's basically impossible to get him to do this. I've realized, like, he's just going to be fast, and we just got to kind of work around that. And sometimes he can slow down. Most of the time he can't. I understand. I try to slow myself down as well. That's why I don't want to have 5-hour shows if I can avoid it, but we're already at 3 hours now. We're doing well. I think we're going to be 4.5 hours today. Give you some time for Father's Day. So again, a dazzling Stavati time loop right as we've already gotten our first deal funded, and the second deal that's much larger is coming in, and hopefully we're going to have it within 2 weeks, and everything's going to be great. What looks like a mission to you might actually just be time running out. A horrible crash-like fate we have spoken of. Time has run out for the DS. Missiles are crashing into buildings right now in Iran and Israel, and it's horrible. Their time has run out. The DS's time has run out, and they're crashing up against the Alliance. Their people are being arrested. Military are on the streets in America. The horrible crash-like fate is happening now. Their time has run out. I mean, this is, again, dazzlingly prophetic. It's like, whoa. A horrible crash-like fate we have spoken of, that's prophecy of the war. It finishes rapidly. There you go. The war is not going to last. That's Michael telling us it's not going to turn into World War III. It will finish rapidly as you move through the most important time period, which I guess is what we're in right now, when things start getting crazier and crazier. The resources simply won't be there to track people down anymore, meaning the negative is not going to be able to hunt us all like animals. People were worried about the Palantir database. I get that. I'm just reading you what the Alliance has said. But yes, the resources will not be there to track people down anymore, and things are going to get crazier and crazier. So there are going to be more outrageous things happening. We're not done. But the horrible war finishes rapidly as we move through the most important time period. Now, I made this slide before the war started. The horrible fate may indicate that war happens soon. Then I went back and said I made this slide before the war actually broke out of Israel and Iran. The resources to track people down reference the arrests. So let's read that again with that in mind. What looks like a mission to you, and a mission actually, remember, is like a Catholic thing, how they indoctrinate these various countries, might actually just be time running out. A horrible crash-like fate we have spoken of. It finishes rapidly as you move through the most important time period when things start getting crazier and crazier. The resources simply won't be there to track people down anymore. Well, that's what they're actually doing. They're tracking people down, and they're getting them the heck out. So this is very, very interesting. Prophetic of the war and the rests that we're seeing. Please don't forget, it is easier to unite than to separate. Business as usual carries with it a decidedly unpleasant flavor in the mouth. Well, one type of inoculation, got to be really careful, is squirting it into the mouth, and it tastes terrible. But that's how they do it in poorer countries if you don't want to use a needle. And that's business as usual, right? They tried to give it to everyone. So the decidedly unpleasant flavor in the mouth, very interestingly. And so also, at the same moment I unsealed this, a waitress had walked by with a very strong perfume that gave me a bad taste in my mouth. And then, as I said here when I was unsealing it again, these arrests are very, very unpleasant for some. So that's what we're seeing right now. The business as usual of rounding these people up, and the war that has to happen for us to get to the end of this is a decidedly unpleasant flavor in the mouth. So it's a multidimensional prophecy. You are correct in seeing how it is that the dream that we had about tooth decay, the metaphor of the tooth decay, translates into the global picture, namely those governments being presented to the young child. Well, Young children are the ones who are being affected by this the most negatively. And apparently there was something having to do with him being presented, the governments were presented to him after his dental work. I didn't get that part written down. Michael referred to part of the dream that I never actually dictated, which does sometimes happen. Oh my God, Alex just tweeted about the Iran war, says Vakapalo. I don't know what he said, but go ahead and let me know. You can paste the tweet in there and I'll take a look at it. So this is interesting because as I was unsealing this, we just made a huge deal with 2 different governments and we're talking to potentially all of America's top allies. And then again, the alliance is about to do the drill and fill. This is the arrest prophecy. So very, very interesting. The metaphor of tooth decay translates into the global picture. What does that mean? That means drill and fill is happening worldwide. The arrests are happening. People are being rounded up. Everything that needs to get done is getting done now. And remember, in my dream, it was the FBI that arrested this criminal guy. Dazzling. I mean, these are some of the best prophecies we've had from Michael. And Michael says it's a very significant tooth decay in his mouth. It is this decay that we are wishing on filling at the present moment. So yes, the smile of the world will be completely transformed. And our company Stavati will be fixed by getting funded. This is also, again, the DS's effect on us as a whole. We all need to have our smile fixed. Even though to your people now, this seems to be a gigantic drama. Remember, we're in the middle of a war, really 2 wars. A gigantic drama replete with the ever-shifting circumstances of something so much larger than yourself. To us, it is but another game of toy soldiers being played by those powers who are compelled to act out chaos in the infrastructure of the human being. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, I unsealed this before the war actually started. And he's talking about the gigantic drama and the game of toy soldiers trying to act out chaos in our infrastructure. I mean, it's really, really amazing. Clearly showing that Michael knew that this war was coming. So let's hit that one again. Even though to your people now this seems to be a gigantic drama, this is Iran versus Israel, it's terrifying, it could be World War III, ever-shifting circumstances, much bigger than yourself, you feel afraid. To us it is just toy soldiers, meaning there's no threat, played by powers who are compelled to act out chaos in the infrastructure of the human being, nothing more, nothing less. I mean, dazzlingly accurate and relevant. He clearly knew the war was coming. You will have a lot more to say about this as time permits, meaning the arrests will happen, and I'll be talking on a big level about it, I'm sure. For now, let's focus on the immediate tasks at hand. Let's keep reviving these old readings as we have been doing, so I'm going to have to keep doing the time loop, I guess. This is indeed quite excellent, and I mean, it is exciting, I got to say. And being sober and doing a show like this, it just trips me out even more. You will find that it does enhance our accuracy at this point as well. Well, yes, they're showing now in 2025 that this is very highly accurate. Anybody who can't see this, I don't know what's wrong with you, but we kind of have an idea. It's pretty obvious that you, being our caretakers, I said, are able to enact sizable changes in terms of how events unfold. I'm curious, are we truly under a cosmic quarantine, as Richard Hoagland suggested? And if we are, and that was from his insiders, by the way, who I later met. If we are under a cosmic quarantine, does this mean you could somehow slow down the war that might happen? I'm referring to a war that might happen while we're in the middle of a war in the time loop. We're referring to the quarantines that, as he already said at the beginning of the reading, represents the negative being arrested and quarantined. Really, really interesting. So could this cosmic quarantine slow down a war that might happen? In other words, how far are you going to allow this war to go if it does happen? Will it go all the way? Again, totally relevant. Is this thing going to be World War III? You can probably scan my mind. You're well aware I'm reading articles showing how far, at the time it was a Kosovo war, was going. And also, since you're so intimately involved with global politics, you probably know what's going to happen better than anybody, don't you? So then Michael answers, we sometimes have to understand that immediately available opportunities to change these circumstances are not forthcoming as much as we would like, meaning they had to let this happen. It had to play out. There had to be this war that we're seeing right now. They couldn't make the change happen. They had to let it play out. Thus, see our range of control, decisively dovetailing those infinitely complex measures that must be taken on a subtle energetic level. This is a level wherein the consciousness of key people involved and the subtle manipulation of their subconsciousness is paramount. So in other words, Michael is actually, and his people, these higher level, multidimensional angelic beings, are manipulating people's consciousness so that we don't have World War III. They're trying to make it happen. They tried to let these arrests turn into a big thing. And remember, the Alliance said that was her last stand. The No Kings protest was the last stand. It didn't work. They're predicting arrests are about to happen. And they manipulate the subconscious of people who are consciously evil, people who are consciously part of this group, make bad decisions, they say the wrong thing, they do the wrong thing, and it just doesn't work out the way they planned. And that's how the higher beings are steering us on a positive timeline, peacefully, through the manipulation of the subconscious of people, both positive and negative, to get the desired outcome. That would also include presidents, military people, everybody you can imagine, okay? Infinitely complex measures by manipulating people's subconscious mind in order to create peace. Those actions that you have seen regarding the presence of our ships powering down nuclear missiles, plants, and the like. Remember, there was a nuclear event in this war that just happened, and we're all afraid it could lead to nuclear war. You know, there was a nuclear incident in Israel. This is another viable tool. So our ships can power down the nuclear missiles. However, this is considered much more dangerous. It's far more of a last-ditch effort, so to speak. And then let's not have that happen. So let me go to the next slide, because I got to fix that right now, actually, so that it'll never have that happen again. All right. Because sometimes I accidentally leave a line in there. All right. So we'll save this, go to the next slide, and we'll keep it going. When the ostrich of your people brings his head up out of the sand, and again, look at how many people do not want to look at what the evil is. They don't want to see the negativity for what it is. They have been ostriches. They believed what the television is telling them. I mean, wow, Michael is nailing it, man. When the ostrich of your people brings his head up out of the sand, it will no longer be necessary for us to race behind you with the pooper scooper, wondering when the next time is that something will fall. Which again, missiles falling on buildings, and it creates a big disaster. Michael's agenda is for us to learn how to take care of ourselves by seeing the truth as it is. And when I was hiking with Chris and his kids, they came here last Monday on a victory thing to celebrate our first deal. We avoided stepping in goose poop. I specifically told his kids not to step in the poop. And then I unsealed this like the very next day, which was mind-blowing. Again, so much of this stuff is mind-blowing. So when he says, we're not going to have to race behind you with a pooper scooper, that means we won't be creating these wars. We won't be having missiles flying. We'll have a peaceful planet. Wondering when the next time is something will fall. He's talking about missiles falling out of the sky. Once the ostrich of your people brings his head up out of the sand, once we are no longer manipulated and lied to, once the average person understands the truth that there was an evil cult that was running the planet and they wanted destruction. And they were lying about everything. Everything is a frickin' lie. And this is very, very wonderful. I mean, I feel brilliant now. It's like, I'm so glad I did the show. I mean, yeah, it was hard with the dive bombing Yellow Jacket and this crazy problem that happened with the computer and all this stuff. But like, hey, I made it, and I was angry, but I got on, and I'm doing the show. Might not be as funny as I usually am, but I'm doing the show. So, right for the time being, we do perceive a growing discontent in your people. And we, because again, this whole angelic, it's like billions of these people, angelic beings that are helping us. We do perceive a growing discontent in your people, a discontent with their own lives, a desire to move forward, but a seeming inability to do so. We don't know how we're going to get to peace. People are frustrated about that. That's what he's speaking of. And it's also prophetic of the expanding riots we were seeing at the time. And now it also includes the war as well. The discontent is a war. Since so many of you have not allowed your personal growth process to flourish and blossom, we have not simply come in and miraculously stopped these aggressions from occurring. So they could have stopped the Israel-Iran war, but because so many of us have not had enough personal growth, They had to let it play out. So they're apologizing, really. Consider this as a functioning aspect of the global karma of this planet and as a very viable measuring indicator for the degree of disharmony within people and peoples. So they can't just stop the war. They had to let it happen. Find out more about glamorized violence and how your society is so saturated with it. And when a war comes around, holy crap, we're in a war right now. He definitely knows this. It is simply like putting on a pair of old pants again and suddenly realizing how well they fit, so to speak. And what did I have to do today? I had to take my pants off, put on a base layer, and then put my pants back on to be warm enough down here, which now, thank God, I am. So he even time-looped the fact that I had the cold feet, the cold socks. The socks weren't warm enough. Putting on a pair of pants again. Isn't that interesting? And yeah, all my pants are old right now. Now check this out. When a war comes around, which we just saw, the men in the planning rooms are very aware. Sorry, I'm reading ahead. The men in the planning rooms are very well aware of our existence. Look at the No Kings poster, right? They had the court jester hat on there. It was a direct dig against me, King David, formerly King David. I don't want to be king, okay? But in Europe, they say the monarchy is comforting. So anyway, that's funny. They do not realize the power and the capacity that we have to guard and to monitor these events. And who was activated? Oh, that's right, the National Guard. When a war comes around. So the men in the planning rooms do not realize the power that they have to guard, monitor, and steer these events, including, as he just said, the manipulation of their own subconscious. Why did Gavin Newsom not have audio when he got on the air? Because he was being manipulated. Bo Nelson says, thank you, David, for sharing the light and keeping me sane since 2005. I'll have to take your word for it that you're sane, but I hope you're right. I'm just joking. Just joking. Just joking. Anyway, this is very interesting. The men in the planning rooms are very well aware that we exist. They do not realize how much we can monitor and steer these events. Again, the unfortunate truth is we do have to allow you to have your free will. Here he's apologizing for the war we're seeing. We do need to have free will for now. However, since we are at the end of your present cycle, we must do everything in our power to stop these events that would create truly global disasters in your terms. So yes, Michael is proving to you, do not worry about World War III. Do not worry about Russia, China, and everybody jumping in, where it's like they're siding with Iran, and then U.S. sides with Israel, and it turns into World War III. That's what the DS wants. They're going to do everything in their power to stop this from creating a disaster. It's not going to happen, folks. So reassuring, isn't it? I mean, how did this happen in 1999? How does Michael do this? It is time travel. It's the only answer. And thus, if it does get right down to it, we will gladly risk our own lives to come in on our ships, he's talking about UFOs, and stop the usage of nuclear devices so as to prevent the loss of this great Mother Earth and our consciousness as a whole. There are many examples of ET interventions to stop potential nuclear exchanges covered in a 2010 press briefing at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. by Robert Hastings. So they will actually risk their own lives. These extraterrestrial angelic humans will get themselves killed to stop a nuclear war. And that almost made me cry when I first read it. I was like, wow. I mean, they really will give the ultimate sacrifice to keep us safe. 7 Geometric Thought Forms, thank you. Deanna Underwood, thank you. You guys are great. I so appreciate your help. And again, I'm just so excited to be here today. Now that I'm actually in the flow, it's like, dang, this is some of the best time loop prophecy we've ever had. Because he's talking about the war that's going on right now, and he's apologizing, but he's assuring us they will even get themselves killed to prevent us from having a World War III. So you don't need to worry about it. They're going to make sure that we're okay. Don't buy into the fear. Look to the future. Look to where this is going. We will gladly risk our own lives, come in on our ships, and stop nuclear devices from being used so the planet is not lost. Remember, half of the people on your planet are from the exploded planet that became the asteroid belt, Maldek, also known as Tiamat or Lucifer. Thus, they have already been through the cycle of having their planet blow up before, the cycle of destroying their own planet. Keep that in mind as hostilities rise. So there's probably going to be more hostilities in the immediate short term. For you will see that this is old karma that is playing itself out yet again. And as I unsealed this, there was a massive escalation that the UK had just done, where they blew up a whole bunch of Russian planes. You saw that. They had a sneak attack. And now, of course, we've got the major escalation of war is coming, because now we're actually in this Iran-Israel thing. As the landowners convene in one location, remember, Israel has got Christian, Islamic, and Jewish chain of title for all three religions in that one location. As the landowners convene, this is talking about the holy religious war that's going on right now, you do find that they will all be fighting over various small scraps of bread. Well, scraps of bread is like communion wafers, right? There's bread in communion, and you have that communion. It's going to be with everything. It's going to happen with the Israel situation. They have a communion. Baruch Eloheinu, I can't remember how it all goes. Baruch Adonai Eloheinu, you know, it's like we did the Jewish communion at my fellowship center, Interfaith Church. So you have bread in the Jewish communion and the Christian communion. I don't know about the Islamic or not. I'm not familiar enough with it. But again, they're fighting over small scraps of bread, and this also indicates the hunger that's going on in Gaza. It's extremely, extremely relevant to everything that's going on right now, because the landowners are convening in one location, which is Israel. Isn't that interesting? At the time I first unsealed this, before that war started, I said it's clearly talking about Russia wanting the 4 oblasts, where Ukraine insists they will not lose any territory whatsoever in a deal. They might not have a choice. They're about to be defeated. This is also, as I said, a communion metaphor. And remember, this country has directly attacked churches on a widespread basis. Then I popped back in and said, yes, the Iran-Israel war fits beautifully with this. So Michael is just right on. How did he do this in 1999? It's amazing. Think about the fact that the bullet train approaches very rapidly. That would indicate their ship's coming, I believe is what he's talking about. And it will indeed take those who are prepared to the higher realms. So yes, some of us are going to get to tour their extraterrestrial facilities. That will be truly amazing. We cannot stress this enough. That is why we keep repeating ourselves over and over again. Let's focus on what we can do here today. Let's bring this war to a close. Focus on your own personal growth process, on the fact that despite distressing conditions, which we're definitely having right now, the point of all of this is for you to move more in the direction of joy and service to others, and of overthrowing those selfish personality distortions that might have characterized your past. Well, Iran's selfish hardliners were just all overthrown. And again, you might not like it, but that's what Michael's saying. Everything, the distressing conditions are being overthrown. Moving more in a direction of joy, happiness, service to others. Remember, stone is truly visible to us as stone. And whither does the self become available when you are unwilling to see the results of your present orientation? This means the people in the DS, they do not see their orientation. They do not realize that they are as hard as stone. Their heart has turned to stone. Whereas Michael can truly see stone as stone. That's what he's talking about. Conflict and peacemaking, there again, he's referring to the war we're in right now, has as its central issue the fact that the people themselves are causing their leaders to process this war karma on a massive level. Isn't that interesting? The Casey reading said the same thing, that Hitler's prayer as a soul was to become the embodiment of the will of the German people. Maybe you don't want to pray for that. You know, let's not embody the will of the people, because they might not have the highest and best intentions. As progress is made, and as there is a continual motion towards the alleviation of these planetary distresses, you will find more and more crusaders for truth rising to the challenge of personal growth and not failing to see the import of their own actions. Each one of you holding your hand. Wow, isn't that amazing? So each one of us is having our hands held by Archangel Michael. He's guiding us, he's protecting us, he's keeping us safe as these crusaders for truth. It's so beautiful. And we're alleviating the planetary distress. The war is going to go away thanks to these crusaders for truth So everybody in the truth movement, everybody who's working, and you watching today, Michael and his people are holding your hand. That you might not sense them, you might not be able to understand synchronicity, visionary experiences, telepathy, communication, synchronistic stuff that happens, you know, the license plate numbers, 1111, 1212, or triple digits on your clock. But this is all stuff that you know who it is on the phone when you hear it ringing before you see the caller ID. All of this stuff is a sign of them holding our hand, and that each one of us is becoming a crusader for truth. And those who are on the front lines are getting the most guidance and protection from Archangel Michael. So 47, Elon, the Alliance, the top leaders that are responsible for doing all these things, Michael is holding their hand. He is guiding them through this, and we are going to be okay. He showed it to us in the crop formation. He brought back the wicker basket. And this week's time loop, which is the last one in the new 21 tapes I just transcribed last year, it's amazing. I mean, we've never seen anything. Woot woot, says Alive and Thriving. Thank you very much. And we're still holding through at 5,300 viewers. Thank you guys for hanging with me. And we got one more prophetic dream after this. This is almost over, but it's so amazing. Holding our hand, each one of us, crusaders for truth. And we do need to see the import of our own actions. There is a capacity for immense transformation on the personal level. That's Ascension. They're reminding us that will happen. This also has a trickle-down effect into that of the planet. And thus, if you are able to stay centered, calm, and serene, that is really the key teaching, folks. Please learn to just calm down. Don't freak out. The war is going to be over soon. They're not going to let it turn into nuclear war. They'll get themselves killed and shoot down the missiles before they would let it happen. So we're going to be fine. If you are able to stay centered, calm, and serene, it does dramatically increase the available energy that we have to work to create changes upon your physical sphere. So this is very important. It's like cloud computing. If you today, you guys are telling me at the beginning, okay, David, just breathe and relax. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, man. I don't want to let all this crazy stuff with the yellow jacket attacking me. I mean, literally, it's like hitting me in the face almost. And I'm terrified that it's going to bite me. I might, you know, Jackie Baby says, David, what did you think in 1999 that you took down all this information for the Archangel Michael books and never used it? Did you know? No, absolutely not. I got into this in 1996. You know, I knew I was Edgar Casey reincarnated. I was doing the same kind of readings that he was doing. That started in 96. And it just naturally phased out because by 2004, I mean, I'd still been doing readings up until 2004, and maybe in the future we're going to go back and read some of those. One of the unsealed tapes was from 2004. I still have to look at that, but I think I did transcribe it. Anyway, did I know that this was going to be something in the future? I had no idea. Did I know this was predicting events that would happen in the future? No idea. Michael demanded that I not sell this material, so I couldn't make any money on it. I couldn't put it in a book that I would sell. I had to put it on the internet for free. So all of the readings, except for these 21 tapes that were in the Michael books, were online as of 1999-2000. That's another way you can prove that I didn't make this up. Did I know that it was going to turn into this in 2024-25? No way. I knew that it was saying that I was going to have a big role. I knew it was saying that I would become like a planetary spiritual leader of some kind. But I had no idea how that would happen or when that would happen. It did say 2025. I'd totally forgotten that. You know, Richard Hoagland in 2004 told me just drop all this stuff and focus on your sacred science, which I did, because he said the sacred science is great, and it doesn't matter if you were Edgar Casey, and it doesn't matter if you're channeling a higher being, and I was fine with that. So my entire career from 2004 up to 2021, I just totally walked away from these readings. I don't need it. I'm not going to worry about it. Then in 2021, I started reading them again, and it's like, oh, wow. They knew about COVID. They knew about the election outcome. They knew about the inoculations. They know about 47. They know about Biden. They know about Kamala, Obama. I mean, everybody significant in this story is in these books. And there's no way that I could have faked this. Nobody has ever mounted any type of successful skeptical explanation for what this is. Instead, all I do is get told that I'm fat, or I'm ugly, or I'm a disgusting con artist, a grifter. That's all Stephen. It's all one person really who's been doing that. But nonetheless, he's been very, very persistent. And I got to give him credit. I mean, incredible motivation to be evil. I guess you can get an award for that. I guess. So the main key teaching here, and again, the main thing I hope if you leave here today, you want to be part of that cloud that stays centered, calm, and serene, because then they can do much more change. So don't let psychopaths control you. Have good boundaries. Don't let yourself go into trauma. Don't be overreactive. When these war type of things happen, people tend to fight with each other. They project their anger onto each other. Don't do that. Stay in the light. Stay in the positivity. Stay centered, calm, and serene. Think on these things, and we do remind you that you are loved more than you could ever possibly imagine. No further psychic explanation is necessary on that one. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. And the very next day, I had a prophetic dream that we are going to have major success in the near future. This is for everybody. He says we're all going to pop the champagne. Well, that's what happens when people get married, right, or a celebration of some kind. We're all going to pop the champagne. We're all going to be better off. The world is changing. And I'm about to show you the double rainbow video. Right after I unsealed all this stuff and built these slides, and I was filming that funny thing with Colin McGeezer's, the reptilian thing, same night, which was, what, yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. It was last night. I went outside on the porch, and I had this gorgeous double rainbow, these incredible cloud formations, and you're going to see that in just a minute here. But first, we'll get this dream done. I was walking around on a golf course outside a very high-end apartment I was staying in. Well, there you go. That's 47, right? Mar-a-Lago. He's a golfer. It's this glorious resort, and in the dream, there's people playing golf in my room. So once again, yet again, I mean, I don't want to impose myself, but Michael is really pushing this every week. He seems to suggest that I end up in Florida and that I end up working with the president. And so that would be a very interesting world if I got to that point, because that means everybody knows about Archangel Michael. Everybody knows about the Draco reptilians. That would be post full disclosure. So it could be several moves away. It might not be the first thing you hear about. But I am definitely prepared to move to Florida and to DC, to have houses there in both places, to live there, to work with the administration in a productive capacity. I hope that I can do that in a way that doesn't make me have to resign from Stavati. Because I want to build the hover cars. So we're just going to see how this unfolds. Michael says I'm going to be doing an embassy, and that's in the books repeatedly, that I will be helping people meet these higher beings. They're not just going to show up in your house. You're going to have to go and meet with them in their embassy. And I apparently will be the go-to person. It's going to make me very busy and very in demand. I'm going to be the go-to person that you have to work it out with me before you get to meet them. That doesn't require me to be president or vice president or anything else. That job in and of itself is singularly important for the whole planet, as is the job of building hover cars. So I don't need any political title, but it does say over and over again, Michael keeps saying that I'm in Florida working with 47, so that probably will happen. I have seen no evidence that it's going to come true yet, other than all of these brilliant comms that they keep sending out that are indirect. But like they say, the golden age. On his birthday, they said the golden age is coming. That's the main Michael thing, that we're heading into the golden age. So I'm quite confident that I will be part of this in the future once everybody knows what's going on. It could take months to get there. That's why he said equinoxes 1 and 2. That doesn't happen until September 22nd. So we're still only in June. We could have July, August. So 3 long months before we get to that. There's 4 months almost before we get to the big finale. So don't expect me to be in the limelight right away. I don't think that will happen. But once this is all over, I mean, I've never seen any other prophecy like this. I've never seen anybody do anything like this. It's almost a singularly unique human accomplishment, what I've been brought through and what I've done. So I was walking around on a golf course. This is obviously talking about Mar-a-Lago. Barn Kitty was out there. This was the cat that I got kicked out of. John kicked me out for letting the cat into my room because the cat peed on my bed and it destroyed his mattress, and he got very angry. These horrible, strange-looking rednecks pulled up in a pickup truck, and their weird appearance made this all seem very sci-fi. So the rednecks in this case are alien rednecks, like the Draco reptilians, running the DS. They pulled up in a pickup truck. This is how they want to destroy 47-2. As soon as these weird alien rednecks pulled up, they released 3 alligators. Well, there you go, reptilians. It was very threatening and scary, and again, it represents Florida. That's where the alligators are. I was very concerned the reptiles were going to try to eat my cat. I tried to grab my cat and bring her out of the way of the alligators, and they just disappeared after a while. So this weird prophecy, again, indicates we're not going to escalate into World War III. The reptilians are not going to win this one. And then I said, now in hindsight, as I'm transcribing it in 99, because this is, again, when I started to read it, that's when it first came through. We're back onto the old June 99 timeline where I transcribed it. This was describing, this is the first dream that I did, was April 11th in 99, after that 21 tape gap that only got transcribed in 2006 or 2024. This is describing the types of situations I would encounter if I'd moved to the ocean front, which I didn't, because there was a lot of partiers down there and hotels. Perhaps this particular apartment was already seen as the most likely choice I would end up with. I then found out I had a new apartment in a very elegant hotel next to the golf course. And again, this is all about Mar-a-Lago. It had many fancy trimmings to it, outrageous chandeliers and woodwork. That's totally consistent. There was a gorgeous double staircase in the middle of the main room. And I don't know that there is one, but I'm sure there is. Somewhere in Mar-a-Lago, there's got to be a double staircase. I saw it in the dream. So this is clearly, again, prophetic that we will be interacting. I think Michael essentially demands it's going to happen. People started walking right through my apartment as they were playing golf. That's so funny. This is even more proof that it's obviously talking about him. I couldn't even believe they were doing that, and I ended up treating it like it was all a big joke. I then ended up in an auditorium with kids I had graduated in high school with. It wasn't the whole class, but I recognized everybody who was there. There was a gothic girl who was so into Robert Smith from The Cure. She made herself look like him. So the auditorium in graduation, again, is an Ascension symbol, and it's also the Alliance finishing the job. And then the whole planet celebrates once true evil has been defeated, which again was the alligators released earlier along, and the alligators just vanished. Some of the drug heads were there too. It had the full array of all the different types of students. It's a big graduation ceremony. And somebody was making a speech about UFOs, and it was very, very interesting to me. So again, this is talking about my content, the arrival of UFO beings, galactic family reunion, second coming of Christ. It's all interrelated. Then it became a graduation reunion ceremony. We all reflected back on the years since we had left and graduated high school. I very singularly became the life of the party. This is talking about Michael is probably going to ensure that my message gets seen by the world. It's going to be a very busy life. Thank God I'm going to have the money to be able to afford to do that. I thought this was really cool. There was definitely some points where someone on stage said something. I made joking comments in the background. I was basically heckling people on stage, and I was making funny jokes. He asked them if they liked what... So one person who was not me, this was somebody else, asked them if they liked what he was... Or no, the speaker said, "Do you like what I'm saying?" Somebody else, not me, heckled the speaker and said they'd like it even more if he was naked. Due to the fact that everybody was partying, it struck us all as funny. There was a few times where I myself caught something at the right moment and major comedy happened. And so in this week's Ezra slides, we have a naked protester. So that's also the time loop. So again, they would like it even more if he was naked. Well, that's what we've had in this world. You can't hide anything from anyone. Everything is out there. You are naked in front of the world because of this intelligence sharing that goes on. So I'm being the heckler. I'm doing funny things. That's totally reflective of the comedy characters I've had in my show. At least when I'm happier. I wasn't very happy when this show started, but I've hung in there and done a great job for you guys. We're at 333, and it's going to be 333.33 right and now. Okay, so that's a quintuple synchronicity just as I looked at the clock. That's how long we've been on the air. It's going to be a little bit late because we got about a 30-second delay or something, but there it is. Okay. So this is really interesting because we're all graduating, and this is the very moment where the tape stops, and then I began transcribing again in April of 1999. And I might have gone back a little bit to the other tape, and listen to the end to get the whole dream. I think that's what I did, but I didn't get the whole tape. That tape was not transcribed until now. So this is a very weird timeline shift because, again, at this moment, I finally stopped not transcribing in 99, and I picked up the transcript. So this is at the moment of graduation and all these prophecies, this is the last of our new 21 tapes from 2024, the new material. And this seems very significant because, again, it's describing a graduation. It's describing the end of the book. This is the last of all the newly unsealed material. Everything, for the most part, that I'm going to read you from now on, if I keep doing this every week, which I plan to, will be stuff that you could find in Michael Prophecies Book 4 or Book 5 once we get past June. So that's really, really cool, right? It's like a timeline shift. Like, wow, this is the exact moment that the timeline goes from 2024, when I first transcribed it, back to 1999, 25 years earlier. And it's right in the middle of a graduation where we're at Mar-a-Lago and we're celebrating the defeat of this evil, and we're talking about UFOs. It couldn't be more exciting to me. And then comes the popping of the champagne bottle. That's the last part of the dream. Everyone was enjoying my comedy. I was the life of the party in a large crowd of people, from being this funny heckler, even though I wasn't speaking yet. And again, despite the censorship, I have massive popularity. It would be far more interesting after arrest and disclosure. We had a huge aura of celebration in the air. A girl I recognized from high school, heavy and with short hair, had a glass of champagne. I never really knew her very well in my waking life. She poured me a drink in a very funny glass. Even though the glass had a stand, it was actually almost as wide as a plate and very flat. So the champagne glass looks like a plate, which again is the metaphor of communion, the body of Christ, and meals representing spiritual food in a dream. So there you go. And again, the meal is the bread of Christ, the body of Christ. We're all going to be fed, and it's going to lead to ascension. So this is a beautiful, beautiful metaphor. I seem to know I shouldn't be doing it, but at the same time, the champagne was like a celebration. I think this is partly talking about the PTSD medication and my past history with it. It seems she was giving it to me because she thought if I had more to drink, I would be even more entertaining. And I very likely could not have gotten through this multi-year complex polycrisis without the use of this medication, as I just said. There was some sort of big backdrop of truth that was behind everything. Ah, wow. Right, because the truth finally comes out after, once we're celebrating, the truth has come out. Some big major announcement or change had happened, and a band was going to play a song that was called Celebration Song, and they invited me to do the lead vocals. Wow. I knew the audience would like me even more once I belted out some lead vocals. So we're going to pick it up here on our next show. This is the end of all the new data I transcribed in 2024. There are many long personal dreams over the next 9 days. No large reading appears again until the 21st, which is in the Michael Prophecies, but we are going to read it next week. So let's again reread the highlight of March 17th, where he says, "Don't worry, have faith in the Ascension and in the timelines as given. This is sure to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words on that one. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love." So, this is the part of the show, and a couple people are going to hate me, but, we have to sell products to survive. So if you want to get all 7 Michael books, again, every single page in all 7 books basically is got red-lined text in it that is prophetic. You'll get a much bigger view on everything Michael's talking about with Ascension and how to practice it for yourself. And we've got 35 hours of video as well that explain what's in the books and the sacred science. It's all for $144. It's a little bit high, but believe me, the material is well worth it. And so what you do is you go to thedisclosure.com and you type in the discount code concrescence. That's all I need to say on that. So again, we get a few orders, and if you do order it, it really does help me out. We haven't gotten the money from our first deal yet. The second deal is supposed to be an instant transfer, so I think we're very, very close to success. But now I need to take another bathroom break. I've definitely earned it. We're 3.5 hours in. I did not do one at the 2.5-hour break because I had the earlier break. So now I want to show you my double rainbow video. And this was really beautiful and quite amazing. So here's my title screen for that. So once again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to dash upstairs. If I have to let this play longer, because again, I got to go to the bathroom and it takes time. The sun just came out again. I probably need to feed my turkeys. It might loop back from the beginning, but I'll try not to have that happen. I'll try to be back here quick enough. 7 minutes is about what I need to get everything done, to boost my blood sugar, eat something, and be good. So anyway, I'm going to mute my microphone, and I'm going to show you this fantastic... Thank you, guys. Yes, you're saying, get a cookie. Great info, David, says Max Kammerer. I'm a UFO fan from 1996. Yes, it was all the way across the sky. Johnny Samsara is asking. So you're about to see this rainbow, and it was absolutely amazing. So without further ado, let me mute myself now. You won't hear my voice, and then we're going to play the video, and it's wonderful. All right, the microphone is back on. We're gonna hit it right now. Here we go. And action.
Oh my God, you guys, I hope this is still happening. There's a rainbow. Rainbow outside. Oh my God, it's there.
Look at that. That was last night.
You don't think this is some kind of magical thing? Oh my God. Look at these clouds. How amazingly lumpy and beautiful they are. And there's the rainbow, dude. I mean, this is a moment. It's a moment of extreme exhilaration when the universe lines this stuff up like this, dude. I'm not trying to be a comedy character or anything. I'm just speaking honestly. How amazing this looks. These are like little portals, little puffballs. And then look at this. It's a beautiful rainbow. And it's staying still, it's not moving. And here's the clouds. The rainbow is just holding its position. I mean, you can see that it's obviously something that I find very exciting. These clouds are just incredibly majestic looking. They're wonderful. And then you come right over here, and oh my God. I mean, I'm getting totally soaked out here, like doing this video, because I just am in my shirt. And I had to run out here before I lost it. Oh, dude, it's a double rainbow now. Look at this. It's transforming in front of our eyes. It's actually becoming a double rainbow. No way, bro. Double rainbow in my backyard. No, I'm not crying about it, but yeah, we got a double rainbow, guys. And the turnaround function on this camera is disabled. It happened, it's still there. It can't turn around and look at me like it used to because somehow it got screwed up while it was in my pocket at the Air Dominance Summit. But like, this is incredibly supernatural, you guys. If you were here with me right now and you were looking at this with me, the level of cosmic feeling that you get from this is spectacular. So yeah, we've got this whole property, which you can see from up here is just really quite stunning. And you look at these clouds, and then look at that. It is still a double rainbow. I can see two of them over on the left. They're right there together. And it's still going across the sky. I'm getting colder and colder, wetter and wetter. It's starting to fade a little bit now. The rainbow effect is slightly lessening, but it's still got a double. Let's see if I can get it in the driveway. I probably can. I'm losing a little bit of it. It's getting cut off. I mean, wow, dude, what is going on? Look at these clouds. You don't even see the rainbow from here. It's gone. Maybe it's still over there on the porch if we go over there. I mean, wow. It's kind of scary because these clouds are so scary looking. They're very large and they look like fingers. Let's just see now if we can see the rainbow again. Yep. It's still there, by golly. It's moved a little bit, but it's still there. How amazing is that? All right, you guys, we'll keep this one at 5 minutes. Look at that little kind of circle in the air over there. This has been very, very stunning. It's almost like vertiginous. I get vertigo because I'm so stunned at what I'm looking at in the sky. It's like, wow, dude. I mean, the rainbow is gone now, but this is just really weird, textured, you know? It's so crazy. Some people would just toss their cookies. They're like, nope, it's too vivid, it's too wild. I can't keep it down. Whoop. Well, brother, that's just kind of you messed around with the wrong stuff, you know? You weren't really experienced enough for this. You didn't know what was going to happen when you made that decision. And yet, look at what's happening up here in the sky, you guys. I mean, this is really strange. Let's see if we still got a rainbow. No, it finally faded. Rainbow finally faded. Would have been right here. But we got to see the rest of the sky. Just enjoy the serenity, you know? Enjoy the peace of what we just witnessed in something like an eclipse, a rainbow, double rainbow for Mr. David Wilcock. Woo! We did it. And it's all good. The sun has gone down, but these clouds live on. Thank you, guys. Bye. Oh my God, you guys, I hope this is still happening. There's a rainbow. Rainbow outside. I'm going to pause it now. Hold on. Oh my God. It's there.
All right, we're back, and I found this in the closet. I think it might be, this jacket might have belonged to my ex-wife, but it was in the closet, and it's like, dude, it's pretty darn fresh. I think this is, you guys like this? You guys happy that I'm wearing this? It kind of feels like an anointing. I didn't even realize I had this in there, and I wanted a jacket just like this, and it actually was already in the closet. Master David, it is dope. Yeah, this is a really, really cool. Let's get you the wide shot. Actually, let's go super wide. I mean, this goes way down, man. It's like a big, big robe. Let's stand up. See how. Woo! And it's like two-sided. So it has this whole interior. I mean, this is awesome. It's totally awesome. So I'm happy to have this jacket in my closet to be found, and I didn't even realize it was in there. Let me take a drink of water. But you see, this represents, it's too much sizzle for one man. Gold on gold, oh my God. The inlay is beautiful. My God, I love it. I said it's an enchanted place. You're lucky, man. You're looking sharp, dude. Woo! Yeah, baby. Let's maybe even give it a little bit more blackness over here so you can see some of that stuff. Let's fold the collar. I think that's what you're supposed to do, is actually like fold the collar. Dang, dude, this is just so sweet. Looks like a kimono. You manifested a silk robe for over your sizzle shirt. It's fabulous. Now that's cool. You look unwashed, says Carl Martin. Well, we always got to have one hater. I did have a bath this morning. I don't know what you're saying. Let me mop my head. David, it's a bathrobe. You look like a king. This guy has his chi power. It's a Mar-a-Lago jacket. Welcome to the golden age. You manifested yourself a Hugh Hefner robe. It's so freaking happy. David, I still feel very much like coming to work for you. Please tell me how to get in touch with you with love and grace. That's Chantel Henderson. Anybody who wants to work with us can write to Stavati.com. And man, I just love this jacket. But yeah, Stavati.com is our company, and that's where I'm going to be doing most of my work now. And it's going to be a big focus for us. So yeah, there's going to be employment opportunities, but dude, let's just bask. We just have to kind of bask in the level of sizzle that Elizabeth left behind for me in my jacket, in my closet. I mean, if this belongs to her, I guess I'll give it back, but maybe I can like buy it or something, you know. If she doesn't want me to have this, I'll have to just kind of like bribe her with money and say, Beth, you got to let me keep this, man. It was in the closet for a reason. I didn't know it was in. It's so sassy, you super sizzle. The sizzle is up to 1,000, man. We have cranked the sizzle up so high. Thanks to your gifts, and then whatever random stuff was in my closet. I mean, it is really, really amazing. So let's just get on with the show, shall we? In this dazzling attire. The master has returned. He is here. He sits upon the throne. No kings? Well, maybe we'll allow one king in. We'll just let one through. Can you guys handle one king? Maybe you can. Anyway, yeah. I'm just kidding. I don't want to be anybody's king. That's old patriarchal stuff. We're all kings. We're all... It's not that there's no kings. It's all kings. That's what they should have called it, is all kings. Every one of us is a king in the making. Every one of us has the potential to activate our light body, which is what golden robes like this actually symbolize. It's the activation of your spiritual potential, of your chi. What a shock, man. I've been looking, you know how much I want sizzle jackets, right? And I try to trick you guys into buying them for me. 7 Geometric Forms bought me several of them. And even upstairs, I'm like, you know, I'd love to have a sizzle jacket, but let me go wear that old one that I got downstairs. It's like a, you know, Renaissance black jacket. And that was in there. But then I found this behind it, and it had totally eluded me. I had no idea it was there. It probably belongs to Beth, but, you know, thank you at least for the short time that I was able to occupy this jacket on the air. I mean, it's bomb ass, and if I need to buy it, that's totally fine. I got a big old pocket right here. Who knows what kind of like stash you could hide in this? You know, you could have something that people don't really know about. Little drops of joy and beauty of, you know, you want to anoint someone with sandalwood oil. You have a little sandalwood bottle in here, and bless you, you know, you put it on their forehead. Wow, you know, he touched, but that's like the Swami business, David. If you go rip people off, you go dressing up like that New Age. No, we're not ripping anybody off. To be called grifters and con artists is very unfair. I just love great clothes. And so I'm very, very excited to deliver the last part of the show in a sacred garment for you guys. This is a full-blown, like, royal, golden, king-like outfit, as you guys yourself have said. So they want no kings. How about all kings? I need you to get a sizzle jacket, too, so I'm not alone. I don't want to feel like a weirdo being the only one who dresses like a king. And if you want to send me something... As long as it's reasonably cool and something that I can actually handle. Like, I don't want to wear tie-dye hippie shirts on the air. And I got some really great ones. I'll have to show them to you next time. Somebody sent me, but I'm not going to actually wear a tie-dye on the air. But something like this, you betcha. You send me some weird Asian silk robe, it's going in the show. Period. And that was, again, P.O. Box 3700, Netherland, Colorado, 80466. And I check it all the time because it keeps filling up. Every time I do a show and I mention this, I get these boxes, and they can handle packages of any size. If it doesn't fit in my box, which is like about, like that big, then they hold it in the back. And so every time I go in there, I got like 5 of these yellow tags, and I got to walk up to the gate and I got to say, okay, here's my tags. And then she walks back in. Most of the time she's got to have like a cart. They cart out my mail from you guys. And I have to I actually, one time, second to last time, this is actually true, I had to cart your mail into the car because the boxes were so big. And by the way, I cleaned out my garage, and the garage had so much mouse poop in it, which is, again, a portal to the demonic. And then immediately after I cleaned it out, that was right after Chris and his kids left, because I have a bed for the kids that's in the garage. And it's a 5-inch thick mattress pillow topper. It's like a pillow mattress, basically. Like, it's all feathers, a feather bed. So they get their feather bed, and I put it up there in my room. I sleep down here. After they left, I cleaned the whole garage. And I did this amazing job. I mean, I still got more to do because it's very cluttery in there, but a lot of the stuff that needed to get done has been done. And then immediately after that happened, it's like Chris's birthday, and that was, I think, on Thursday. Yeah. And then I think it's March or June 13th. And so on the day of his birthday, we got the news about this incredible situation that's going to just do everything that our company needs. We're never going to have to raise money. We're never going to worry about how much. I mean, we don't need that much for that, but the point is that amount is arriving. And so it's like we don't even have to worry about anything anymore. It's all taken care of. It's amazing, and it's a beautiful, beautiful situation that has just happened. So I'm even more at ease than usual, because now it's like, well, yeah, we're going to be able to launch everything we want to do. All the different projects, power plants, which would be free energy. We now have enough of a seed that we can go in and do everything at once at the beginning. And I've had dreams about that recently. And this champagne dream correlated precisely with when I unsealed it, and then seeing that rainbow with this deal coming in. And now I find this, and it's like, okay, this is the emblem of the light body, the emblem of success. It's really, really quite something. Your mother is on the other side of the rainbow and is your angel. Well, my mother's still alive. Oh, Jackie's, let's see what this is about, because somebody's mother died. Is that what it is? Let's see, hold on. Oh, Jackie H. Yeah, I'm in it. My mother passed away this morning. I'm so sorry. My mother passed away this morning, literally at 4:44 a.m. on her birthday. Whoa, and I was just talking about Chris's birthday. I'm so broken, but it's no coincidence that it happened at that precise moment. I was shown that she was surrounded by angels. And you guys are so amazing. She's got 55 thumbs up. I'm not allowed to do a thumbs up, I guess, because I just tried. But your dreams are Casey's readings, David. So anyway, Jackie, yeah, we're really sorry about your mother, but it's also like, people sometimes do transition at symbolic moments to achieve a greater good. And to do it at 4:44, right as I'm talking about, Chris's birthday the same day, and that all of these events coalesced into the double rainbow on Chris's birthday. Well, the rainbow happened the day after, or a couple days after. But the point is, I'm still living in this. I mean, we don't have the money yet, but it's going to be very, very soon. So obviously the DS knows this too. That's why I'm not tipping them off, because they follow all of our phone communications, and we're not doing anything securely. So it's not like they don't know that this is going on. They're probably pissed off. And again, remember the No Kings protest sign had a jester's hat on it, which is King David. And well, yeah, I'm going to rock this. I got the hair I got gold in my hair, gold on my shirt. I got a gold jacket. I just tore a hole through this shirt because I'm trying to, I hate the fact of how these t-shirts hike up so much. I'd rather just have it be, you know, lovely skin and then the golden silk. But yeah, I just tore a hole in my little green shirt, whatever. So now we've got the part of the show after Michael has delivered this incredible time loop where we go through everything that Ezra has to say. And it says 4778, so we've lost some. But again, there's people living in Europe and they simply must go to sleep at a certain point. So we lost, what, you know, a total of maybe 700, 650, 650 people bailed because they're too tired. That's okay. Let's go on with the show because the rest of you guys are wide awake. The sizzle is just going to radiate. This just radiates power, man. It's like, dude, I am invincible in this shirt. In this, it's not even really a shirt. It's like a jacket, you know. Nobody can touch me, man. This is the shield of armor of the light body. You got inlaid whatever. I don't know what these things mean. Hopefully it doesn't mean I am the biggest jerk or I am a fool or I don't know what it says. I mean, I can't read that language because I'm just trying to be funny, you guys. I'm having a lot of fun because you know what? We're winning. That time loop was so amazing. The double rainbow was so amazing. The deal that we just got is so amazing because we were thinking we'd have to raise money and sell some military products, to sell some commercial products as they generate revenue. Then we take that revenue. Then we start funding the anti-gravity. Then when we have enough revenue, we start funding the free energy power plant or the thorium reactor, or we do the quantum computer chip that's like 10,000 desktop computers in one chip. We have that thing we could do. We have the medbed thing, you know, which is, again, something a lot of people really want. We didn't have the ability to do all that at once because we'd have to bootstrap and earn our way along. Well, now it's just like we've got the funding to do it. So we get to launch everything if this works. And, you know, I'm sure the negative knows about it. And so I'd ask all you guys to just pray for us, please. Pray for the success of this deal. It should probably be happening sometime next week. I may not be able to be on the next show, depending on how this goes. If I have to go out there on the weekend, unfortunately, it's just so important that I'd have to do it. But yeah, happy Father's Day, too. Bless you, David. Thank you. And happy Father's Day, everyone, says Leanne Boudreau. Well, look, I got 4,700 of you guys hanging with me. You don't want me to delay this anymore. Let's get right into the alliance part because this is what ties all of it together. We've got, at the beginning of the show, I ran you through the latest crop formation. We showed the wicker basket. We talked about that it actually is prophetic of the defeat of the DS, and that solar flash wicker basket thing showed up before this Iran-Israel war popped up out of nowhere. It showed up on Sunday. We talked about it in the last show. And it tied together all of those different formations that were so indicative of everything that we're now seeing, that they're pushing, remember, the grand finale of all the little hooky fingers, there's six of them all together. That was the symbol of the Lion's Gate, the 8-8 formation. It had the can opener, it had the embryo, it has the black swan, it has the jester's hats, it has the hat of Ra, it has the sword of Archangel Michael, as we saw in the fan blade crop circle from 2023 when I put that one in. What we're seeing is the crop formations lining up with what Michael says in the Michael prophecies through this time loop, because I honestly believe, from what I read in these books, that the people at Michael's level are very excited about the fact that somebody is doing this. It happens to be me, and yes, I've got some crazy sizzle. You give a Walter Mercado vibe with that kimono, says Vacapala. I don't know who Walter Mercado is, but I'll take your word for it. Maybe Liberace? Yeah, baby, yeah. Just get your thing on, get your groove on, play a little piano. Yeah. Hey, everybody. It's kind of like Liberace meets Dylan was sort of what I was doing there. I don't know what that was. Apparently, the official color of Metallica is yellow. Okay, well, then I dressed like Metallica. David has Emperor vibes going on. I like the summary spoken far better than the slides, says Esleen Westby. Thank you. Well, yeah, I think it's probably good sometimes in my haste to get through the show because it's like, oh my God, there's 4 hours already. But yeah, well, I don't care if it's 5 hours. I don't care if it's 6 hours. The point is, now that I don't have yellow jackets coming after me and I found this jacket and I feel at peace wearing it on the air, I'm just very egotistically satisfied. My ego is satisfied by this clothing. I actually feel more fulfilled and more alive and more in my mastery and my power in this outrageous costume that just kind of delivered itself to me. I mean, I honestly have never seen this and I didn't know it was in there. It's probably for one of the things that she does and she accidentally left it here. But thank you, Beth. Thank you for leaving this behind. I'll pay you for it because I want to wear it again, man. This is just like freaking crazy. So yeah, we were doing a summary talking about the different crop formations and how the Jester formation, the one that last year ended with, is now also being referenced in the one that we just got, which is Wicker Basket 7.0, the Wicker Basket of 2025. We had the Batman symbol calling for help. All those rings, that the individual circles that have sticks on them going into a common center. I almost want to bring it back again to show it to you again, but we don't need to do that. You saw the image. I mean, maybe we can. What the hell? Let's go ahead and just grab just a couple of the ones right at the end here. So that'll, because I got attacked. I didn't have time to do this right. Let's see. What are you guys really calling out for here? We'll just grab this piece right here and we'll run it again. Okay. Not so bad. It didn't kill you that I did this, right? You're still alive. You made it. He's not dying on stage after all. He's living on stage. So let's do this right here. So after those readings, I think Michael deserves another round of the crop circles because he is trying to communicate to us this way. And this is going to segue us right back into the Alliance slides, okay? So again, the No Kings protest, they pioneered the Jester's hat, which was a dig against me because it looks like the King David Jester hat. And you know, on the inside, they're very aware of who I am. And again, what's so exciting, as I said before, is that it says her last stand. So like, whoa, there's no ambiguity in something like that. Last stand doesn't mean you have 5 or 6 more moves. It doesn't mean you have 2 more moves. How close are we to the Alliance actually doing the arrests? I mean, it's like, wow, you know, this symbolizes light body activation. You know, I got gold silk. It's wonderful. So this is the one that we saw. That's a very interesting formation because it has all this symbolism in it. Again, the leaves are yods. Very much related to the idea of our DNA expanding. Divine energy and manifestation, knocking the kings and queens off of their post. The corrupt ones, at least. No kings, right? That's interesting. The same thing. We have the black swan, which represents like a big financial problem or a big war. Sure enough, the financial problem just happened. The war has happened. Both of them are in play. They're both big deals right now. Our economy, you know, there's not any recent economic black swan. But anyway, the war definitely figures as one. Hopefully it doesn't happen to the economy with some sudden thing either. But anyway, that's what they would want if these things had succeeded. It doesn't seem like they will. So you clearly can see the black swan head there side by side, which can be a financial collapse, or it could be them trying to push the nuclear button. And you see how on the left there, it looks like a hand. There's a hand pushing a button. And it also, again, as I said, is opening up the can of worms. So remember that symbolism. So the idea is that they're Opening up a can of worms is an expression that we use that means something bad is happening and that you've opened up something awful, like that you don't want there to be worms in the can. That, oh, God, there's worms in the can. I opened up a can of worms. Oh, man, what was that all about? So it's a typical old American expression that means that you did something that causes things to happen that you never wanted to see because they really freak you out. And that's exactly what this is. We've opened up the can of worms. Israel has crossed this line. They did a massive, massive attack. Now they're being counterattacked, but the point was they did some very precise stuff, very suddenly. It also looks like 666. We got this global evil we're fighting against. Spirals that symbolize what we've already seen from other databases. And I showed you these slides already. And then Sheila Jackson had this funny ring, you know, and she was the congresswoman who wore that ring. Why did she do that? They were asking that question. So Michael is showing us that this whole cartel is coming down. That's the same thing he was saying in the time loop this week. It's also referenced in these crop formations. So one layer of meaning is clearly about the Alliance versus the DS. It's also, again, our ascension and light body. Like the prenatal state, they always talk about the idea of in Christianity being born again. That's actually the light body. That's not just like something that you do when you go to a church and they give you a baptism. I mean, you can say that you're born again. Okay, great. But you're not walking around in the garment of light. Not like this. No, I mean, I'm not doing it either, but this is about as close as you can get, I would say. But the real rebirth, the real second coming of Christ, the real born again thing is the light body activation. And that's what, like the 2001 movie where he turns into a baby at the end after he becomes an old man, it's a symbol of rebirth into this higher spiritual form. And so here we have it in the crop formation, which is also the head of the black swan. It is the incubation of this new light body in humanity. So it could also be seen as the hand of God pushing a cosmic trigger of ascension. That's a really fun way to look at it. And then, again, the different images of it that showed up. I'm just going to run through these quickly. This was in its original form. And it's so funny that it looks like a jester's hat, doesn't it? And you see the bells on the top of the hat. I mean, that's exactly what it looks like. So it's King David, and then they just had this no kings protest. So we can just kind of say thank you for saying no kings, but how about all kings? I think all of you are kings. And it's the court jester pushing the cosmic trigger. So there again was the actual king symbolism. And 6 jesters' hats making a spinning wheel. There you go. So now they've just honored me again with the wicker basket thing. And the Wind Cries Mary had Jackson little boxes. That was before the crop circle showed up. I was hearing that song in my mind like constantly. It was really strange. And it also looks like the headdress of Horus, which is the source of the Law of One, the original version of Archangel Michael. And as I said, the beginning of the 2023 season had the swords of Archangel Michael, as we called them. So that actually is another layer of what we're seeing here. It's got Archangel Michael symbolism with Ra and with the swords. So the deep state could be the court jester trying to push a button of world destruction, and they're also activating our cosmic trigger. Again, remember, Lion's Gate 88 is when this thing showed up, and it actually was in a part of England called Lion's Gate. And so this was the portal for the return of Christ, the return of this cosmic energy. Jesus is the Lion of Judah, as was David. I didn't learn that till I watched the David show. So this symbolizes Christ's activation and return. And remember, our guy had the prophetic insight. Tomorrow is 888. There may be a crop circle. So they responded to him that way. And you already saw this, so we'll just blow through this again. Because 888 is the number of the Logos Christ, and the sun is its greatest expression. The sun is going crazy right now. Isn't that interesting? The sign of Leo, the solar regency placed on the shoulders of the Archangel Michael. The great prince of army of God who will sound the trumpet to gather the 144,000 by the loving hands of the Sun Father. And then again it turned into this phase 2, which we see right here, which brings in all of that interesting fractal mathematics and portals and all the stuff that I was talking about, and really makes it more cosmic. So yes, This is a very exciting time to be alive. We're in the final stage of whatever this plan is. I called it the final phase for a reason. War is the final phase. We already were told that in all the posts. So when they say her last stand, again, that really, really captivated me, and it shows me, dude, this is it. We're in the final round here. So yeah, we do want to hear these alliance slides because it's very important. And then the Michael stuff that we just unsealed from 1999 is clearly telling us the FBI arrests are about to occur. We saw that. All the symbolism links up very nicely. And it's not just going to always be in the future. This is not just going to be something that we're always waiting for and hoping it's going to happen. I had that realization the other day. I said, you know what? Things that you never thought were going to happen sometime intrude into your life and they become your present, and then you just have to deal with it. There it is, man. That's your life. You're now in that new reality. And so this crop formation was very interesting. They come back with the wicker basket. Everything is going to be fine. So let's go into our alliance slides now. And this is very exciting because remember, there was up to 150 of these vehicles that were positioned in DC. We saw that last week. And it asks the question, what do the markings on the vehicles transporting the tanks say? And I think Stephen might have gotten this one taken down because this one isn't up there anymore. I noticed that. They're part of, but you got to read what it actually says. And it says, hang these two individuals. Oh, no, no big deal, you know, just hang so-and-so and so-and-so. And then they did it, remember, 17 seconds into the video. And what did we find out? It's like, dude, there you go. What were we saying? It's 17 seconds because that's the key number for a particular letter of the alphabet that we know and love. And that's what all of this is about. So they put that code at the 17-second mark. He told us on TG. We did that last week. And it was very shocking because this is an official Army video. And of course, he ended up getting this post taken down. You can't read this one anymore. That's why I put it back in again. June 14th, the same day of his birthday. And we did have the parade. Go watch the fireworks. I need to spend more time watching it. I've been so busy on the show. Soldiers are moving tanks and military equipment into position. Many of them bearing logos, insignias, and banners honoring the Army's 250 years of service. Well, so that was a fake out, right? It faked them out, and all of a sudden this war starts. Because they're like, oh my God, they're going to do it this weekend. And the whole thing's over. One of our outlets has got to create some distraction so we don't let the game loose. People don't realize that, yeah, there's two sides to this and we hate each other and we want to kill each other and we're fighting to the death. But we're both DS and we're both negative and we don't want anybody to know about this. Neither side of that battle that's fighting to the death wants the public to have any idea that that's what they're doing. So both sides will actually defend their common interest of secrecy by participating in global distraction events that are meant to stop you from looking at things that they don't want you to see. So if something's about to happen, if this trial that we've been hearing so much about finally comes to an end and then some big revelation comes out, it could be that these guys are subpoenaed, they go into Congress, we talked about that. They're going to be dragged into Congress. Because what? Because they funded this stuff and they got the proof and they've got the brick pallets and they've got the kid that they arrested and he squealed like a pig and he ratted out everybody and like, oh my God, we got this evidence, and they're in Congress and then they have to answer for what happened and the whole world is watching. Dude, that could happen like next week. That's what we're heading into right now. Congressional subpoena doesn't take a long time. They call you, you got to show up. So like, wow. I mean, this is a very intense moment of time because it's the end of Michael's time loop of the new material that I just found last September. Now we're right back into stuff that I've been able to read since I first transcribed it in 1999 and in the 7 books that I wrote of the Michael Prophecies. So now we're into book 4. So I am just so excited, that I do feel comfortable sharing this with you because it's just such a, wait, we got to wait another week. Somebody said in the comments, There is no place for childish impatience in this world. This is a world where we have to accept that we are not the Alliance. We do not know what they're doing. We do not know what the plan is. They're never going to divulge it. Disinformation is necessary. They have to keep throwing curveballs at us. They have to keep making things different, than they look. That's what the WrestleMania was about. People are having a hard time putting it all together. Michael talked about that in the time loop. So anyway, this was very interesting because they put the military hardware in DC, suggesting that there might be something about to happen, and it provoked this war. I think those things are correlated, especially because of what they wrote on the vehicles. And if you look at it up close, it says, hang so-and-so and so-and-so. Whoa, at the 17-second mark. Isn't that weird? So this was what they had in there, the 28 tanks, 28 Bradley fighting vehicles, 28 Stripers, 6 Paladins, howitzer, that's a 155 millimeter shell. I mean, I don't know what good that's going to do you, because those weapons are just designed, you just drop one down on an area and it shoots out a whole bunch of like tiny little fragmented particles, and everybody just gets shredded to death. And it does a pretty good size area. So if you're in the munitions business, which Stavati has contact with those things, we certainly are aware of what they're doing. We were asked to make 155 millimeter shells at one point. Well, when I learned about it, I'm like, dang, this is a nasty weapon. But apparently it's used, but only really in like a frontline situation where you drop it over on a whole bunch of people that are running towards you and they're all the enemy. So I don't think you'd ever use a 155 millimeter shell in DC. So you can write that one off. They're never going to use howitzers in something like this. That's just impossible. 50% of approximately 150 vehicles in this parade on June 14th. And again, nothing happened. But there was the thing. And here's where he said 17 seconds. So the official U.S. Army video has this numerical code in it, which totally confirms that the video length in seconds is a code. It's basically a direct confirmation. And again, all this interestingly got taken down off of X. So 58 seconds in length brings us to this one, which is again, and she just got married, right? And her ties to these countries and these organizations, and her role in the ballooning scandal. All this stuff is about to become a big deal. And you're going to hear a lot of old stories that people have never heard before. But there it is, that there was no evidence that they have ties to this organization. And if you think so, you're a conspiracy theorist. And then again, warning about their infiltration of our country. Okay, now let's get to some new stuff. So we have the National Guard arriving in LA and immediately met by masked radicals waving foreign... I got to get my glasses on. Hold on. Waving foreign flags. Protesters shouting scripted talking points at the troops about the president, demanding unlimited resources for so-and-so, no matter the cost. So that's all part of the final setup here, guys. And we got post number 95. What happened over there will happen here in Asia and in Europe. Keep digging and organizing the info into graphics. This is critical. So again, the code just keeps on working, dude. And we're at 4,800, so none of you guys left me. In fact, we got more now. We're almost up to 5,000 again. So what happened over there is going to happen here. And it's already started because military is already having to be used. So yeah, we're in that final sequence that we were told was going to happen. So just don't freak out, have faith, and keep on moving. So then the Palantir thing, a lot of people say this is really scary surveillance. Yes, I mean, that's just her opinion, but he posted it to get you shocked. And that's why he said, are you paying attention yet? Because the idea is the Alliance doesn't love to see it. They don't want this technology being used against us. That's why he says, are you paying attention yet? So I think some people got really misunderstood about that one. Software platforms, big data analytics, right, exactly. Actionable insights for law enforcement by scanning large data sets of people. No, they don't want that. So don't project that on the Alliance. Then we have full-blown destruction erupt out of this situation. Hundreds of active duty Marines standing by for deployment to LA as they spiral deeper and deeper into this chaos. Riots erupting into full-blown destruction, self-driving cars torched, flames lighting up the skyline, and thick smoke pouring into the air. In the middle of it all, this very busty woman protesting brings traffic to a standstill after she's got nothing left, and she's waving this sign beneath the eye of Providence, and so there she is in the top right, just like the day she was born, except for socks and shoes, and a bunch of people hooting and hollering. And yeah, I mean, I really suffered having to watch that video. I'm kind of offended that Ezra would force me to watch something like that. But, you know, I survived. I'm good. I think I was a little bit happier from seeing it, perhaps, but, you know, I feel more fulfilled having known that I've now said that I was kind of shocked by this, but that I forced myself to watch it. You know, I really had to make sure that I, you know, surveyed it to see how objectionable it was. I didn't want to leave evidence unattended. If there was evidence that I needed to be looking at, and I'm being told by the Alliance that I need to watch this, you know, I just accepted that, okay, yes, it's maybe not something that I normally would click on, but in this case, I will take their lead and I will survey the evidence with an abstract and disjointed mind, just not enjoy it, you know, but just watch it for scientific research. Scientific research. How does that sound, you guys? You think I got... Now, my God, I mean, you guys go way too... Some of you guys go way too far, okay? That was way too far. Anyway, 9/11, 29 and 37 seconds. Post number 9, again, at some point, the Great Awakening will occur, whereby we learn that these leaders are false and they've been paid off. And so I can't wait for that, man. And it said through the looking glass, which again is the technology that they seem to have been using to bring us all this stuff. They can see into the future. So again, the key here is the military intelligence and how they're rooting out corrupt elements that were in the intelligence community. And it says again, what articles can he impose a military type of investigation for these various organizations? That's interesting, right? That's all going to be coming out. And then it says some things must remain... We've seen this one so many times. Some things must remain classified to the very end. This country is not being run by him. He's only an actor in the play. Who is the director? The truth would be so outrageous that most Americans would riot, revolt, reject it, etc. Well, that's the truth we're about to get. We are going to learn these things. Then they say that these networks are being dismantled and that these abductions are paused but will not be terminated until the players are in custody. So that's what's happening right now. We're in that final phase of the plan. That's what they're telling us by using this length of time, I believe. We pray every single day for God's guidance and direction as we are truly up against pure evil. Then 37 is also very actionable, a really nice one. They are the true patriots. We will never forget. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the Republic from evil, bad actors. Woo! I mean, wow. Like, the coming days. So once again, like, how many times have you heard me read this? And it's like, well, one of these times it's actually going to be in the next few coming days. And I think we might be at that point. Watch it with medical doctor's eyes. Yes. T. Chaka Gaines just donated. Thank you very much. So, anyway, how exciting, because every single one of those video lengths is totally correlated with something that's very actionable. And this one again says, the evil bad actors have sacrificed the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight the good fight, let justice be served. So then here's the guy who's striking a pose, as they said, for the mainstream media. They wanted to get people out in the streets, but it just didn't work. There's not enough people mad who want to go run out and do stuff like this. So it didn't work. So there you go. Making sure the chaos is captured in high definition, posing for the mainstream media. And then again, post number 9, same one we just saw. So they did it again. They repeated the code. The Great Awakening will occur through the looking glass. So again, that suggests purposeful behavior. So the LA police chief says he desperately needs the help of these guys, admits the situation is out of control. He desperately needs their help because his officers are overwhelmed. He reveals that the rioters nearly killed several of his officers by launching fireworks directly at them and handing out bricks. And who paid for the bricks and where did they come from, right? According to him, these people have no limits and no intention of backing down. Well, there you go. This is exactly the final phase we expected to see. It's happening right now. The crop circles are telling us with the wicker basket. Michael is telling us with his time loops. It's very exciting. And I've got this amazing jacket. Post number 75, the strongest weapon in the United States is a patriotic American. And then this is weird, huh? By the time he returns from his trip, the world will be a different place. In this context, that probably means the trip that he's going to use to try to stop this war from happening between Israel and Iran. That's my guess. So you can read the rest there. Former director of this organization attacks him. This is the next one that we got. Unleashes an attack over his decision to deploy these people, accusing him of declaring war on the American people. He claims that he is deliberately provoking a nationwide confrontation, trying to tear our country apart, turning us against one another. See, that's the script they wanted us to have. It just didn't work. He throws his support behind the people doing this across the state. So again, no big thing happened. I think that's the point here. They tried to get it going. They just don't have the support and the negativity in the society. And then look at this. My signatures all reference upcoming events about to drop if this hasn't been caught on. And again, remember, this was before the war started. So how, right? Like, oh yeah, David, these are random codes, and he denied that he has anything to do with the alliance. It's all random, right? So then why would he say upcoming events about to drop like 3 days before the war starts? Oh, well, yeah, because this code actually works. That's why the Army put it in their video and did 17 seconds, and he showed you that. So he's never going to admit that, and please don't bother him. But like, yeah, the numerical code is definitely a real thing. And it's getting us to learn a lot more than just what he says on the top layer. If you go into the subtext, it's like, dang, okay, this is really real. And again, upcoming events about to drop was the war, so we'll call that a prophecy. Who is handing out these face shields? I mean, what the heck is up with that, right? Mysterious truck arrived in downtown LA and began unloading boxes of these directly into the hands of waiting protesters. Reports state, and this is going to become court testimony, eyewitness court testimony in Congress, most likely, multiple trucks filled with these high-priced face shields are showing up at the hot spots all across the city. So they really wanted to try to get this thing going. They just didn't have the will of the people behind them. Thank God, right? It didn't lead to anything crazy. Post number 193, sure enough, it says who really controls this particular country. So again, they're showing you who's really in control of giving these people these bricks, and they're calling them into Congress. I mean, it all lines up very beautifully. So then we have various celebrities endorsing this protest. They are now throwing their support behind the riots erupting in LA, blasting him as a tyrant. She accused him of acting like a king and ignoring the courts, while openly promoting the June 14th No King protest. Well, that's the narrative, right? They're framing the narrative. That's what they wanted people to feel. She urged her followers to get involved and stand up for what she calls a fight for democracy. So basically trying to get everybody out of their seat and into the street. She declared that Americans across the country will gather to protest this authoritarian spectacle. Well, not really. Didn't really work. Despite, however, she tried to dress up and make it look good, just didn't work. Post number 21, I've dumped some crumbs like this over the weekend, which started the intense shilling. At this point, we are far enough along you can paint the picture without the risk of jeopardizing the operation. Yep, that all fits because we are getting shilled like crazy, and they're far enough along that they don't need to jeopardize anything by telling us this. It all makes sense. So then we have this guy going to watch them firsthand. He arrived in downtown LA to do this, describing it as peaceful and said he hopes it remains that way. Well, not all areas were, right? We saw some very intense footage. He dismissed the deployment and the mobilization as pointless and excessive. Now, there's enough videos everybody's seeing that this is all part of the gilding of the lily that didn't really work. He ridiculed the idea of arresting the governor and said it was completely absurd. Well, the governor wanted that to happen, and so he didn't get it, which I think was very intelligent. So post number 112 is this one here. Important to archive. The above and the next drops have a high probability of shutting down this board that they were posting on. It is being safe, because they had the control over it with their military server, but it is being safeguarded for these transmissions, but is not 100% secure. Who owns this platform? And we found out the IP address is from the DoD. Why is this platform being used? Well, to protect it from the DS. What recent events almost occurred? Why is this relevant? And then it says, stay alert in main U.S. cities, sporting events, and other conservative gatherings. Uh-oh. So that, I think we should take that very seriously, because they're probably going to do some more stuff before this is over. So I would just be very aware of this evidence, because then they say it a second time. And then they also say more of these types of events are imminent. Above will have context as news unfolds. Summarize and paint the picture. This is critical. You think maybe this code is relevant? You think this might actually have a deliberate meaning when he has a certain number of seconds? Yeah. This sounds very intense. So I would, again, heed this advice, heed this warning. Everything should be good. Don't anybody let them sell you a yellow vehicle. I don't know what you guys are saying. Anyway, I got to keep going. I don't want to be on the air forever. So this California sheriff, that sounded kind of southern. California sheriff. It's because when I'm tired, man. I actually am really tired, but I want to get through these. But the southern comes out in my voice. If I get tired, I start to drawl sometimes. California sheriff slams Newsom, telling him to be quiet and stop messing with their work. He's making it worse. He's sick of this after years. He says, stop calling them peaceful. Let us do our jobs. The bricks are being left out to use as weapons, and it's all been planned. Jeez. This is the sheriff, and this guy is no joke. I mean, you can tell he's been in the military. He said that this is being pushed by politicians who are trying to achieve an agenda. I mean, wow. And he is no joke, man. You can tell this guy's been in the military. 237. Again, what if these enemies were actually given weapons by the DS? That's the implication again. So this fits up very nicely with what we just saw. And then this is the biggest cover-up in our history. And then look at that down there. I couldn't even believe it. Iran deal, Russian reset. And this was still on either the 9th or the 10th. So this was still like days before it even happened. Days before Iran was in a war, they posted this, and it says Iran deal, Russian reset. Because look, the very next date we've got is the 10th of June. And I'm doing them in order. So we're either on the 9th or the 10th right here. Let's go back and see. It's the 10th. Okay. So we're on the 10th of June. And then right here, it says Iran deal, Russian reset. That's 3 days before it happened. So they're really kicking butt this week and giving us prophetic insights that I love. So that's why I was excited to do this show. And even though I'm tired, I'm going to keep pushing until we're done for you guys and for me. I don't want to be behind. I mean, honestly, let's just get this out there. So 309 devices in these riots were tracked to the most ultra-wealthy people who actually, some of them, fly in private jets 3 or more times a year. 79% fly 3 or more times a year. And there's 309 of them that are in the protests? Well, yes, because the implication is that they're involved in this, that they're coordinating, and they're working to organize logistics. How freaking weird. I mean, would you ever have expected something like this, that people with that much money would take this kind of a risk? Right? I mean, they're very exposed. If somebody figured out who they are, they're very exposed. So that's kind of shocking that they would actually leave their houses to do this stuff. Wow. I mean, read it. GPS data from the Los Angeles stuff per Tony reveals at least 309 devices are linked to ultra-wealthy homes worth over $10 million in areas. These are all the top areas. Yeah, Brentwood, Bel Air, Beverly Hills, Malibu, Palo Alto, and then other cities like New York, Seattle, and Maui. 79% of these 309 people, these ultra-wealthy people, fly private 3 or more times a year. What the heck are they doing hanging out there? 2.1 million views, which is awesome. Post number 140, which is one of the bigger ones we've got. And we've seen this many times before. So wealth buys power, power buys control, more wealth and control buys people. So who gave these folks their money, and are they being forced to do it because they're under control? So again, this is totally, the number code they gave us totally works with what we just read. It's brilliant. The money buys the people. And even though they're so rich, they still have to go out there and do this. The families combined, the triangle is the NWO, and the triangle families will collapse. And then they talk about Saudi being the keystone, that the strings have been cut, puppets' strings are being cut in the shadows, and those are crosshairs. So some of this stuff is done that way. Each side of the triangle contains a certain subset of power brokers. They are also puppets and servants. So again, you got these very wealthy people. What are they doing out in the street? They're puppets. They're being forced to do it. And then here's the part that is just so amazing and why it's not going to turn into World War III. And I couldn't believe they put this in there. What if China, Russia, and the others are coordinating with you-know-who to eliminate ... Why would they say this right now? Like what, you know, isn't it interesting? Because there's been so many attempts to start World War III. There's been so many attempts to create the trigger events. They tried to do it here in America. They tried to do it with this latest thing that happened with Iran. And it just never takes off in the old-fashioned World War I, World War II, biblical type of sense where you have a spark, there's a formula, and it just goes crazy and turns into a huge war, which they desperately want. Because then everybody's focused on that and you don't ask these questions. But what if these entities are coordinating to eliminate them? That means they're never going to have a big war. So it totally, totally fits. And I was excited as all heck out to get to see that. Enormous scale of events currently ongoing. This is not easy to accept or believe. Joint missions are underway and the world is fighting back. Yes. So it all, again, the code is held up, and so it might be like, you know, reading tea leaves, but it works. So let's just keep playing the game and acting like this is a code, because it seems to be very accurate. The funders of the riots are already being investigated. Woohoo! The DOJ is already making that investigation of who's been responsible to pay for this. Protesters are being backed by professionals, providing them with the top-level stuff, and they have been bought with serious money. Who is it? They're already on it. Who's financing all this equipment? It's very professional. So you can see why I'm brimming with excitement. I mean, right there, they show you faces at the bottom, and then those people have now been called into Congress to testify about this, and so this looks like it could be the final checkmate. I mean, it's... Whenever this happens, man, that's the game over. So like, wow. Or it's the beginning of the domino effect of game over, at least. And then, oh, look at this. We got the Friday thing. Before he departs on Friday, he will send an important message. Well, I'm on time, so something might happen this week before Friday that tells us where all this is going. And that's just super cool, man. Then we have one of these guys, I couldn't even believe to watch this video, shooting at them in broad daylight. Terrifying scene in LA where they're using deadly force in broad daylight. One man dressed in all black with red shoes was seen raising this and doing it right out in the open. I don't know if he actually pulled it, but he did aim, and then the guy videoing like freaked out and ran away. It's quite a crazy video to watch. So I captured the moment where you see the guy with the shoes as he's raising his you know what. So post number 18, I mean, it's not the greatest, but we can't hit all of them. really well. Again, how did they get this money as a career official? It's kind of relevant. But, you know, we've read that one so many times. Let's just keep going. So this governor, is that what he's really trying to do? Let's ask that question. Used his major address to the state not to try to calm tension, but to launch a fiery attack, saying this person is a dictator in a time of growing chaos, warning that the decision to deploy signals that he's ready to do the same nationwide, and democracy itself is under siege. So that's what they were hoping would happen, and it didn't go down that way. They just didn't have the turnout, and it faked them out, and now they're going to be called into Congress. He went even further, branding the administration a full-blown dictatorship and dubbing it Rule of Dawn. Is he trying to start this? Yes. Is it going to work? No. They didn't have anywhere near the turnout or the violence. Post number 57. Again, same old thing about the infiltration of this particular organization. Look at the last sentence in the first paragraph. We've seen this so many times, I don't need to keep harping on it. But it's relevant. Then we have Kim blasting this organization on Instagram with her 350 million followers, and she's got this python dressed up like Wonder Woman with a python. She's no subtext at all. You know, there's no other implication about reptilians or what this might really mean, or no kind of symbolism about any organizations. It's all just strictly a coincidence if you tried to correlate. I was right. I was talking about this long before it became the mainstream, you guys. I feel pretty vindicated, I have to say. Yep, I do. So on Instagram, with over 350 million followers, she slammed the raids and says there has to be a better way. She urged more protests, says it's inhumane, and says we have to speak up and do what's right. And again, she's one of the biggest influencers, and it didn't put boots on the ground. It didn't lead to anything like that. Post number 49. Again, the really key one here, people being held in a secure location. Have secret sessions been underway? How could this be discovered? Well, it's going to be discovered because they released the results of these secret sessions all at once. There are many, many trials that would have taken years to perform, and so they already did them, and we're going to get the verdicts from these sealed trials of secret grand juries. And then they're going to pass the sentencing that the grand juries decided upon, whatever that happens to be. So this is all going to happen pretty fast, and it's all being done legally, but they're telegraphing that again. So again, the whole point is it's all about to come to a head. Then we have Eva rallying against this, and she calls it un-American, defending the people involved. They're not all criminals. Entire industries rely on their labor. Well, that's called corruption. We really don't want that to keep on happening, do we? I don't think so. I know I don't. She slammed the supporters of this, says you have to educate yourself. Protests are driven by families being torn apart and kids held in centers, urging her followers to donate to legal funds to help them who are facing this type of thing. Yeah, I mean, again, they're showing you over and over again with these posts this week how they tried to use the top levels of Hollywood to create something that just didn't get off the ground. It just didn't work out. And that's wonderful. So this is a strange one that just talks about 4chan, I believe, is what 4CH is. So 4chan, no, 8chan, yes. And they did switch from 4 to 8 at one point. So this was interesting. You know, start code, activate instruction. You can speculate on what this means. But again, the code is very consistent. Most of the posts make a lot of sense. So I think this is all being done deliberately. There might be all kinds of things in here that we don't even know what they are. This could be activating plans that they've made from many years ago. And once they post this, then people know, okay, it's time for log1 _67 FVC. Okay, let's activate that plan. That could be what this is. It's an inside communication. Now, this is so ridiculous, this new lawsuit saying that she actually is the one who won. I mean, good luck with that. Accusing them of being secretly altered before anything even started. So apparently somebody actually filed this because it is a new lawsuit. The plaintiffs are pushing for a full recount by hand, insisting that something happened to make it fail. This wasn't just a glitch in a sleepy county. It was a stress test of our entire system, but the lawsuit won't change the outcome. So again, they're just trying everything they can. That's what this is about. Every possible strategy they could use. And then he said, because, Stephen's always banging him on what his source is. So here's the source. Post number 55, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. So again, very, very nicely responsive post here. Then he says, what do you notice about these two? And again, what everybody wrote in the comments basically is that he looks very, very frail, like he's dying, he's falling apart, his hands don't even move very well. And she's just brimming full of energy. So, they're signing autographs, and I think the point is it won't be very much longer that they'll be able to do that. Once all this stuff comes out, they're going to have to go into hiding, or they will have already been arrested. So I think that's the point there. Post number 28, again, we've read it so many times. Engaging the military intelligence over other groups. And then they talk about all this stuff that happened in the 50s and 60s. Basically, the point here again is if you were protesting in any way, they were, and it had more than like 15 or 20 people, they were on your ass. They were taking pictures of everybody. They're listening to your phone calls. This is in the 50s and 60s. Anybody who protested anything. We didn't know that. We didn't know how vast this was. So this is a big disclosure on that. Compiling information on over 100,000 politically active Americans. That's a large number. 1,500 plainclothes agents to go in and watch demonstrations, infiltrate organizations, and spread disinformation, lies. At least one observer at every demonstration of more than 20 people. Wow. And they infiltrated churches, campuses, classrooms, public meetings, taking notes, tape recordings, photographing everybody who dissented. And then they said here, ha ha ha, he's had the military infiltrate all these other dissenting groups and governments. He's 5 steps ahead, and they said, well done, the picture is being painted. So yes, that's very responsive. And then once again, they hit us with a 34. You think that's an accident? Oh, Roger Zabarik says, thanks again for another great Sunday. You are terrific at connecting all the dots. Again, thank you. Thank you, Roger. And I love my jacket. So glad that this showed up out of nowhere in my closet. I didn't even know it was in there, honestly. I've never seen it before. It's really interesting. So this actually gives us good old 34. And it's the first guy who was arrested with a shield. And remember, they want to find out who paid for these. This is the guy who's going to squeal. So and then they give us a 34. I mean, like, dude, wow. Because 34, as you're about to see, is the main post about the last stage of the plan. I think we're seeing it right now. It's so exciting. Thank you again, Roger Zabarik. The FBI now says the arrest of the man handing out these masks to these people is just the beginning. So just like Michael was describing the FBI in the time loop, he's pointing to a larger network from the FBI saying this, a larger network of individuals organizing, funding, and supporting this. The U.S. Attorney Bill called this highly orchestrated and coordinated, and he vows to uncover the source behind it all. And he says this arrest is the first major step in unraveling the operation. Oh my gosh. Because look at the number of seconds, and it's good old post number 34. So there's the kid who they got, and he's the one that's, going to break the whole crime ring open. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you will realize we are taking back our great country from evil tyrants who wish to do us harm. On his order, we initiated fail-safes to safeguard the public from primary events slated to occur 11.3, and again, that's when a foreign occupying power is in your country, upon the arrest announcement of so-and-so, actionable on 11.4. So it's clearly about people being arrested. That's the main point. And you can go look up the Law of War Manual, and those codes have to do with enemy occupation, which is what they're looking at this as, that it was actually a foreign enemy that occupied and took over here, and it had to be stopped using what they can do. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. And remember, they just got the guy with the face masks. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers. Yep, that's already happening right now in an effort to prevent the blah, blah, blah of senior people. Wow. So, dude, I mean, you think this might be actionable, that there was a reason why he made it? I mean, if he didn't want to do this to us, if he didn't want to mess with our emotions, don't pick 34 seconds. So yeah, this is not like some conspiracy thing, man. This is real. I love it. On his order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned. That it's already started. So this part already came true. Special ops will be carried out. Yes. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of everyone in this country will be protected, but the atmosphere is divided because so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative. And remember, Michael talked about them in the time loop and said when the ostrich finally pulls his head out of the sand. Remember that line? That was in there. So the crop circles are saying it. Michael's prophecies, which are so beautifully time looped in, connected to the crop formations, the No King's protest, the jester hat, the black swan, the rebirth of humanity, the embryo. It's very, very exciting because this isn't a bad thing. It's going to scare some people. Post 34 is scary to people who don't know about this stuff. But let's get into the final thing here. If you haven't fallen for this and you can learn the truth, you'll be a lot better off because they're going to initiate the Emergency Broadcast System, or EMS, in an effort, so they say, to provide a direct message and bypass anything that's controlled to all citizens. I mean, that right there, as I always say, is like the main thing. I was hearing about that all the way back in 2009. So by the time this post showed up in November 2017, I'd been talking about this already for 8 years. Think about that. I'd been doing multiple videos and conference talks and website posts about this very subject. And a lot of it was on the web but I also did it every talk I did. And I was doing tons and tons of talks. So when I saw this in 2017, that they're going to use the emergency broadcast system, which I'd already been saying publicly for 8 years, I was stunned. It was a very big foundational moment in my life. I could not believe it. And it says, organizations or individuals wishing to do us harm will be met with swift fury. Laws have been pre-lifted to provide us necessary authority to handle and conduct this at home and abroad. So it's not just in the U.S. That's the line that if you're worried that, oh, you know, what if my country's, I'm not in America, David, I'm in so-and-so place. It's going to, there's a big coordinated effort going on internationally to do this. So when it happens in the U.S., that's not going to be the only place. And it's very, very exciting. So again, the guy that did the face masks, he ratted everybody out. They're going to be brought into Congress next week or whenever it is. Hopefully it's soon. Whoa. I mean, like, we're seeing the final stages of this thing I've been talking about since 2009. It feels good, man. It feels good. 16 years later. Thank God this is finally happening because it's really messed up my life to be waiting for this for so long and to be talking about this for so long and to be anticipating and worried about it. Thank God it's finally happening. All of the final pieces of the puzzle are in place. There's 5 cherries on the slot machine. And it's like ring, 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 man. We've got it. It's jackpot. It's happening right now. So then she's nearly begging to be arrested. Obviously, they want the theatrics. They want to try to rally their following. She dares him to come and do it. She won't be intimidated. And the Illinois governor also dares him, said he'd rather be the one than to allow anyone else in his state to be taken. Because they want that sympathy. They want their people thinking this is something bad. They're literally begging for the arrests to now begin. So it might not happen the way they thought, right? That's the whole point. It's going to happen after the public learns things that shock them. But they want to be grabbed now because they want to create a big theatrical mess and try to screw it all up. So it's not going to happen that way. Post number 70. This is one I don't really want to read. And they know that because I always skip over this. So, but it just says at the bottom, have faith, these crumbs in time will equate to the biggest drops ever disclosed in our history. Remember, disinformation is real. That line is very important. They're again telling us some of the things that you see are not really what you think they are. Like if everybody's coordinating to make sure there's no World War III, yeah, we'll let these two guys go at it, but we're not going to create any other stuff from that. It's not going to go any farther. And that again indicates that, you know. So again, very, very nice stuff is happening here. So he's begging the loyal, please show up, and they didn't. You know, he just admitted they're on life support, is begging them to show up on Saturday. If we don't show up, democracy, which really is code for their organization, that's all it really means. Democracy dies. Right, because we're all kings. I mean, I can wear this and I am a king, man. You got to dress the part. And we all are kings. So post number 12, this is the biggest, absolutely the biggest inside drop you will ever receive. These negative organizations that they're funding, that he wanted you to go join them, they play right into the plan. The good guys are winning. So yes, that one fits perfectly. So then he announces Operation Rising Lion. This is when all the craziness started. Major military campaign at what he called an existential threat. He declared it will continue as long as necessary, saying they're dangerously close. Well, they've been saying that forever. He confirmed intelligence shows they could produce one in the very near future. Said it's a red line they can't afford to ignore. So we did this earlier, talked about all this, how this was allowed to happen because it got rid of the hardliners. And it's a sad thing, but again, same old Muslim post that we've seen so many times that I'm not going to read, and they know that. But again, it all fits very nicely because they're all working together on the inside. That's the whole message here. So game on was considered a very thoughtless phrase to use. It shows a disregard of human life. So he's praising what was happening and says game on. Well, no, you can't really make statements like that without getting trolled like crazy by people. This comes from the same man who, after a hurricane hit his home state of South Carolina, said he'd rather support them than help the local disaster victims. Oh my gosh. We have to help our friends to keep the war over there from coming here. Sure. So yeah, he's definitely you're gonna learn some things about him that are gonna make you mad. Post number 32 is another one of our great ones, talking about the moment they do it. Maybe it'll happen in one day, the arrests will, but it cannot go slow. The initial wave is going to be fast and meaningful, and it will send a signal to others immediately. And you'll see the tide turn. Not even the media can hide. And rest assured, some of them will be jailed as deep cover agents. Wow. So there you go, dude. I mean, it's the bang on the nose prophecy of how long they're going to take to do the arrest. Right as he's saying, oh, let's not give our money to the people. Let's help out this other entity over here. So yeah, maybe one day it's like, and they just did post 34. That was like one of the last ones we just saw. And they're talking about, you know, the emergency broadcast system and what they're going to do and the stages that they're going to go through, and that people aren't going to like it, and you're going to have to hear the message bypassing the media on your phone. There's going to be these videos. And dude, I've been expecting this as sort of like the ultimate psychedelic experience that I could have as a human being. The moment that the dam breaks, the moment that the phone goes off, the moment that they start giving you these videos. I've been waiting for this for 16 years since I was first briefed on it. You can't believe how excited I am that we're this close. Because again, I had that meditation the other day as I saw the double rainbow. And the meditation was, you know, it's not always going to be something in the future. There's going to be a moment where the question marks go away and this really happens and it's real. And we're closer to that than we've ever been. They're begging to be arrested now. They want the theater. They don't know how it's going to turn out. But again, people being called into Congress, why did you pay for this? And here's all the evidence. What do you have to say for yourself? Okay, well, you know, the court finds you guilty. I don't know how it's going to work, because I don't know how the Congress would do that, but like, or maybe it gets referred to the Justice Department and then there's a trial or something. I mean, it could be something like that. We don't know. Let's just see how this all plays out. I don't think Congress can actually, that's why we have a judicial branch, because they have to adjudicate in the judicial branch. So it's probably going to be more than one step. But it's so obvious that we're in the final stages of the plan, and that's why I'm just so excited. I still got almost 4,800 of you watching, so we're just going to keep going. Today, we all agreed with Keith. And then he says, game, your soul is lost. So that was the point I was making. It's a very, light on compassion, draconian type of statement to make. And you know why I use that word. So, and here's Senator Cruz. And again, remember I showed you the other thing from him. I said that's about the only thing he said that I'm going to agree with right now. He's calling on all people of faith to pray for them and to pray for peace. That sounds good. Okay, I mean, I don't have any problem with that in particular. But then he goes on and says stuff that I wouldn't agree with. He says they stand firmly, they face an existential threat to defend survival. Okay, that's fine, I agree. But if they dare to harm even one American, we will strike back. Well, first of all, his party isn't even in power. He doesn't have the control to do that. Plus, yeah, why wouldn't they just try to hurt one American in order to get that result to occur? So you're seeing, again, how they're trying to fight the war. I got Sabrina Robidoux. Hope I said that right. The end of the fireworks last night, the finale was from V for Vendetta. The top of the cover where the president was sitting had a huge V. We are almost done. Okay, great. I haven't even had a chance to watch that. Oh, and I missed a $500 donation from Essential Goddess. We got to meet you at an LA show, she says. $500. I mean, I think she just smashed all the records except for the same. I think we had that last week too. But wow, thank you. That really helps us have enough money to be able to survive and eat food, which is a good habit to have. That's one addiction that I want to support is eating. We got to meet you at an LA show. This has been my main source of income, just doing the show. So your donations are wonderful. You've been guiding us since 2011, David. Thank you. And Archangel Michael always. Darren and Lisa McCullough. Thank you, guys. Don't answer the phone because it's probably Stephen. Just say that. Essential Goddess. Thank you very much. So anyway, glad to be plowing through the slides. Glad for your donation. Everybody's saying amazing, wonderful. Thank you so much. Oh my God, David. I have seen V for Vendetta. I just haven't seen the fireworks and the military parade because honestly, I was just really busy getting the show ready for you guys. And I've had, a lot of really positive, benevolent distraction because our company is about to do huge stuff. And I'm going to have to mobilize for that, so I might not be on the air next week, but I will be back soon. And so, again, if you don't see a show for me coming up on Sunday, sometimes I don't even announce the show until Saturday. And part of that is just to not give the enemy too much lead time. It lowers my viewership, but it's really strategically better if I don't give a whole lot of lead time. Just becomes a target. Island Boy Media says, thank you very much for the donation. So, this is a very exciting moment because they just did post 34. They did the one that says maybe one day it'll be fast and meaningful. And now you're telling me that they had all these V for Vendetta symbols in the fireworks display, which is a movie about the exact same thing. And they also play that opera piece, Nessun Dorma, which is a very classic, da, 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 da. And it's just like it makes you want to cry. It's this beautiful tenor part. So that's also in the movie, I forget which one, Sum of All Fears, right as, again, the bad guys are all being taken out and justice prevails. So two different metaphors of that. One was the opera song, one is V for Vendetta. So now they use the Vendetta symbolism in the fireworks. So thank you for that. I wouldn't have known that if you hadn't alerted me to it in the comments. I really appreciate it. So, no, we're not going to hit them just because of one, because that probably could be faked. That's the whole point. And then post number 61 is, as anticipated, as discussed, we've anticipated Twitter and other social media blackouts. Well, that just happened this past week. Expect outages periodically. If this doesn't signal what I've been saying, I don't know what will. So again, very responsive because that's what actually happened this past week. We did see that happen. Then we have Pompeo warning that they may try to do strikes. Well, that's exactly what they'd blame it on them for, but it's not going to be them. We already know how the game is played. Should a major incident occur anywhere in the world, they might be behind it. Okay, well, let's cast a really wide net here. Oh my God, really? They have cells in nearly every country, including here, and they could soon be activated. No, that's their people. That's why it's going to be countered, so this doesn't go too far. To launch cyber attacks and other strikes. He also urges strong support for this country, calling it essential to stopping what he sees as a global threat. It's kind of exactly the opposite, right? But kudos to him for the weight loss. He really has slimmed down quite a bit. I have to give him credit for that. It's a healthier look. So well done, Mike, on that. Post number 86. Finally, the correct reference, the Bloody Wonderland and Alice. Study, this is important. We already know because we do this every week. So try to keep it fresh for you guys. We have footage, because if you're watching the show, then this is very, very common. We talk about it every week. So we see this footage of the missiles raining down. It's quite frightening. Exactly the kind of stuff. The whole Michael Prophecy time loop this week was all about this war and telling us, don't freak out. We're not going to let it go nuclear. The ETs are saying they'll actually kill themselves before they let us die in some nuclear problem. They'll stop it with their ships, even if they get shot down. So absolutely wild footage showing this happening, explosions lighting up the night sky, an intense barrage of missiles, air defense systems firing interceptors in real time over the city. They have never seen anything like this before. Yeah, it's like the end of the world if you're over there, and I feel really bad for them. Innocent people. I mean, most of the people in this country don't want their government doing what it's doing. They wouldn't have said yes to this, and now they're suffering the consequences. So that's why it's really foolish to go after the people. They have very little say in anything that's going on. It's always controlled at the top. That's very important. So then post number 32, again, wow, second time in a row. Maybe one day, but it cannot go slow. The initial wave is fast and meaningful, and it will send a signal to others immediately. You will see the tide turn. Not even the media will be able to hide this, and some of them will be exposed as deep cover agents. Oh my God. We get post number 32 2 times in a row just to further emphasize that now instead of 10 days of darkness, the plan has gone so well that they might have it down to 1 day. Maybe 1 day, but it cannot go slow. So like, dude, wow. Yeah, let's shave it down to 1 day. I'm totally down with that because then I don't have to eat all my frozen steak and deal with power outages and all this stuff that I've been preparing for that might not even ever happen, you know? So if you guys can get it done in 1 day, congratulations. You put 32 out there twice in a row. I like it. I like it. Angry Daddy approves wholeheartedly, son. I wholeheartedly approve this message. All right, so... Okay. He's calling on them to overthrow themselves because, you know, that's just what people love to do. We saw that work so well for Russia. Oh, yeah, you guys, just let us do what we're going to do. No. For 3 years. Okay, probably not going to work out that way. Calling on them to help overthrow their regime. Claims that he's fighting for their freedom, which maybe the Alliance is allowing him to do this for that reason. Who knows? Insisting that they now have a common enemy. Be brave. Your fight will defeat the darkness, and I am with you. Don't think that's going to work. Just history seems to teach us that these kind of things don't work. So then post number 126 is the one with the crosshairs. And there you go. You know, certain individuals are very jeopardized because of their warmongering. And look at what happened. They took out everybody in the top level. Crosshair, single people. We gave the list of scientists. It's like their entire military just wiped them out. But be careful, because what goes around can come around, really. You know what I think this really means. I just can't really say it. So, thank you much for all you have done, says Donald Barker. I don't have much money. That's fine. I'm glad to give whatever I can. Looking forward to the hover cars. Looking forward to the hover cars. I love it. Eldon Elder. The big fish must be grabbed first, so they've got all of them at the same time before they can be tipped off. Right. So I think... We got somebody wants to hear Gangnam Style. Whoop, 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 whoopin' Gangnam Style. I just had a thought that Angry Daddy would be singing, and then he did, said Spencer Hale. Well, I'm glad I could fulfill your needs for enough Angry Daddy in the week. You know, When I really actually am angry, I don't really feel like doing the angry daddy character. Prince Royal, David, the irony of your sizzle jacket, it resembles a yellow jacket, which I blame for no fireworks and bacon this week. Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, that yellow jacket was just attacking me, and these were his colors. So maybe he was a sacred yellow jacket. Who knows? If you harbor bitterness, there is no place for joy to dock. Life is too short, says that Nino kind of guy. Totally agree. So again, all these posts are coming together so meaningfully. It's such an amazing time to see all these things happening and to see how this is all just lining up in such an amazing way. Let's keep on going. They struck the main defense headquarters, the equivalent of the Pentagon here. Iran got away with that. It's kind of shocking that they were able to pull that off using a hypersonic, dodging multiple interceptors. Dang. And we don't know how big of an attack this was yet. But again, any type of war that you do, you're going to go into the unintended consequences, and maybe they didn't realize that their network wouldn't work. This is kind of shocking. I mean, it's bad for both of them. That's why we need peace quickly. So post number 19 is again the one we've seen many times about controlling people and how they did that with the media. The network that controls this false narrative is being dismantled. All of these questions help paint the overall picture. Then we have this rabbi begging us to intervene. I do feel sorry for him. I mean, he must be very traumatized. Calling it a matter of survival. He's in a secret location. His own children are living in terror. I'm so sorry, as missiles threaten their lives. It's really bad for everybody in this country right now. He urges people to pray for their total destruction and warning a second Holocaust could soon be upon them. Well, hopefully not. We really don't want it to turn into anything crazy. Let's get that peace deal done. Everybody seems to be in support of that. So let's just go for that. Post number 141. Rogue operators are here. They failed to shut down the site. It is protected. So yeah, there's definitely rogue operators around. That makes sense. This will only get worse. Archive and coordinate. The crumbs we have dropped will soon paint the full picture. The picture will open the eyes of the world, and we can't do it without you. So even though I'm dressed up in a funny jacket today, a very nice warm silk robe, we can't do it without you. So even in my silly costume, I'm doing great stuff. Hey, David, you ended up looking like a yellow jacket today, and I didn't know I was going to find this jacket, by the way, not consciously. If you can't beat them, join them in love. Thank you very much. Spencer Hale says, Linda Kieslin, don't forget ham, hot dogs, chocolate chips, and candy. Ha, ha, ha. Woo-wee. Man, what a day it's been. And I'm at 5 hours and 15 minutes. I didn't want it to go this long, but you're used to it. And I still got 4,800 of you hanging out. So let's keep going. Two of these people, as we said earlier, it's so tragic. Both of them were shot, and it seems to be because of how they had actually voted. Politically motivated. This is Melissa and her husband. They were both lost. And then the Senator John and his wife received multiple injuries, but are expected to survive. Whoa. So yeah, like, way to go with revealing yourselves, the people who did this. It's so stupid. Like, I wouldn't really call this wise at all. You're acting like a mafia. You're causing more and more people to wake up all the time. It's a very stupid move. Post number 43. These crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but merely to inform. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. We had number 32 twice in a row. It said maybe one day it'll be fast and meaningful. The core focus is removing entrenched and fortified bad actors within the federal government, past and present, as well as others. Simply be diligent. Phone numbers will be provided. That's by the emergency message system. If you witness an uprising or other forms of violence, in addition to the usual, any military that you see is for your protection, as well as to demonstrate our resolve, and it's already happening. Watch for confirmations tomorrow. So isn't it interesting, right, that because of these protests, the No Kings, that they've already had to have the military ready to go in all the places that they're going to need it if something like this were to happen. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? I love it. And they say, we need you. So thank you guys for giving me a good shout out that you need me to do this show. Nobody's told me to stop, and the code seems very consistent every time we do this. So they were disguised as police officers. How crazy is that? Specifically targeted in a coordinated and deliberate attack by men disguised as police officers. How, I mean, okay, so like, it doesn't mean that guys like you and me should, you know, ignore the police if they come to the house. But like, as somebody who's a public figure where they might try to do something to me too, it's like, dang, they're going to go that far? They're going to dress up? It's like an episode of Blacklist. It sounds just like an episode of Blacklist, which I'm still watching. I'm in season 8, finally. The season where he's about to reveal everything. I'll get back to that when we're done. He's about to reveal who he really is, and I already knew the answer because my friend gave me the spoiler. I'm not going to tell you the spoiler, but it's really kind of shocking and interesting. And I'm getting up to the episodes 21 and 22 where they're going to reveal that. And I can't wait. So anyway, it's a very exciting time to be alive. We're so close to the end now. That's what these posts are consistently telling us. They were specifically targeted in a political attack. I mean, this can all come out really soon, and if it ties back to the same people who were organizing these other things and they paid for the face shields, dude, it's over. The stupidest thing you can do is kill somebody. That's like the fastest way for justice to find its way to you, is to have a fresh crime scene that everybody can look at and get excited about, just like what we had with the JFK Jr. thing, just like the wicker basket. That might be why the crop circle is talking about the wicker basket. It could be that this is the wicker basket moment. This is the final crumbling where they just did too many stupid things because they can't afford to assassinate anybody right now. Every single time you do it, that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. So they can't afford to do this. And then they did it dressed up as police officers, which means, wait a minute, if you're a public figure, you can't trust who's at the door? Well, I wouldn't in any way try to resist police, but like, this is the kind of story that's like a movie that's going to get everybody talking and thinking and activated really fast. I don't know why the hell you guys did that, but, you know, their sacrifices will not be in vain. Let's just put it that way. It's very, very sad that this happened, but their sacrifice won't be in vain. So then the same person had the flyers inside his vehicle. Oh my God. That's the flyers that he had inside his vehicle. Can you even believe this? And Melissa and her husband passed away, but John and his wife are expected to survive. I mean, it's all interconnected. This is the wicker basket moment. Post number 33, again, I'm hopeful my time here was not wasted. It's not. We're listening loud and clear. Note few, if any, shills. There's a reason for that. It's being monitored, recorded, and analyzed. We don't want the clutter. And yes, the shills have backed off quite a bit. I don't know why, but they have. So that fits very nicely. So who was this guy? He was connected to the guy who did the crime, the guy who dressed up as a cop. I mean, what the hell? He has been identified as the 57-year-old Vance. He has a history of political ties in the state, appointed to a governor's workforce development board in 2019 by the Walrus. Can you even believe that? Maybe that's how he got the uniform, right? He was also previously named to the same council in 2016 by the governor then. So, oh my God, he's not just some lone nut. He's a connected government political insider. Now, David, I think you're getting a little too far into the realm of conspiratorial, nonsensical thinking where you're trying to connect dots and make islands, and it's not even really there, son. I think you ought to sober up and stop trying to make this into some spooky, weird conspiracy where, oh, this guy, yeah, he worked for the governor, and the governor gave him the uniform, and he's got the no king. Come on, David, could you please get off of your conspiracy soapbox for once? I have had it! Woo! Every time I do that, the cigarette gets completely saturated. I put them over here, and they get cleaned off by the fan. Yeah, baby. Angry Daddy is back in the house. I'm still a little bit too mad to do Galian, but we'll do Angry Daddy for now. I got to be in a really good mood to do Galian. So this couple has now found true love. Oh, isn't it sweet? Right before he gets called into Congress, they're officially married. Well, yeah, it's kind of like the last thing they get to do to have a big party before it's all over, I think. Attended by high-profile guests who are all on the list, and they're probably all, you know, about to lose their freedom. You can read the names, including this other guy, James. Ooh, yeah, there you go. Alex said that she taught him what true love looks like after nearly a decade without a relationship. Okay, well, I'm still only half as bad as he is. I've only got, what, 4 years? That's a decade? Wow. Okay, well, you know, I wish them well. But yeah, I think they've been involved in some stuff that they're about to get called out for. So this wedding might be kind of like their last chance to have a party before it all turns around on them. And that's what Michael is saying in the time loop. I mean, the time loop from 99 is so amazing how it relates to all this. So now we get this massive retaliatory barrage targeting Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Haifa, and central Israel, striking residential buildings, triggering mass civilian panic, and causing numerous casualties. Since yesterday, hundreds went off. Several dozen breached the defense to hit their target. That's amazing. It's sad. It's so sad. I mean, amazing that they couldn't stop it, right? They had such belief in the value of this system that it's just impenetrable, and, oh, they can do whatever they want. Nothing's going to happen. Man, this is something really sad. So, no, there's no magical technological fix that allows you to go be aggressive and have no consequences. There's no golden dome or anything you can build that's just going to stop that from being a problem. That's what this is showing us. This is real-time feedback from the war telling us you can't just get away with this, you guys. And it's so sad because it's hurting the people. I mean, I hate that. I really do hate that. Full-scale war is now underway. My goodness. So we have post number 30, which is about the device in the White House to listen and cause harm to people. When he was elected, you can't possibly imagine the steps they took before they lost power to try to stay in control. Why would he take such a huge risk of dropping his own Secret Service and using his private? Well, we know that now. I can hint and point. I cannot give away too many highly classified data points. Then we have post number 6, which is pretty huge. Some of us come here to drop crumbs. He is 100% insulated. Any discussion suggesting that he's even a target is false. He will not address the nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted. Follow her tomorrow, right? And she's now the wife of the guy who's about to be indicted in Congress. And they just had that wedding. It's like, wow. Okay. Very cool. He will not address the nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted. And he must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. To suggest anything else is false and should be common sense. There are a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. We have stopped a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players. So it's on like Donkey Kong. And the truth is mind-blowing and cannot be fully exposed. These people are evil, paying certain groups to kill off their opponents and to try to insulate against exposure. Unbelievable. And then post number 19, which we've already seen 3 times, so we don't need to read that one again. The network controlling this false narrative that keeps people under control is being dismantled. That's the important part. And then this might be the last one, I think, or one of the last ones, and we're at the 5.5-hour mark. So Mel wants the bad government out. He's calling on the people to reclaim it and holds these 2 individuals personally responsible for the state's collapse. Says they're in a state of turmoil under leadership, questions why they're still there. The clock is ticking. He demands that they be removed. Post number 57, again, the infiltration. And then I think this is, okay, we did have one more, where she's portrayed with his son at their rehearsal dinner for the wedding. What do you think she was telling him? Well, enjoy it while you got it, because we're done. Something like that. And then last but not least, we have his Father's Day photo, and that was going to be the last one. He's always been there for his family. This is an old picture. And then this one popped up right before airtime, so I grabbed it. He's fear-mongering about coming terror attacks. Says that they try to give nuclear weapons to whoever wants them, and said this puts the entire world in danger, that 2 attempts were made to assassinate the president, claiming that it was done by this group when we already know that it wasn't them, it was the DS. So now they're trying to interestingly flip it around like that. He's no longer just defending his country, but standing against a threat against all humanity. We got post number 61. Again, we've anticipated social media blackouts. That could be about to happen. Expect outages periodically. If this doesn't signal what I've been saying, I don't know what will. And so then he posted this on the very same day. What is one within the other? A regular one blames the enemy for an attack that you yourself committed. But if you do another one within another one, because remember, it was who shot the president. And then they're trying to say, oh, that they did it. So the people who are the kings of doing this kind of stuff are now accusing their enemy of doing the same thing. That's what he's talking about right here. It's about the assassination attempts. You not only stage the attack, blame your enemy, in this case Iran, you also leak or allow evidence to emerge that it was that, so your real enemies start looking like the ones who staged it. It's deception within deception, designed to confuse, divide, and manipulate the public and your opponents into turning against each other while you stay hidden behind the layers. There you go, man. I actually made it. I actually made it to the last slide, if you can believe that. We're at the 5.5 hour mark. David, are you reading these comments? No, but now I am. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to dive right into our meditation because we're already at 5.5 hours. So let's just do a nice quick one, shall we? All right, I'd like you to close your eyes, put both feet flat on the floor, take a nice deep breath. We've had a lot to process, so this was a very, very big day, very exciting amount of information. Breathing out the stress, relaxing into the protection that Michael has assured us will happen. Look at the beautiful crop formations, the reissuance of the wicker basket formation, the solar flash with the portals coming off of it on those lines that we saw. Breathing into the words of reassurance that Michael gave us this week, that they would lay down their own lives to stop us from having any type of nuclear war. Thus, nothing is as it seems. Michael has given us a dazzling miracle this week to show us that these prophecies can be trusted. We can invest emotional energy in a feeling of faith, in a feeling that there is a higher power, there is some sort of God or goddess that is helping us, Mother Mary, bringing us through these times of great change, allowing us to have a peaceful timeline where they will gladly lay down their own lives to make sure that none of us are harmed in any type of outrageous conflict that may occur here or elsewhere in the world. We breathe in the trust. We affirm our protection. We affirm that life is going exactly the way it needs to. The Alliance is fulfilling a spectacular and beautiful plan, and they're working in lockstep with higher intelligence that happens to be using me as their sometimes unwitting messenger, getting attacked by yellow jackets and now having my yellow jacket appear. We feel so much gratitude for all of the Alliance. We thank all of them, and we surround them with light, prayer, protection, strength, and guidance, that they may bring this to a rapid, healthy conclusion with a minimal loss of any type of life and the highest and best good for all involved. We pray that there be a rite of passage that is safe and secure with a minimum amount of chaos and difficulty in the world, and that we all soon enough get to see the real truth, which is that we are the light, we are the love, we are the one infinite creator, and this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And so it is. In the name of Jesus Christ, we seal this work today. We thank you, higher beings, for your love and support. Let's breathe our way back into the room. Woo! All right. We're still at 4,400, so you guys hang out with me a little longer. And let's look at some of your comments. Here we go. Full disclosure now. Thank you, David, and all those for your hard work and the dedication you put into this project. White Feather says, we are the Sizzlers. Thank you, David. You are awesome. And so it is. In Jesus Christ's name, amen, says Nishpat Kwet. Project Skyfall says, very good, alive and thriving. Thank you, and namaste, Christ being. What a great show, says Deborah Watson. Koala Unchained, I didn't expect to see you today. Thanks once again. 47 is wisely keeping a neutral position between the two. He's a good man. Yes, and remember he said he has to remain neutral. And so he's not going to be able to disclose what's going on, even as people start to be indicted. So remember that. They just told us that. Doc Apollo, look up Walter Mercado, a famous TV astrologer. Okay, I guess I've got his outfit on. Great show, David. Thank you once again, says Jami Samsara. Yeshua Sananda. Thank you, David, for another great show. I got to pee so bad, but I'm still willing to listen to this because I love the love that I'm getting from you guys. We love you, David. Amazing times are ahead. Great things, David. Thank you. Shine the light. Today is 1 year since my father passed, says Insight Bites. Thank you, David, for every Sunday, says Prince Royal. Thanks again for all you do, says Gabriel Armendariz. We pray for you, the Alliance, all doing your best for the betterment of humanity. Can I send you a copy of my book? Yes, you can. We gave out the address. One of your best shows ever, David, says Color Fab. Ooh, that makes me feel great. Certainly one of the greatest. Yeah, and so Paula Hughes, David, is your robe reversible? There's pockets on the inside and the outside. Yes, it is. So I could actually come back and deliver the black jacket show, just like I've got the gold jacket show today, because I felt like let's keep it really golden. But yeah, you guys, I definitely can reverse this and I'll wear it again. If Beth demands it back, I guess I'll have to send it to her, but hopefully I can pay for it or keep it or something. Rocking the gold again. Keep on keeping on. I bought your book and Edgar Casey at a used bookstore. Yes, your black jacket should be next Sunday. Paul Cannon says, I am blinded by the sizzle. Clearly, Brooke says, you're adorable. And whoa, Stefania just donated $100 right at the end. I guess I'm making money here by hanging out with you guys. So thank you very much. That's awesome. Thank you. It's so interesting, says good old Goldie. Yes, Walter Mercado is a character. Go P, brother. It was a great show, says Ken Ash. Yeah, it's like I'm in a goldfish right now. Thank you, David, for a goldfish bowl. I actually look like a goldfish. Thank you, David, for another great show. Peace, love, and light to all. Thank you, David. Semper super goddess speed Adonai. So much sizzle. It's amazing. Your chat was great today. To hover cars fly high in the skyline, says Greg Miller. Janice Sullivan, thank you, Golden David. You are guiding us to freedom. Thank you so much. Thank you. I recall seeing Beth in this jacket in a show with you before. This is Teresa Farley. Okay, so it is her jacket. It actually does fit me pretty well. You know, the sleeves are a little high, but I think they're supposed to be that way. Go, Angry Daddy, go. Great show, David. Glad I didn't miss this one. David, don't say you don't have friends. We're all here. This is Prince Royal. That's really true. I've had to be isolated for reasons because, you know, this is very intensive, and I don't actually have the time to be friends with people. That's why I hope that in the future I'm not quite so busy as I've been, because I'm just always busy. And, you know, friendships require a real serious investment of time, and I do like that. I just want to be able to do it more in the future. Mind if I use a tiny portion of your land? No, nobody's building on my property. Sorry. We don't have squatters. That's just not part of the David experience. We have your back always. Happy Father's Day. You're not fat. No, I know I'm not, but that's the kind of troll things people say. Any teasers for next week's show? Well, yeah, so next week we're going to be back into material that is from the 1999 time loop, and I read ahead to see like how much war is they're saying we're going to have. I don't see any indications of war in the next time loop. So I think this might dissipate pretty quickly. I could be wrong, but hopefully not. So the time loop looks good. And, you know, again, who knows when the Alliance is going to do stuff. But yeah, if I have to go off on a trip to get the rest of the money for our company, then please check out X and check out my YouTube page. I will tell you when we're going to be on the air. If it isn't Sunday, it will be hopefully soon in the week. If in a very extreme case, I have to do a lot of traveling, I might just miss 1 week. But I'm on the edge of my seat waiting to see what's going to happen. I don't really feel like I want to leave for very long. So I'll try to get back here as quick as I can. Hopefully we won't have to travel next weekend, but we just don't know yet. There's a 5 to 10 day window that starts like tomorrow. And we don't really know when we're going to have to jump in that window. But if I need to do it, I'm going to do it. No squatters, White Feather says. Absolutely correct. I just can't have that happen. So we would have to call the police if somebody tried to squat on my land. Sorry. Thank you for all you do, David. Many blessings, says Druden Chaplin. I'm always on X watching and archiving. Good evening, David. Thank you and Michael for your work. We're here for you guys, says Tired Dragon. Davy Joe Weaver says, Edgar Wilcock, thank you. Captain Jim Smith says, I'm buying a hover car. Yes, we will hopefully be able to sell them pretty soon. Thank you once again, David, says Carolyn. Bella's Patio Garden, we are with you, David. You may live isolated, but you are definitely not alone. Yeah, especially now that you guys are sending me this great stuff, like this shirt. It's wonderful. Thank you, David. We love you. Amen, love, and bliss. Much love from Australia. Thank you, thank you. Fabulous show. Right on. Bring it. Thank you. Love from Belgium. Thank you, David, says Gloria Gomez. I think this Friday may be the Friday, says Larry Schmidt. I will fly in my air balloon in that case, says Let's Nut. I'll be your friend, David, says Merlina Yazzie. I appreciate all your love and support. I really do. And again, I just live in a very isolated geographic area, and I don't have time to have a regular acquaintance. I really don't. I'm going to be very happy when we get through this phase and I'm not cranking out so much output. I mean, 5.5 hours a week, put out no trespassing signs, says Vacapalo. I have. And again, you know, so if people see that sign, they come in anyway, they're breaking the law. And we're going to have to put up all cameras and stuff as I get a little more money. But anyway, I'm probably not going to be living here a whole lot longer. I do plan to stay here if I can through the end of the summer, but definitely by like October or something, I don't want to go through this winter again. But anyway, thank you guys. You've been amazing. What are we at now? We're at 5 hours, 39 minutes. So we'll cut it off at the 5 hour and 40 minute mark. So I want to thank you guys for watching. It's been truly incredible. I'm happy about everything that's going on in the world. Love from California. Great show. Lots of changes ahead. So yeah, it's been a great thing, and I'm really excited about where this is taking us as a planet. I don't know what we're going to do next week. I mean, there could be a new crop circle. There could be a war. There could be some other thing that happens. Peace. Who knows? I don't have a plan yet, but if nothing else, we'll go back to part 2 of genetic geometry. If I want to do more science for you guys, and if I don't have to travel until after next Sunday, then we're going to do part 2 of genetic geometry. I got some great stuff. You're going to really love it. We're still holding true at 4,000 people. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Beth, for leaving this in my closet. And we'll see you guys on the next time around. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye for now.